added myself. Oh, we need a new avatar. The hell was that up there? I still can't figure this stupid thing out. Oh, this you dumb. Okay. Forget that. Okay, nobody's here yet. Sorry, but good. Don't know how to I do not understand Restream. I'm on StreamYard right now if anybody happens to pop in or look at this. And I am totally lost here. What's this? Okay, I don't want to move the channel. Past streams. Home. I don't get this stupid thing. Gangster. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Damn stupid thing. So is the other one still showing? Okay, that one's live. Why can I not? Let's see if this is still going. This is so friggin' stupid. I don't get Restream. Restream's stupid. Restream is stupid. Yes, this is going to be this is actually like a test run for anybody. So I'm probably going to delete this one anyway. Oh, gosh. Do I want to see if Gigi can help me? Gigi. No, it's StreamYard. I know how to do that one. Whatever that. Go live from your browser with Restream. Okay. I don't know what that is. Rename, settings, schedule. Well, then why did it bump it forward? I don't want that. Did it reschedule another one? I'm going to be pissed if it does. I really am. Do. Okay, but is this stream working? Is this stream? It is. Okay. Now to try to figure out how to get Restream off of there. Log out settings. Oh, this is so freaking dumb. Oh, that's what I want to do. Delete my account and start over. Yeah, that's really what I need to do. Defaults. Home. New stream. Oh, here's scheduled. There's nothing scheduled. I don't even know what that is. Okay, if I have nothing scheduled, how do I get it off of YouTube then? Oh, this is donkey list. I know the answer is right in front of me, and I just can't think because it's been a friggin' night. I hate this stupid shit. That's not it. That's there. I need help. We may do that later. Analytics, channel, video store. Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, no videos are stored, so that ain't going to hurt. No past. Whatever workspaces are. I don't want to set that up. How do I I deleted it from Restream, but I can't get it off of YouTube. Why? Oh, wait a second. My last resort. This is my last resort. Wait, which stream is which? Oh, okay. That's the one I need to keep. This is the one I don't care about. Analytics. I don't need analytics. Well, let's see. Okay, I don't want analytics. Okay, that's not. How do I delete this? Well, let me delete it from here. Copy, copy, no copy. Enable auto start. Oh, that's so fun. Connect streaming software to go live. Viewers will be able to find your stream once you go live. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Well, I'll try it. Stream setup help. Wait, let me check over here. Oh crap, there's people in here. Sorry. Oh, I'm just gonna screw with Restream later then because I hate it. I already hate Restream. I'm on my StreamYard one. God, this is so stupid. I'm usually tech kind of suave at times. I am lost on Restream. I had no problem with. Oh wait, let me do this one. No problem with StreamYard. Oh, I did it wrong. I mean, right now, like on Restream, if I had it open, all I have is like the window that you would stream in, no controls, and I don't see where anybody could, pop in and then off of this. But on there, I can't explain it. Before I give up on it, though, I think I am going to screen share with Gigi because he's the man when it comes to that one, and stop making myself so aggravated from this one. And I'm kind of, and I even hate trying to go to Restream, but the price is like half of what, well, less than half of what StreamYard is. But last year, about Christmas time, I said, screw it. I just went ahead and, so I had just got done buying Joe Restream for TKA. And I figured, well, what the heck? I'll just go ahead and, get one too, just to see, if I want to kind of stream on my own a little bit, just goof around. And that's kind of when I was messing around with the trivia idea. But it only cost me $100, but they don't tell you about that one. It's like a hidden one. And I was talking, emailing some lady, and no, it's going to be $200. It's like, man, I can't just justify. I mean, not that I can't pay it, but I can't justify $300 or no, $100, 300, 200. Wait, what was it? I think it's half the price. So it's like $200 for the one they advertise. When I was only going to stream once in a while, maybe. But then she came back when she knew I wasn't going to do anything with it and said, well, we do have an essential package for $100. So it's like, okay, what's the difference? And she's going through all this stuff. And basically the only difference is the watermark. And really for $100, I can have StreamYard up there all year. And right now, like I said, I'm using the free one here. But then when it was time to renew, $431. So I sent an email to her and I said, well, do you not have the essential anymore? And basically it was, they sent back core. I think core is the next step up of 400 and some odd dollars. No, thank you. So then talking to GJ, he said he only pays like 20 a month. So, and I always pay for a year, so I don't have to, pay for it every month, even on auto pay, just get it out of the way. And if I die, I don't care about that money. It's not like I'm taking it with me. Okay, let me see. Done. Got it. Let me check. Okay, everybody left. Cool. Kind of. This thing needs a doorbell, so if people do come in and out, Faithful and the bunch paid for Gigi to have a year. And see, I tried to get paid for a year for him on Restream for Christmas, but he doesn't have or some. I don't even know why he couldn't do it. He didn't do it. Why was it? Oh, because there's no way for me to gift it to him. I kept trying to go through Restream to gift it to him, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I just said screw it, and not even thinking. I sent him like 100, or what was it? Because it was half price off at that time. That's all I wanted to get it for him. So it was like 100 and something, $115, I think it was. I sent it to him on a gift card, and I said, if this don't work, then screw it. Just use this to go buy stuff, and at least you can take that money and pay your monthly or what have you, sort of thing. So yeah, he got like $115 on a gift card. Then he felt bad. I said, don't. Either way, I was going to give it to you anyway because you do this for all of us to entertain us. But yeah, I'm too free with my money at times. I definitely was somewhere else because I was buying all kinds of shit for him. But I still can't. Okay, no, just forget it. So there's no good streams out there. And the reason I started this stream is like, okay, in case somebody was thinking, okay, we're going to come at 7:30, sort of thing. Oh, wait, which one's this? Piss on Studio. This is really irritating me. God, let it go. Let it go, little guy. Nope, it's still okay. I don't know when and if it'll ever disappear. Right. And he's told me I could use it too, but it just, I don't know. Either that or maybe I'll, say next time and I really hate to see how much it goes up the next time if it does. If it does, I probably never use Restream again for sure because $400 and some odd is ridiculous, to be honest. But, I may say, hey, if you want, I'll pay half, you pay half, and, whoever you want to use it, have at it. I don't care, but so then I can still use Restream for about the same price that I could have used, or not Restream. I could use StreamYard for about the same price. And I mean, I don't know how much he streams, and I don't stream that much. I mean, on 2 days in a row, but I was just trying to figure out that stupid thing. Stupido. Let me see. This is dumb. And now I'm trying to get all wound up and stuff. I had to go leave. Oh, actually, because I was going to do a big reveal. Okay. Are you still here, Maud? Are you here? Are you here? I'm a share. What? I used to. Now I have bought my own. Okay. I'm a share the stream. I was going to show you something that I did. But anyway, I was getting ready to go somewhere to get my blood work that I needed for my doctor's appointment. And I just happened to look over. I knew my mom was working outside, and she was literally passed out on this bench. And I've got pictures of it. And I didn't think it at first, but then I honestly swear to goodness, not exaggerating, thought my mom was dead. Because after I took the pictures, it's like, wait a second, that usually would have woke her up. And I said, hey, Mom. She didn't move. So I'm getting really worried. And then the second time was a little bit louder. She still didn't move. And finally, literally, I screamed the third time. And she started moving just a little bit. So I knew she was alive. And then I think I automatically knew what it was going to be, was low blood sugar. And she doesn't carry her phone like a butthole. And so I went inside to call my ex-sister-in-law. And she was trying to call me at the same time. So that's kind of weird because she finally called me and she said, I just tried to call you. I said, I was just trying to call you. She said, your mom is at, urgent low level. I said, yeah, I'm right here. She's passed out I said, I don't know whether I want to call the ambulance because she'll freak out if she wakes up. Plus, our county hospital sucks. We go to the next county over, which, I mean, as far as driving, it's only about 10 more minutes. And I know sometimes 10 minutes could be the difference between life and death, but generally, but like our voluntary fire department won't take anybody outside the county unless it's through the hospital. So, every time she has to go to the hospital and the ambulance is called, she refuses to get in there, about gives herself a heart attack. But yeah, I ended up, she was like just below 40. I don't know if anybody knows anything about blood sugars. Yeah, no, I ain't gunning for nothing. So I was like late for my appointment. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, so when I got ready to come home, I figured I'm going to finally do this. We only accept trolls here, Bond. Normal people, nah, screw them. Okay, here it is. And it's not looking that good because it's probably fluffy and stuffy. But guess what I did today? Oh, it's even sticking up a little bit. Damn it. I almost look human. I had him clean my beard up, and she forgot to do both sides because I was just excited that my head was like 10 pounds lighter. So I look like a friggin' idiot now with short hair. So, but I mean, I feel better, a lot better. I won't wake up near as bad as Medusa. I wish I would have done the top a little bit shorter, which isn't on her. I told her it was fine. But anyway, so now I look like a human being again. So hopefully I can get motivated to live life, sort of thing. Okay, I got to remember trying to. Okay, I don't know if BMM is back or not. I'm doing wonderful, buddy. For the most part now. Once I knew my mom wasn't dead, and I'm not trying to laugh about it, but I'm still pretty shook over that one. And that was at like 4:30. So yeah, I'm finally calming down. Oh, hey, ho. I hate Restream too. Thank you. Okay. Faithful and the Bunch paid for GG. Oh yeah, we read that one already. Yeah, he probably hates you for that. Introducing GG to Restream. I was really not even wanting to try the free version, to be honest, with all the trouble that some people have. It seems like when they get on phone and getting disconnected. But for the price, they need to get off their phones, I guess. I'm gonna share the yes or 2 streams. No. I'm just trying to find something I like that's not expensive and still stream once in a great while. Because last night, I mean, I needed last night, honestly. If it wasn't for that last night, today probably would have been a lot worse, with my mom sort of thing. But I just needed to. Oh, by the way, it's not tobacco. I chew fake chew every once in a while when I'm upset. I don't know if you can see that. Oh wait, but it's where I can't tell. But it's no tobacco, no nicotine. But every once in a while, I got to do this. I guess I should turn my camera off when I spit. Okay. Yeah. No, because you'll just run me off and stalk me later anyway. Because I don't want to get into this feeling like I have to stream every day or something here. I already seen. Hey, Bond. I told you the rules here. Just trolls only. Spooky should come on and let us stuff someone. No, I forgot. I need to read this worser. Spooky Bale should come and let us stuff some. That one sign is something. Uno's in his G-stringio, and I just kind of threw up in my mouth. Ew. How long did Sammy tie me out for Bond? Okay, I don't know. Who's Sammy? Better send me that hair for a wig. Oh my, there was like a buttload of it on the floor. I felt kind of bad for her. And it was actually kind of funny because the lady said something about, well, there's 2 ladies in there. And one come up and said, I'm not doing, whoever this Eric S is, I'm not doing this guy's hair, da-da-da-da-da. And all I heard is, "Oh, your ex-husband." She said, "That's my ex." And I said, "Well, so either this is going to be good news or bad news for me because, let's see who fights over me." Not to get my hair because I've that long, oofy, And she goes, "I'll tell you what, I'd cut your hair 10 times before I would my ex once because he's like really mean to him, I guess." Hey, Beck, how you doing, Bubba? Oh, I guess I could put the link in. Or did? Oh, I already did. Okay. Is that the? Yeah, it's a StreamYard one. Because I don't use this one, haven't you? Okay. I honestly thought you were, Bubba. Hold on, I fixed that. I just got to remember if I fixed Gigi's last night. I try that. I had to scroll back up on this. I'm trying to think. Okay, Spooky got one. I don't know who else is in here. Okay, did the back. Okay, that's all it is for now. Okay. I hope it's fixed now. I just gave you one. Let me see. And it's hotter than hell here. They have to go check on Mom real quick because when I came home, it's 65 degrees on my ride home. Walk in here and she's got our gas fireplace going, blazing. To when you walk in the house, you can't breathe. It's so hot. Oh, I'm freezing. And it's like, go get a cover, put it on. So I walk over to the thermostat and it's at 79 degrees in this house. I'm glad she pays the bills. So I said, screw this. I'm going to go to my room, open up my window, and not bake. I need to open my window. I didn't. Sammy. He said, Sammy, get over it. I cured that. Spooks. Hey, back. Oh. Yeah, Maud was getting ready to go over there and clean the house. Wait a second. Is this that? Will that make? Oh, it doesn't. No, it makes it bigger, then makes it small again. Damn it. I don't want that. Some reason my friggin' window looks small. That's what she said, but bump. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at, why I'm doing what I don't want to do on camera. Oh, and I thought, well, shit, let me see what it looks like. Oh, yeah, you see all my mess right there? I'm pulling all this stuff out, and every time I try to get to, because I'm trying to organize my closet, get rid of stuff, because, I'm sick of this. I ain't got place for nothing. God, that's even worse. And then you see my totes back there, because I'm trying to make room, but what kills me is I got my gun cabinet there in my bedroom because I have nowhere else to put it, and that sucker is big. Literally, it's at least 3/4 of the length of my bed, and I have that much to walk to get to my bed every day. My life sucks. Fuck my life. Oh wait, we don't cuss on my channel. That's right, I forgot. I used to share. Wait, I lost my spot. How do you do this, Mod? I used to be able to. Wait, there was one. Okay, the accident when I got it. Oh wait. Well, one of you guys needs to get up there. I got all these ones now. Roy, Bex. Gigi doesn't hate me. It was okay back in the day. Yeah, at least now for a while. Hopefully that Gigi won't keep asking me if I'm mad at you. And I wanted to so bad say, did Mod ask you to say that, or ask, or are you for your own benefit? Because he kept asking and asking. I kept telling him, give him the same answer. I said, it works. It'll work itself out. It's only been a day or two, and she's making it sound like it's been a year. Oh, I just did that. Oh well, screw it. Let us see. My emotions are like balls, very sensitive. Yeah, duh. I'm just trying to read them without highlighting. I forgot, so I came in and then went, oh shit. I hope he doesn't freak out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where are you going back to get the actually, once I wash it, my hair for some reason, and what's weird is everybody who, like, if I come out of the shower, my hair looks like I'm bald almost. Not bald, but really thin hair. But it's like I've got real thick hair, so it poofs up really, really bad. So I have to actually wash it to get it go back in place, and actually probably retrain it because I haven't had a haircut for over a year, and I didn't feather it. I didn't any of that crap. I even asked the girl. I said, you have any suggestions of making it look like something an old guy would wear? And I said, and it can't be short. And she goes, no, I don't have any idea. Then it's like, wow. I'm thinking, and she was nice, but it's like, you're a stylist, and yeah, that's what you're gonna say. You said hello to him, and he was very nice, and he didn't seem upset at all. All honestly get me emotionally. Oh, it honestly gets me emotional. I instantly text him. This is like, as the stomach churns. Another saga of gas, indigestion, and YouTube. Beck and Blue. I've gotten in so many arguments on YouTube that I just forgot about it and move on. Not everyone is okay with that, though. Yeah. I try to walk away, and you can't even do that for a day or two. Stalkers. Okay, I'm gonna be. I can't read it over there, and so I don't understand why it looks so small over here. Oh wait, maybe. Oh, it's because I'm on YouTube or StreamYard. Duh, I keep forgetting that. I don't look at YouTube when I do this. It's all StreamYard. It's a smaller window. Duh, I'll get used to it. Okay, I'm going to be goo from now on. You're always goo. Ooey gooey. I'm not Shay. I'm a good Christian girl. Yeah. Oh, wait, now? You've repented of your ways within the last, 6 hours? I couldn't run a show. Couldn't run a show with me in chat. Oh, it's easy. It's easy to ignore you if one really wants to. No, Gigi would tell you if I asked. I really didn't. He just wants to get. Oh, no, I understand that. No, I wasn't even saying that even kind of seriously, but it was just like, oh my God, over and over and over again. Little guy, I still like him. Oh, Gigi's in back. Oh, sorry, Gigi.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, I was
Sorry
talking
about that.
about you, not at you.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I was wonderful until I started to do a restream test run just to see how I like it. I couldn't even get it started. I scheduled it. As a matter of fact, I don't think I can even unschedule the one. I deleted it off of Restream, but it's still on YouTube. And I know there's probably an easy fix, and I'm just not seeing it, but I'm so frustrated, well, for other reasons, to be honest. So how you doing on your day
Okay,
off?
how are you? Doing great.
Yeah. Yeah, I may actually try to get a hold of you maybe tomorrow sometime to see if you can screen share and walk me through how to set Restream up, if you don't mind, or any day. It
Yeah,
doesn't have to be tomorrow, honestly.
I don't mind. I'll always be there to help you, buddies.
Yep, that's why you're the last person I usually talk to at night.
Oh.
Everyone's going to say, oh no, there's pillow talk going on. Let me see. All I see is Fugly one. Yeah, I'm the Fugly one, and Gigi's the cute one. Let me see. Here we go. Run now before you start chasing 17-year-old boys. I don't even want to know, because I think I know which boy you're talking about. Gigi! Oh, let me see. There you go. Gigi!
Oh, how you been today?
Pretty good, really. I think I left Mod's stream just in time, though, because I had stuff to do and went to do some of it, and then decided I was going to go get my. So I got a doctor's appointment like 9:45 in the morning. Got another one Thursday, and I think in the afternoon, sort of thing. But I got to. What sucks is I got to make sure I make tomorrow's for sure. I was scheduled. It's my liver doctor, and it has to be closely monitored being on a chemo pill. And this is what kind of pisses me off, about this whole deal. But I ended up getting the flu last year, and it's contagious. So, I called them. They said, no, don't worry about it. When you feel better, call back. We'll reschedule this. And this was in last February. Okay, this is last February. I haven't seen my doctor, already for a year last February. Now here it is, the beginning of February. So really 2 years of not seeing your liver doctor on a chemo pill. And I am like, which is adding to, not stress necessarily, but like at least and it might be in other communities too, whether it's leukemia or, some other disease that they have to do tests, for sort of thing, or scans. But, at least in our community of, the cancer, we get what's called, or some of us get, and I know I'm jumping around, but I very rarely get it. But some, and I've got it this time, but we call it scanxiety, instead of just anxiety, because you have so much, anxiety over the results of your scan, because at any minute, especially people that have the bloodborne version of cancer, it can turn on you in a heartbeat, and that's why I say I'm a lot luckier than most people, even though what I've got is the most destructive tumor. As long as you maintain, the preventive maintenance and the observation, generally, they can get a handle on it. And that's what kind of screwed me, because what I've got so rare that the doctors that I had, and I loved him to death, I can't blame him, but, very few doctors have ever heard of desmoid tumors, nevertheless treated it. And it took me literally 12 years to get my doctor who, retired at IU University. But when they took out the original football sized tumor, then which was like in February or Marchish, I can't remember when, they wanted me to heal. So then in October, I did my radiation treatment and was left unmonitored from October. Well, it was actually the beginning of November when I had my last radiation treatment. But I went from, November of 2006 to January of 2009. And they ended up diagnosing me with acute, what is it called? Acute pancreatitis, which I already knew that because that's how they found the tumor to begin with. But I was just getting sick and sick and sick. And then they found out that it wasn't, the acute pancreatitis, but something else. So my family doctor sent me back to, I had already talked to my radiation doctor that I had 2.5 years before. But yeah, I went in there to get a scan, found out the doctor, that did my radiation had retired. So Dr. Ye, which he worked, side by side with him, so I was comfortable and familiar with him. He said, well, let's just go ahead and do a CAT scan and see, start from there. And he didn't want me to leave. He said, I want you to sit in my office, because somehow, maybe somebody who's more scientific-ish than me, but basically the way I understood it, and I'm probably not far off, but like if you get a CAT scan, I think it's like every 15 minutes, the slides double. So whatever they start with, like say they do your CAT scan and they've got 32 slices, just like you're cutting a piece of meat or something. Well, then they get even smaller. So every 15 minutes, you have more and more and more and get better and better images. And it was like 30 minutes because he said this might be, this might take a while. So he had a patient, he came back, he checked it and looked at me. I start not bawling, but tears, because I knew what it was. My tumor was back, and I said, it's back, ain't it? And he said, yeah. He said, we need to go back in there. And I said, Dr. Ye, to be honest, screw that. I'm not going, because I had a lot of complications. When they took out the football size one, they ended up taking part of my small bowel and most of my colon. But I was in the hospital 30 of 45 days. Didn't eat I couldn't eat anything because I had what they called, basically, lack of the scientific term, short gut syndrome. And my body wouldn't, digest everything. So every day, like at 1 o'clock, boom, I'd purge whatever it was. Well, they cut me off, until I could try to figure this out. And like 2 days before I was to leave out of there, they already told me they were going to have nurses from Crawfordsville, my area, come in and show me how to set up the TPN, which, if I remember, it's like a total perivenal nutrition. So I was going to get fed through my veins, and and that's not a long-term solution. Pretty much you'll die from that eventually. And like 2 days before I was to be released, my girlfriend at that time was in there. She was in there, and she had an orange juice. And for some reason, for the first time in 45, and I also lost 65 pounds in this, and it was awful. I had no strength, nothing. It was awful.
I'm glad you're all right.
Yeah, I'm all right. But once we got over that, yeah. But anyway, so when Dr. Ye told me, I said, screw that. He's like, I'll tell you what, I'll call you tomorrow, the next day, and we'll talk this out. I said, fair enough, because I was emotional, like most women are. And I was fine. I walked out of the building. I was fine, because I was happy with my decision. I'm not going to get, any more surgery. I'm not doing any of this other shit. If it kills me, it does, literally, because I'm not afraid of death, and I'm not a badass about it. But life's a lot harder, in my opinion, sort of thing. But I got like, I don't know if anybody knows Indianapolis, but from downtown Indianapolis, because basically where Indiana University is, to 465 on the west side that you jump on 74. But anyway, it's like a 10, 15-minute drive. Feeling great, cranking on the music, and all of a sudden my phone rings, and I look at my radio, and it says "Mom." It's like, no, I don't. I almost didn't answer it, so I answered it, and Mom, shooting this shit about something. And all of a sudden she said, so what'd you find out? And I told her, and she said something, and I said, no. I said, Mom, I'm done. I said, I can't go through what I went through the last time. And I really thought my mom was going to yell, scream, bitch, and moan, and she really didn't. But I'm bawling and talking to my mom. My mom's bawling. And yes, I am a yapaholic. I'll stop and catch up to chat here in a second. And it was like 2 months later, I finally said, okay, let's give this another shot. But then I turned around to my mom. I said, why did you not yell at me that day? You called me right after the doctor's appointment. And she said, because I knew you would do it. Because she knows I don't back down from a challenge, sort of thing. So anyway, sorry about that, Gigi.
Oh, it's okay.
So I ended up having my second surgery. They went in to remove a softball-sized tumor, and they couldn't. And I still got it. It's my little beast. Okay, let me see. Holy crap, I feel like Maude now, 50 hours behind. We love Gigi. Okay, back further. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay, Gigi. Let me get rid of that one. I don't know if I'd have even asked that one. Didn't plan on it. Oh, I did not know that one. I ain't writing no letter to nobody. No, he's probably going to show up at her house. If you don't give... Oh. I don't care. Ban him. If you got a wrench. It don't matter anyway. You outrank him. So if I give him a wrench, you're going to still be able to ban him. I thought he did have a wrench. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Oh, BBM just sent me a message and said, can you remove Maude from chat? I'm such a shit stirrer. I'm trying to catch up. Wrench. I love that face. First warning. God, he is so mean. Okay. Asshole too busy yapping. Well, I was telling a story. This is like a spontaneous last minute stream, and I didn't think I was gonna be on that long, except StreamYard gave up on me. How many streams are you in, Gigi? I may catch up to you. 4 or 5. I don't know who's on streaming.
Oh, right now this is only one.
First warning, mod. Okay, I can go now. Goodbye. See you later. Hey, Speedy. I'm over saying it. Listen, okay. How can you know that, asshole? You're only, huh? You've only been life. Right. No, but see, my point about death is that I don't fear it is because once you're dead, it's out of your hands. Now let's go to the theist, atheist, route. You know, as an atheist or even a theist, once you're dead, if there's no God, no harm, no foul. If I die and there happens to be a God and a hell, okay, that's I wouldn't have had it any other way anyway. I don't want to go to heaven. I honestly don't. That would be against my free will. I don't care. Who was it? That Den said, well, you're a Catholic, so you're saved. No, not really. Because my position is still, if I in my heart didn't feel it, is it really an authentic baptism then? Because I maintain that I've never been a believer. I tried it, mentally I thought I kind of was, but in reality, no. Okay, here we go. I'm banning everyone if asshole don't read men. Oh God, I wish I'd have seen that. I would have taken my time, run away. I am speaking Japanese. Oh, and if I sit here and don't say anything, then what? Don't make me get Gigi to sing us a 3-hour song, so then you guys will be happy. I'd never. Okay, yep. Good idea. Thanks. We're trying to get one started. Maud's trying to fight everybody. She's swinging. Hey, nerdy, how you doing? Bondage. Look at this, Mr. Bondage. Bondage. James Bondage. Oh my God! It's not like I fucking. Okay, where the. What the hell do you think this is? Like Mod's channel where everybody gets one just because, well, except Frank. Hold on. I'm not paying attention to this. And Gigi forgot to remind me. We'll go with that answer. Oh, wait, remove. Wait a second. No, I tried to do it. Oh, add. I clicked on bondage again. So sorry, nerdy. Okay, there you go. That's why I think that's everybody now. I can't even. I'm just waiting for Timmy to come in so I can give him a wrench too. I want to make him like my sidekick on, Restream or whatever I'm on. So I'll be his co-host on my channel. Oh, why isn't nerd? Okay, we did that one. Hello. Ooh. Boo this channel because okay. I'll undo it so you can keep on booing. It's all good. Let us see. It's not about wanting to go to heaven. It's escaping the torment of hell. You can't even deal with me in chat. You think you can deal with me in hell? Come on, girl. I have. Oh yeah. Okay. My counter and pushback to that is, Mod, you could even go two full days without stalking me. What are you gonna do? Wait, you can't even deal with me hell. Okay, making sure I read that right. What are you gonna do if I go to heaven and you're in hell? Is that how you plan on getting into heaven? Is to stalk me? I hate to tell you this. Hell doesn't have YouTube. You're not going to be able to do a stream about a stream while streaming in hell. So can you this private message? That's probably Gigi saying, "Let me in, you butthole." Oh, yep, there it was. And I still apologize for that, Gigi.
Oh, that's all right.
My sound is kind of like down a little bit, and I guess there is a ding or a sound every once in a while for if somebody is back here, but I don't hear it most of the time because I'm too busy arguing about KJV stuff. It's of the devil. It's cultish, but you can call.
You don't look 60. You look no older than 50.
Well, do you see what I look like now? I don't know if you've seen it earlier because I turned my camera off. Okay. Yeah.
You don't look 60.
Yeah, and what's worse is if I get, well, I'll get rid of this a little bit, so it makes it even a little worse, I guess, young. But if I got rid of it all, I have such a baby face. I got like chipmunk cheeks. I don't know how
Oh,
those happen. I
more
really
like
don't.
30.
Without have to make Maud like
You look 30.
13. She looks 13. Oh, it's sticking up. I gotta get used to it because I'm so
It's
used to
actually,
doing this with my other hair. You know.
well, you know what? You kind of look like Ted DiBiase,
Yeah,
the
the million
Million
dollar
Dollar
man.
Man.
Yep.
What if you're related to him?
No, he got money. I don't. I'm a broke biatch. Yeah. Oh wait. If Frank shows up, I'm calling. Go ahead. Don't matter because I mean, honestly, I don't mind if Timmy comes in inside chat as long as it kind of maintains. Let's not be stupid. I don't know if I could be on the same stage with them, especially on my own channel. And I'm not trying to be mean. It's just that we just don't get along, and it probably wouldn't take a whole lot, and I wouldn't put up with this shit on here, to be honest. And even if it's not directed at me, he probably wouldn't like it, to be honest. Because I was really so wanting to get on his channel that, oh my God, might have ruined it by saying that. But anyway, Maud will be laughing at us in hell from the comfort of heaven. Exactly, nerdy. And she's gonna be up there all bitching and moaning at Jesus. It's like, why can't you let my cult come up here? They're nice, they're atheist, except that asshole. But I need somebody to make me laugh and tell me I'm stupid when I, get all upset about stupid shit. Yeah, okay, there we go. It's not heaven without you there, nerdy. Or spooky. Who said that? No, nerdy said that. God, I can't keep track. Whoop, I missed one. Nerdy already has a little fuse and 12 nipples. But that's normal. I heard that, seen him type that today. Everyone talking about his wife. The usual 12 nipples. Well, I'd be in heaven if human women were probably born with 12, because 2 to me ain't enough. Sorry. Hell gang. Hashtag. Although, if Maud goes to heaven, at least she'll be there with Gigi. Oh, and you got to take Timmy. We're not allowing Timmy in hell. We'll give him a pass on his stupidity. Yeah, we're gonna. It's gonna be like dodgeball. We're picking sides. Who will do Achilles AI videos? I can do them. I know how. I can. Well, I can say for AI. I can do AI motorcycle videos without the AI. I could do side by side videos. I got a quad. Uh, Not much of many of you people are into fishing and bass boats. But yeah, I can do all kinds of things and just say that they're AI. We need draft. God, I can imagine if we had a draft and somehow Timmy was the last one and that's the only person I had left to pick. I can hear him. Oh shucks, come on.
Well, I have a question. Have you ever heard of Brett King?
Yeah, I've never seen a show, not even a second of it. But yeah, you guys always talk about all that.
He's a crazy guy, Brett King.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It just and what's weird, what is it that one that I started going to that it's only my second, and I think I'm already popular kind of a little bit there. That Kurosho or Kirishio Yamamoto. I started watching that, and I went in there and I even said something about Maud before, when I was still quote unquote mad at her. About, oh no, so if I come in here and watch this crap, I'm gonna grow a hovid boner too. And I kept waiting for Maud like be in there stalking or something and say, see, I knew it, you're gonna be a hovid boner. Oh, say,
We like you have a Achilles video game where he plays Achilles driving on a motorcycle.
only if I can shoot at them or run them over with monster trucks.
Yeah.
Other than that, no. Maybe there's a limbo sides can chill in. Purgatory. Maybe purgatory is real just for that reason. Hey guys, it's Saturday. Jesus said that we can take the week off and do our weekly Bible Bowl against the atheists, who are now 99-0 versus the theist team. Anyway, you guys need to pray I get the paint in time. Yeah. Okay, I hope you get it. I ain't praying for you to get it because my thoughts are probably more powerful. I'm picking a fight, yes. We can tag in and out, maybe. You're such a pervert. Pervert. No. Just start our own denomination. You already have, Mod. You've got your own denomination. Oh, wait, here we go. I will say a prayer for our Lord. And I've never figured out how to spell this because I always want to go to Azho. So is it or as? Azathoth? Now? Whatever. Now I sound like Mod. Great. I got a second grade education. Mother Hoopers. That sounds like me. I'm in the stream arguing about baseball right now. I have done that with football and baseball before. Yeah, in member streams before. Yeah, it was funny. I mean, it wasn't even a bad argument. You're talking about really arguing, but anybody who's a Boston Red Sox fan, yeah, stay out of my face. I'm not that hardcore, but yeah, as soon as they start making fun of my Yankees, all I got to do is say 27 rings. 27 rings and no Soto. Yes, I'm a little bit upset about that one, but we'll see what we do this year. And at least they made it to the World Series and blew it. Judge.
Oh, that's fine. But
okay, wait. Please don't what? Please don't something. Doesn't it suck though? For everybody that really streams and kind of does the comments, you've talked so long, especially Yapaz's here, that I don't know what the hell she's talking about or who she's talking to because I've even just went through all this. But anyway, please don't, whatever it is. LOL Bond. Remember MM, the only car that you can chat in is this stream car. Remember, don't stream and drive. That was our public service announcement from Salty Cracker number 5. I always want to start singing it like it's like Mumble number 5. But I'm not that talented, so I'm not going to do the word of jizz. And he just said, oh my gosh, we must think alike. That was my public announcement. I don't know. I don't like. Okay. If there's any ortho dudes here, sorry. This is just my opinion. But remember, I'm the atheist anyway. I am not sure I could be a Catholic or an Orthodox. To me, there is too much, I don't know, mechanics to it. The last time I went to a Catholic church is when my aunt died like 10 years ago. I can't believe it's been that long since she's been gone. And she was Catholic. And I forgot about the up, down, kneel, sit, stand, oh my gosh. And then I started to go in the pew and somebody's looking at me. You got to kneel before you get in there. So I'm not Catholic. So I got in there and I kept getting looked from this old lady across the row and I kept looking at her. And she says, "You're not Catholic, are you?" I said, "No, and you really don't want to know what I am." "Oh, what are you?" I said, "I'm an atheist." So she starts laughing, and it's like, "Oh my God, she's going to go off on me." And she goes, "Yeah, my son's atheist too. I can respect that." She said though, "But my son will not step foot inside a church." And I said, "I normally don't, not because I fear it, or well, I do fear kind of like catching fire if I accidentally touch the holy water, or if the Catholic priest is walking down there when they do their Dominus Ominous with the liquid on Ash, Wednesdays and all that stuff, and then I'll start catching fire, sort of thing." But I said, "Yeah, I'm not that anti-church, that it scares me, but yeah," I said, "That's my aunt that passed away." And she's like, "Oh, Seal's your aunt?" I said, "Yeah." And started telling me how wonderful she was, and I said, "Yeah, she's wonderful, but dang, she's a battle axe." And she started laughing, and she goes, "Yeah, you did know your aunt, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, her and my mom are twins." And I said, "What's funny is every time they come down or we go up there, which is at least 2-3 times a year, and I said they'd always fight who the oldest was." And I said, "Forever, I swore my mom was older than my aunt. Come to find out, my aunt lied to me for years. I think she needed to repent for that." Oh well, all women, a lot of women lie like that, or not even lie. White Fibbages is.
Uh,
Oh, here we
I come
go.
on here to say hi to you and see how you doing, buddy.
Ah, appreciate it. I really do.
Yeah, I'll have a show tomorrow at Vermont.
I don't know. Maybe I can piss her off enough she won't do one, and you can just go ahead and do one for like 8 hours. No, I'm kidding.
Uh,
Yeah, I
Thank you.
actually I did a 7 hour. What is it? A 7 hour and 6 minute stream yesterday, and I didn't want to even go that long. And the last 15 minutes was because, and I forgot who it was now. Oh my gosh, because I'm still tired from last night. Said, well, if you go to 7, or maybe it was Speedy. Was it Speedy that said that? Gosh, God, I'm getting old and feeble-minded. But it turns out to be a 666. So that's the only reason I did it. So I have a 666 stream.
Uh,
There you go. Nerdy says. There you go.
uh,
6 hours and 66 minutes. Yeah, okay. It was nerdy then maybe, or whoever it was. So it's like, screw it. I can sit here 10 more minutes. So yeah, I got that in the bank. So now I'm thinking, okay, every time I stream that long, and I'd like to be good enough where I could do, oh no, it still wouldn't work because it'd be like 6 hours. There'd be a zero in there because it'd be 6 hours, zero, or 6 hours, 6 minutes, and then 6 seconds. But there's going to be a zero in there. So I don't want that. Yeah, I'm not even going to try. And then to be able to hit that button and time it perfectly to get it to the 6 seconds is another thing that I probably wouldn't do.
well, I need to. I
Go
got the
ahead.
video when the first time Daniel talked to the Popper guys on his show
Yeah.
with Tammy being there, and it was
Tart's
crazy.
wife?
No,
Did you say?
Tammy.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
Tam
Tammy for a
was
second. Okay, I'm with you now.
yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you got pictures
I
of
just
something
want
you
to.
want to play up here or videos, just ask, ask me and I'll share them. I have not a problem doing that. Kind of did that a little
Oh,
bit last
thank
night.
you.
Yeah, I even found I'll play this one because I think it's funny and I'm going to say it again today. And I don't mean to piss off this person's best friend. Oh, I guess, God, I'm such an idiot. I'm just clicking a button and said, okay, share. I guess you got to pick something to share, don't you? And not like the singer. But you're it's get oh God, okay. This is it. I'll figure this out how to stream one day again. But the one I told you I like it's getting hot in here.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I gotta come here. Wait, let me get rid of that. I don't care about right now. That. Okay, that's the one. So now I'll go to share. There it is. GG's. Okay, and I'll double check, make sure I can see it, and I can't pop it up. But yeah, for everybody that wasn't here last night, watch the guy with the tambourine and the blue shirt thingy. I swear, it's Timmy. It's got to be Timmy. Let me go ahead and start this. I like that part. I like what you added to it later too. But there's Speedy.
Hey there. Is there a project you're working on?
I know more than you.
All right.
They say our love is taboo.
Oh, come on! I'm trying to stop this. There you go. Stop sharing.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh, I forgot. I thought I turned. Here we go. There we go. I got two theories on who that last guy is. It's either the Cowardly Lion, especially when he looks right into the camera, or it was Speedy tripping balls on acid in his younger days in a leotard. So I'm
It's a
thinking.
weird thing. Okay.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. Go.
It's a weird thing when you find on reface some weird guy out there saying, do what you want or something. You're in control, whoever that is. Is a
Yeah.
weird guy. I'll put what's we face on him, I guess.
If you stream every day, you'll build subs. But I don't. How many times do I even say hit the like button, sub, and do all that stuff? I mean, not that I don't care, but I kind of really don't care. Sort of thing. For me, this isn't about numbers. It's for for me, it's to be around people, and that's why I kind of I may just go ahead and break. I don't know. I can't see spending $400 some odd though in StreamYard. But anyway, if I can talk myself into it, I probably would then stream more often. But I want to do it kind of like that I've been doing it later, whether it's 5, 6, 7 o'clock. But make sure that and I did. I've contacted Gigi about even you if he knew that you were going to stream or not. But when he says, or I even see him tomorrow at 12:30, okay, I know he does it. But I've keep in contact with him on like his teachings with carp. I don't want to step on that sort of thing. And I was almost going to do that with the orthos and the cathos. And I'm not even mad about it. I really am not even mad about it. So it's not like that. But for me, it's like, what day did I stream? Was it yesterday? Oh yeah, yesterday. I had it set up by 3, 4 o'clock, and then was whoever was streaming finished over there, and then I seen that Daniel had one at 5, and then actually first it was Den had one at 6, and then Daniel had one at and we all had some pretty good numbers, and I there for a while I was kicking all their butts until I ended the stream. I might even have the the PGs beat. Not really, but
wow. You
had like. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. You have like over 1,000 views. Or like 100,000 or something.
100. No, I couldn't do that. No, but I mean, my fear is if I get too many people, you lose that intimacy thing, and then that's how the fights start. That and I really want kind of like a fight free zone. And even last night, I broke most of my rules that I carried over from the trivia, but none of us thought about it. Even me and Maud and her, thank God, because I slept so wonderful last night, knowing that she forgave me.
Oh, that's good.
That is so good. Yes, isn't it? So bless Sister Maud. Oh my God! And then my buddy, he's kind of got me started today with Jamie. Because I tried. I mean, yeah, that's why I had to leave with Jamie, because he's SDA, and there's a lot in common with JWs, and I just have that JW. Tell me your JW, and I'll be right on it. In a nice way generally, but some nonsense about it.
I asked him the question you asked in the comments for you.
Did I have comments or questions
Yeah,
in there?
you asked, does he believe that?
Oh yeah. I was there for the dinosaur one, and that's not even a got you. I was just wondering because I could have put it in there. If you put in there, do SDAs believe Satan created, dinosaurs? They have a pretty good thing that said, well, most, SDAs don't believe that, and it's not a doctrine, which I already knew that. But my buddy, because I mean, he's an SDA, but he'll call me and we'll talk scripture because he wants to get a grasp of it, or at least my feel or take on it. And, which is kind of weird, but I'm just that well versed in, especially SDA theology, because they're the International Bible students who are the fathers of Jehovah's Witnesses. were with Nelson Barber, who was a Millerite or maybe even SD at that time. I don't know if they even had that name, sort of thing. But they were teaching together, and they came up with this 18. I can't remember if it's 1874 or 78. I always forget it because I've been out of this for a minute. But I want to say like 1874 date that Jesus was going to return. And when that failed, they had a falling out, and that's when the International Bible Students were started, and at least Charles Russell doubled down, with the International Bible Students 1914 well, I can't even say failed prophecy because they said, oh no, he did come, but he came back invisibly in 1914. So they changed stuff. So it's just a really weird sort of thing. But I don't want to be disrespectful. I kind of like Jamie at times, even with the porn stash. Oh wait, here we go.
Do you think he's related to Charles Russell?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, Jamie Russell. No, I don't think so. Maybe not. But yeah, that'd be weird if he really was. Yeah, see, my bestie knows me. I don't need no stinking subs. I can't believe Dave had 800 live viewers the other night. He is going to be our one famous friend besides Nerdy. Yeah, I guess not. I smell good, though. I don't believe that. 800, yeah. Yeah, Dave is one that worries about a little, viewers and stuff like that. I just, I can't get into that much, or I would be even worse than I am now, being an asshole. You want to say something, Gigi? Sorry.
Well, that's all right. I just came out here to say hi. I'm tired of going to bed.
Okay.
Just want to say hi and stuff. I hope you have a good and safe night, and see you tomorrow.
You too, buddy. Thumbs up.
Thank you.
Since I don't have a thumb button here.
Have a good, safe night.
Yep. Thanks for popping in, buddy.
You're welcome. Bye.
He sounds tired. I'm glad he took the day off, but yet he's still in streams. But at least he can sit back and do what he wants, do other things. You were right on both accounts. Put them up. I'm going to, intercourse Toto up. Put them up. Oh my God, I think I'm really behind now. I'll catch up. I can do this. If Mod can do it, I can do this. I just checked. It currently has 879 views. I very much doubt he had 800 live current viewers for really real. Oh, let's see. It's cozy and chill. Our streams are funnier, I think. Okay, Bon, I'm taking you're a baseball fan, or what team do you like? I'm afraid to ask because you're going to probably come up with something really stupid. I'm going to have to ban you, or at least take your wrench away, and you just got one. Bond, what? Oh, that's a Sammy thing. I don't even know who. Fight free. I'm out of here. Okay, see you. Bye-bye. I might see you tomorrow streaming. May not. Depends what time I get back from the doctor. Well done, Bond. I hope you made them feel really bad. Are they crying now? Yeah, I skip a lot of stuff too. The highs, buys might join here. Sammy X. Well, oh no, that's the Sammy thingy. I don't know who that is. How long do you normally leave your tea before it goes cold? Oh, Beck's back. IT Beck. I thought he left. Hey, Ollie. Sorry. I'm shooting my I guess what I've now, it's called, when I talk, thanks to Speedy Gonzalez, I speak Japanese. So you've been warned. Oh, now when I see him, then he's gone. Bye, Ollie. Have a nice night. I don't know if you're still here or not. Oh my gosh. This Kanye West. What an idiot. Oh, there's Beck. My daughter told me to look up Kanye West from the Grammys. No, thank you. Cannot stand that guy.
Oh no.
It's the Beck 1, not the Beck 2.
Nope. This is Beck number 1.
Yep.
When I met Beck, he said he has something about he's the number 1 Beck. And I said, no. I've been in this community much longer. And he said, you're right. And he took number 2 gracefully. So,
yeah.
Yep.
He is a gracious gentleman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him for a while. Of course, I haven't streamed for a while. So, and I was really expecting Kyle to pop in. Last time I seen Kyle, I think, was when I streamed in my birthday in October, like the usual gang. So it's kind of fun to see, some of the old people come in, at least the nice ones. Let's see. Sorry, I'm usually a great, whatever. I'm not even going to try to justify that. That's a bad joke.
Oh, now you behave. Kidding.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, I even pronounced it wrong. So I think it's switched. Now, Missing Mod is usually a great spieler, and I'm the one now that can't read.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh, it's.
We knew what you meant, Weed. We knew what you meant.
Me?
Huh?
I'm shooting fake.
Romans, Speedy.
Oh, I thought. Sorry. I thought you're talking about me because of my sound. I'm getting ready to take it out, and it's like, how the hell did he know I have a fake dip in?
Oh, no. It's not the same thing at all.
Yeah. I mean, I can't speak English either way, so what's the difference? I guess.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know why I came up here. I was just like, fuck it, and click the button. So here I am.
Might as well be. That's what I did. I wasn't even going to stream. I mean, I was for a minute because I was trying to get restream going. And I couldn't figure it out. Oh my god, I feel like a bigger retard than I thought I was.
Come on up, Bond.
I hate using that word. Sorry, I got to.
Yeah, you need to find another word.
Right, and I can't, and I don't ever use that word. I don't know. I feel stupid. There we go. Because I'm usually pretty tech savvy. I can't speak English. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
No, suave is something different. And if you're not sure what suave means, you probably are not.
I'm Rico Suave.
Yeah, I bet you are.
I'm butter, baby.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, don't piss on my parade. You see what I mean? Okay, whoa.
Greasy and you raise some people's blood pressure, you're butter?
I'm butter, yeah. Hey, Abe, I haven't seen you for a minute. Good to see you. I was just saying, it's going to be surprising, some of the people that have been popping in here that I haven't seen for a minute.
Kevin.
Let's see if your reading capabilities are up to Mod's level.
Four fair furry fire ants flew far from
the fairy's farm for fear of fireflies. Nailed it.
Yeah, we did pretty good. I mean, I went for a second, but it's not bad.
And it was funny because I was trying to race you, and I figured I'd really bumble it, but I'm proud of myself on that one. I probably couldn't do it twice in a row, but
I wasn't racing you. I was just trying to say it as fast as you.
No, yeah, and I was trying to race you, so that's why I was saying. I said I thought I was going to, spin out and turn one. Oh, water down
shampoo. It's not the same thing, Weed.
Oh, wrong one. We don't care what she says. Ooh, how do you suave? Shampoo day, sometimes. Wait till I start getting into my, my so-called KJV, speaketh. Everythingeth, I sayeth, ends in the if.
Let's talk about something serious for a minute. Don't you hate it when you have more than one W-2 and you're waiting on that one asshole to send out the fucking W-2? Yeah.
I got you beat 3 times over. Try waiting. Well, no, actually, I guess I don't know how many you're waiting for. I've waited for up to 3 before because I had my W-2. Well, not necessarily all W-2.
Hey, so do you know me? I'm waiting for 2 right now, and I already.
Right, no, I figured. I'm surprised you didn't say 18 to be honest, but
I'm waiting on 2, and I got 3 in there already.
Yeah, but I had to wait for 3 documents. One was my W-2. One was for like family medical leave. That's another thing that they send you, and then my LTD, my long-term disability. I've had that like 5 years in a row when I worked.
I'm waiting on a W-2 and my 1099.
Yeah. So yeah, I know what you mean because it's like, man, I'd like to go on vacation or something, or not even vacation because I was on vacation because I'm sick all the time when I worked. That's why I'm on FMLA. I'm on or disability now, and I hate it.
Yeah,
I've
the
come
fucked
close.
up thing is, Nerdy, is we have to have it before we can file, but we really don't need it.
Right,
Because
because they've already got it.
The tax services can import it all over, but
Right.
there's some of the companies don't let you do that. So you have to like punch in the information and then they can import it over.
Yeah.
Instead, they should just let you do it automatically. It's like, like I've been using the same tax service for like, Jesus, since I quit driving truck over the road. So
She just cannot get off.
9 years now, 8 years now. Yeah.
This
So
is my ninja.
like they have all my information. They should be able to just pull it all in, but nope, it doesn't work like that. You got to wait on the fucking W-2s and wait on the damn 1099s and everything else. So, and everybody drags their feet and they do it the last fucking minute where they have to. So now is the last minute.
I know in Indiana, I think you've got to like the end of January, and they're supposed to either be out or maybe it's the 20th of January.
Oh, that's federal. Like federally, they have to be out by I think the 30th or the February. Maybe might be February 15th, but it's something like that. Somewhere in that 2-week range.
Right. Well, usually when I was working, I usually get my state first before the federal.
Yeah, they send you a form with all the information for the year, all the taxes and everything that were taken out.
Yep.
And all you have to do is type in your employer's FEIN, which is federal employer's ID number. You type that in, you type in what the gross amount is in box 1 and the control number in box D. And if you just had those 3 pieces of information, that's it. That's all you need.
Yep.
And if you have those 3 pieces of information off everything, you could just file your taxes, but they want you to have the forms in hand. And if they decide to audit you, then you got to send all the forms in, which makes no sense to me while we're doing this back and forth, but that's how they do it here. So yeah, that's it. Real fun. And then we have till April 15th to get all our shit together.
I still can't believe they don't have just one form that you fill out with both your, state and your federal, because it's the same information. I mean, yeah, you transfer one number over and you're fine.
I mean, they have, it's all the state shit instead of the federal, but yeah, I mean, it's all on the same piece of paperwork.
Yeah.
But stupid. That's why places like TurboTax, which is who I go through, TurboTax, they have it all set up and they just do it all at once for you. And you just pay like $80 or whatever. And it's worth it to me to pay $80 and not have to go talk to people and just get it done.
Yeah, I always did my own taxes, and I haven't had to file my taxes since I went on disability, which has been since like 2016. So this year it's like, I'm going to go file just for the fact that, plus I need to talk to my tax guy to find out what I have to do to get reimbursed. Because see, like I get my disability, a lump check, but they take out $188 for my supplemental. Right. Well, if you don't, make over a certain amount, they're supposed to pay that $188 for you, and you get that back in your disability check. So I didn't realize all this sort of thing since, well, I said like 2016. So for all these years, I could have been getting, like $145 is what it was up to that. From the last time I remembered. And like I said, this year they just bumped it up $40. So I lost all that money every month, $145. So that'd be like $14.50, 90 more. Yeah. So it. I'm not going to try. But yeah, there's a lot of take that times almost 9 years now, 8 years. Whatever it is.
Yeah, Nerdy, our form is massive if you itemize. If you don't itemize, you can do what they call a 1040 EZ. And the 1040 EZ is literally one sheet on the front, and the back has instructions on it in case you're really stupid and can't read the instructions on the front.
Right.
And you can do that. Like you can fill that out. And if you have one W-2 for the year, you can fill it out in 20 minutes and be done with your taxes.
Right.
If you want to itemize, it can take you a couple hours because then you got to, pull out the calculator and shit.
Well, I don't remember because, like I said, I haven't filed mine for a while, or I haven't done mine for a while. But Can you use the easy form if you have like a 1099? Do you remember? No.
No, I don't know. I haven't had a 1099 in fucking like 30 years. I have no idea. So this
Right.
is it's going to be a new thing for me.
Cool. I mean, not cool, but yeah. So I got to
Yeah.
figure out because I've got my whatever it is.
But I just worked like the last month for this company as an independent contractor.
Yeah.
And I didn't make very much. I didn't even make $1,500 off of them. So it won't be much that they take out of me in taxes. So
Right.
I'll get most of my money back, you know. So I'm not too worried about that. I just have to have the information.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I get a W-2 or if there's a different form for. I forgot to even look. I didn't look. I didn't even pay attention. But it looks just like a W-2, but with all my disability, totals. Because it gives you a total of what you gross for the year, and then they give you, like the $144 or $145 times the 12 months, was taken out. It's like $1,700 or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly.
Right.
I'm trying to think what I have. I know what I do. It's right here.
What is it? It's that would be 1450, 1590. That would be 1740.
Yeah, as I said, another 40.
About $1,740 they owe you ish.
Oh wait, maybe this is it here. I can answer that. Okay, social. Oh, that's social. Oh,
but I don't know the
there we
exact
go.
amount.
Oh, I guess this is a 1099. Yeah, because what they've taken out last year. Actually, why did they take out more than that? Or maybe they bumped it up last year and I didn't realize it. But they took out almost $2,096.40 for the year. So if I file my taxes or whatever I have to do to have them reinstate that, because what sucked is when you file for unemployment, when you go in, and I forgot what stages it is, you can only have like $300 in your checking account.
Yeah.
You can have $10,000 the day before you go talk to those people or fill the paper out, but you would have to yank out $9,700. And they know this, but you can only have an X amount of dollars there. There's so many stipulations. So that's when I cashed out on one of my 401ks so I could give my son some money so he could start a business.
Right.
And so I didn't qualify because I kept that in my checking account, sort of thing.
Right.
But then I never thought about it after that because then I was, right back to my normal whatever. And now it goes by what I think it's, what I make and not what's in my bank account. Because, I mean, I was even told the day after or even like after your hearing, you can go straight to the bank, put money in there and, it doesn't matter because it's already, So to me, that's like red tape bullshit that you go through that you shouldn't have to go through.
Thanks, Speedy. I appreciate you giving me the number for 411.
Oh, what's the number for 411?
Information.
No, but what's the number?
Because I said I need the information off my tax forms, and he's like, "Here you go."
Oh, well.
411 for information. No, I don't even know how it works with the 1099. I guess they're gonna send it to me just like they would a W-2.
Yeah.
Fuck if I know.
Well, I would think it should be there any day now.
I hope.
No, 911 is Domino's. Call it and find out. Guarantee you can order pizza through them.
Oh my God.
No, the reason I said that, I've seen videos where some lady's on the phone talking to them. Well, I want, a pepperoni and blah, 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 and the dispatcher's like, this is 911. Do you have an emergency? Well, yeah, I don't have a car and I need a pizza. Literally. So I'm thinking she was drunk, stoned, or whatever. And I'm sure they showed up at her house, to be honest, but it was just like, a funny clip of this girl just going on about it, and what's even funnier is the dispatcher was so calm, cool, and collect. And finally she said, ma'am, because she kept asking for thin crust. And she said, ma'am, we only have deep dish. We sold the rest of them. And sure enough, okay, I'll call Pizza Hut or whatever she says. There's a lot of them out there like that. But
wow.
So it's like, yeah, explain to the officer why you're drunk, stoned, or tripping, calling them for a pizza delivery.
Had to be a blonde white chick.
Yeah, probably from around the Orlando, Florida area.
Right. Sorry, Maud.
And she is a real blonde. I don't want to start another fight with her because she just got done forgiving me.
I'm not going to debate it. Not my business. I don't care if she's real blonde or not. She can do whatever the fuck she wants.
No, you can order heaven in manna, or gosh, manna in heaven, opposed to being
Yeah,
on
but Maud,
earth.
aren't you in Florida?
No, I said the area. I didn't say Orlando. I wasn't going to dox you, is what I'm saying. I know you little are close to where you live, but Orlando is the general area that you live in. Yes or no? If not, I can change it and lie and say she's from Hollywood.
Okay, so if you're in Florida, you're in the Orlando area.
Oh, dunk.
That's
Don't
what
go
I
back.
was saying.
Don't go back to chat. Chat ranks you back.
I'm not worried. I'm a mod in there too.
Oh, Lordy. That's funny.
She don't scare me. I only get scared by women I have sex with.
Yeah, because they're going to knock on every, hopefully they start. I'm trying to think I can't even say that. I don't even want to. So they say, well, he said this, and we definitely know it's not this side of Orlando. So let's try the other three. Anyway.
That's fucked up, Speedy. I'm Italian and I take an offense that you're trying to put peanut butter on goddamn pizza.
Oh.
That's fucked up, bro.
Yes,
I don't
thank
know
God
what
I'm
kind of
going to
pot
hell
you
because
smoke, but we need to share it.
yeah, because we don't do pizza or pineapple on pizza in hell. So yeah, you guys go to heaven for all I care. Ooh, you ruin a good. Oh my gosh, my pizza, the pizza pie.
I don't know either, Mod. No, because he said some dumb woman that was drunk or fucked up, tripping or something, called 911 and trying to order pizza. And I said, I bet you she was a blonde white chick. And he said, yeah, and she was probably from the Orlando area. And he said, like Mod.
I didn't say like Mod. I never mentioned anybody's name.
Well, you said she was from the Orlando area.
Yeah, but I didn't say. Did I say her name? No, because I said it in general.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, we might. Let me go back and look at it. I'm not doubting Beck, but it's like, oh my God, I'm going crazier than I think. Because I thought
You're
what
right,
it was,
Nerdy. That was seconds ago. It was so long ago. See, you did. She said I heard him
okay,
say
then I
my
did.
name.
I guess because I thought in my head once
Say
you
her
said
name. Say her name.
Biatch, say my name. Say my name, Biatch. When nobody is around you. Can't believe
I'm
just
happy
busted
right
out
now. I
in-
have dark chocolate M&Ms.
I think I'm being gaslit. Oh, God, let's see. I was kidding. Hobbit eats peanut. Ooh, yeah, but we all know that. Ooh, oh my gosh, I definitely don't. But he is, I guess.
See, Mod, I found.
Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done. That's all I said. Yeah, you're fine.
So I found a heaven loophole. That's what I call it. So according to some people who are Christians, heaven is whatever you want it to be. So, like, let's say Maud goes to heaven, and the only way it's really going to be heaven for her is if she has all the people she cares about. So otherwise, it's not heaven. So we all have to be there. So we're all gonna end up in heaven anyways. It's gonna be her fault.
So I'm not crazy. Thank you. Yeah, because actually, he didn't say it until after I said something about Florida.
I don't remember how it happened, honestly. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah. Well, I thought you just said some blonde, and I didn't even know you were actually talking about Maud. And I said, yeah, and she's probably from me saying it's Maud without saying it's, Maud. And then you said something about, oh yeah, Maud, or whatever, however you said it. I mean,
well, you said you said something about her being a real blonde, and I said I'm not going there.
Oh yeah,
I don't give a fuck if she's a real blonde or not.
Well, artificial intelligence. We
I'm
should
into
call
brunettes,
ourselves Heaven's
so-
Gate. No.
Maud is totally safe with me because I'm not even into blondes.
Yeah, I prefer brunettes myself, to be honest.
Hell yeah.
And another thing, I can't do fake boobies. No, thank you. I'd rather be single than be with somebody that has fake boobies. And don't ask me why. I just do. And I can't be with a high maintenance woman. I can be with somebody that has to go to the nail salon 100 times a year, but they can't be, oh no, don't touch my nails or touch my hair type of girls. No, thank you. Wrong, Mod.
No,
Only has to
some
believe-
tits are not great. Some tits are amazing. Oh, let me change that. Tits are great in general. Some tits are not okay.
Right.
And some tits are
I just don't like fake ones. Sorry, that's my preference.
No, I like real ones. I'd rather have slightly saggy ones.
Well, see, for me, because God, this is gonna sound weird. I grew up liking boobs, and then running around with black eyes. I love badonkadonks. I really do. But I don't like itty bitty booties, first off. And I don't like, and real firm ones. It's got to have a little jiggle to it.
Yeah,
to
I
me,
can get
I don't
that.
know why. That turns me on. To be honest, it really does. If there's a wiggle in a walk and a wiggle in her talk, makes my world go round, round, round.
Yes, Maud. Tits are like pizza. Even when they're bad, they're good. That's true.
I disagree. Because sometimes those tits are attached to something you don't want to be around. Had many of girls that I've been. Anyway, make me. Oh, sorry, Bond.
Hey, Bond.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay.
Cool.
God will make facsimiles of us heathens. That's an interesting concept.
It's Phantom's idea, I guess. Yeah.
Tits are tits. No.
No, tits are not tits.
Oh,
There's
Dio, how you doing? I'm just catching up here. Thanks. Now you're fired.
That's
Teddy's
just like
brain.
saying every penis.
Fried.
Every
never
penis
get
out there
over
looks the same. It's not
this
true.
Modgate. Titties. I like pizza. No, you're no way. Modgate is just a conspiracy theorist.
Wait, what is Modgate?
I have no clue. This just popped up.
New thing now, Dirty.
Dirty? I think it's because she just said something about. Oh, sorry, the Heaven's Gate. So I think somebody, or whether it was Dio or somebody else, went from Heaven's Gate to Mod's Gate. And of course, Deviant, with no opinion about anything, especially boobs. Boobies! Which actually, Dio's probably used to walking into a room where everybody's fighting. So she's probably disappointed. And I'm kidding, because usually she's like, yeah, screw this shit. I'm not in this today. I'm gone.
Well, I can say Deviant should watch Ancient Aliens. Because Ancient Aliens is really good information.
That's true, Phantom.
Ancient Aliens. Oh my
God. And that is since BD's so much older than me, he's had a lot more experience and had plenty more women than I've had. So he's the expert. I have told different girls to put these things away before they hurt someone. Why? Why am I insufferable sometimes? You didn't think I could pronounce that word, did you? But you
Nerdy, why'd you give Azo small tits in the chat? Because you heard him say he doesn't like small tits. That's what's up.
Probably. And actually, even I can't believe this. Yeah, like
I know I have
pop up on GG's or Mod's, channels. But go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was saying I'm a boob guy.
I read a comment in the side chat.
Oh,
I did.
Caught my attention.
I read Maud's last comment and said, "Yeah, me too."
Okay, we'll go with that answer. You gotta remember, I have had at least 2.5 wives. There's been plenty in between before, and well, actually, I can't even say that because, but see, I've still got 20 years.
Yeah, I counted those 2.5. But
so I've had 3.5 girls in my life. Okay, I'll live with that. But what sucks is And I almost said, okay, that might be fair, but I forget I got 20 years on mod, even though I haven't had a date or any of that in the last 10 years almost, or getting close to it. I was a whore dog back in the day, and how I did not get the funk, I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
And I
how
wasn't
I'm
a
still
stud
alive
or
right
a
now.
womanizer, but I was.
Yeah, I don't honestly. I can agree with that. I don't know how I don't have any kind of fucking. I should have like some serious shit right now. I really should.
I really should too. I was just very lucky. In college, I was
I'm pretty sure half my face should be melted off by now.
Right. Or it should burn a lot more when you pee or something. But yeah, I got lucky, so I'm not going to bitch and moan. But
At least
what's
the bottom half of my face.
I probably shouldn't.
Right underneath your nose, you mean?
Yeah.
What year is it? 2025?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't be here, but I am.
Yeah, I should have went the way of Freddie Mercury, but thank goodness I didn't.
That's where I was getting at.
Hey, so you ever sat down and like started telling some younger guy how many women you've been through, and they usually don't believe you, but it's funny to watch their face when you start telling them, you know?
Well, see, my problem with, I'm private on a lot of stuff, but not on sex. But to me,
I don't tell
it's like
names
you
or
start throwing
tales.
numbers out there. It's like a competition, and I can, I don't care. Somebody could have 100 more than me. I can't bitch and moan about my sex life that I had. So, if somebody else has had more, more power to them. If that's, what they did, they did. But I've spent, well, like 15 years of, my single, or not my single life, but my adult life being married.
Yeah. Can we look at Nerdy's comment real quick?
Okay, let me read this one.
Once.
Bond, here I was enjoying heavenly thoughts about boobies, and what do? You ruin it. Ruin it.
Okay, to be fair, her picture does have boobies in them.
I suppose.
And it was probably mentioned in Ancient Aliens.
Well, it's funny because I mentioned that before, and I felt like a pervert, and I don't know how many people I've heard say the same thing. It's like, Deviant, put a bra on, please.
No, I told her
I stood and not look at your nippies, and that's what I was going to get into. Even though I like boobs, they don't necessarily have to be ginormous, but you got to remember, nipples are part of the boobies. So depending on what kind of nippies they've got, that's an added bonus for me. So they don't have to be the boobs themselves don't have to be ginormous for me to enjoy them.
I've already told her I zoom in whenever she joins the live stream.
Bond is a solid 9, though.
Yeah, that's the comment I was liking. I got rated by someone from the UK recently.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not even going to do. Yeah, I don't know if my ego can handle a rating game, even though I'm quite honest about being a fugly old guy. So, it doesn't bother me.
He said he put me through all these questions and then gave me a rating.
We're going to start talking about nipples now. Rock hard.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody said nipples. I'm back. What?
Oh, wait. I forgot it. They typed. Yeah, Nerdy says nipples, and everybody has a comment about this, but massive bullet nipples. I do like those, to be honest, or big ones, but I like fluffy ones, like where the areola sticks up and then you get the nip. Oh my God. Anyway, and what's sad is I said that once on a stream before, and BMM sent me pictures of his chest. He's got some nice nips. No, he didn't. I'm kidding. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah, you're not saying no. I'll send you moo pics. Yeah,
if you're on Discord, I'll send you nudes.
Oh, God.
I sent Mod nudes, and she'll laugh about it too.
Yeah, because she'll say, "Yeah, my balls were bigger than yours," or something dumb. Yeah, but even if I was ever into moobs, after seeing Lupin shirtless, that ruined moobs if I ever was into them for life, literally. So, yeah, no movies for me, or nipples. I don't do nipples. Oh, here we go. My last text. Add some whoppers. I would crawl up on them one at a time and lay down and pull the other one over top of me and go to sleep. Oh my God.
I think we're all in Mod's Discord. I'm gonna I might post the nudes in our Discord.
Yeah, I'm not even talking to mods, so yeah, you do what you want.
You're not. Oh,
No, she's an
I'm
asshole.
sorry.
She sat there and said that I was a mod head. I just can't take that kind of language.
Oh
So,
man,
Wow.
are you
Yep.
okay? Are you okay?
Sounds serious.
Are you dealing? Are you processing all of this? Okay.
Yeah, because there was a lot for me to take in that somebody forgave me.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot to.
No, I did not leave your Discord because I was a brat. I left the Discord because all I seen was sea salt garbage and bubble gum garbage. I mean, seriously.
Oh, you left the Discord. You left the Discord.
Yeah, I did. I just
sent you my nudes.
well because see, and literally, I very rarely use Discord anymore, and I was going to try to get deleted again because I just don't enjoy it. You know, there's no purpose. You know, when I first got it, I was part of I'm so mature for an old guy, even 20 years ago, no, probably 15, but I played Ark, the video game Ark, and you have mega tribes, and I was part of a mega tribe, and I was one of the admins there. And of course, they called me Grandpa because I was the oldest one in there, but we used Discord to communicate, especially if we get raided or something, or if we were going to do a raid so everybody got on the same page.
But you don't want to be able to communicate with us in mods Discord?
I see you guys every day. Oh, sorry.
Not necessarily. I mean, not really.
I
can't.
Except for you, Wild Heart, because you're sexist and you're big, and that's my kind of man.
As though I can't DM you if you're not in mods Discord.
Well, you can add me, but then she's going to have to send me an invite, and maybe if I just block everybody. But literally, I told her, I said, I've got half your people blocked in Discord. You know.
Oh, you do?
Well, because there's some. Yeah, we just leave it at that. I mean, and when I say half,
I'm not blocked. Am I blocked? Did you block me?
Can somebody tell me what Bond's saying? Because I've got him blocked. I can't hear what he's
blocked.
You have me blocked. What? A lot of people do.
Wow.
No, and really, when I say half of them, I'm not even close to half, but I did block Timmy Tears, Bubblegums, Sea Salt. That's what I call them. And then a little bird, but I had her blocked before she ever had Discord. I can't remember who it's in that I might have. So I might have 4 people, maybe 5 most, but
yeah, you just don't want to see their comments.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why the only downside about Gigi's, streams is even the people I have blocked on YouTube, which is actually a lot less now than it was before. But still, some of the ones that come in there, he's got that scrolling, side chat enabled on his restream, so you can see what everybody's typing. Because it's
yeah.
And I couldn't stand it because it's like, why would I block somebody if I have to read them? And this ain't nothing against Gigi. I understand why I did it. But then I figured out YouTube has pop-up. I don't know if anybody's ever even know this. You might have learned something today, but it has pop-up chat. So I click pop-up chat and move it to cover Gigi's like incoming comments from his restream. And I'm set. I can still see the panel if I want to, and still type and not have to worry what's being said. Because I've had people send me messages. Oh, Timmy's in there saying this and that, and I can't believe you ain't saying nothing. And I said, well, you can believe it because I got him blocked.
I mean, I get it. I don't have anyone blocked. But, yeah, I understand why people do.
I get triggered enough by at least definitely one person, and really I've gotten to the point now. I'm going to take Sandman's position. I said this last night. And, if I happen to be in there, on a panel and he wants to get right back into something stupid, I'm going to tell him the same thing Sandman does. It's like, I know where you're coming from. You know where I'm coming from. That we have nothing to mention because it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah,
I allow myself to be, pissed off because of somebody else's idiocy.
Yeah, I actually like Sandman. I like how he interacts with certain people.
Right.
It's like he doesn't take it to where there's just this endless conversation back and forth. He's just like, okay, you believe this, I believe this. You're not open-minded to this. I'm not open-minded to that. Yeah. So okay, let's talk about something else.
Right.
And I like that.
Yeah, and I didn't like Sandman, and he knows this. I told him, him and Joseph, I didn't like. And I told Joseph flat out, because we were talking, having a great conversation. And I said, I hate to tell you this, but when I first, up until now, I said, I didn't even like you. And he says, yeah, I understand. A lot of people don't. And just talking with somebody, well, there was something that happened between Sandman and somebody else. I'm not going to, doesn't matter what or whatever it was. So it set me off, and every time he'd come in, I'd call him this name that he called somebody else. And he never responded. Well, one day I was on the panel, he was in there, just me and him, and all of a sudden we were having a great conversation. And in the middle of it, here comes Timmy Tears and totally, starts a dumpster fire. It's like, wait a second, we're having a conversation, you're going to pull this crap on somebody else's channel. Now, I don't, and that's kind of the day I decided to try doing what Sandman does. And I know it drives, Timmy nuts, because if he wants to fight with me, I'm not going to give him the fuel. Plain and simple. So is bragging about being in another Discord. I missed that. Here we go. Phantom. What I hear Asshole saying is that he has too much of us as it is. No, just some of you. You definitely Phantom. But not like people like Sea Salt or Bubblegum. No, they're wonderful, upstanding citizens that, yeah. And it's funny because, like, with Dustin and Bruce, it's like a love-hate relationship until I think Bruce found out that if you're going to use caps and I'm a mod in a, side chat, I warned him once or twice and I timed him out, for 10 seconds. And he came back, timed him out again. Finally, he stopped. And then the next time he came in, he started the cap stuff. And I said, Bruce, please don't use caps. And he said, for you, that's what I was going, I still had Teddy Bear. For you, Teddy Bear, I will. Fine, I can deal with that. And Dustin's thing is, here, like, if Carp's here or Gigi is in their, my chat, they're going to come in, and have to kind of deal with it a little bit. But when you're typing, eat shit, asshole, that insult doesn't bother me. It's the fact everybody's in here, you're saying shit in somebody's chat that doesn't want cussing. And then he started the fecal matter thing. And the first time he did that, I timed him out. And then after that, it's just like, fecal. Okay, I could, that's a compromise I made with him. And I hadn't had a problem with him since. I mean, he still goes off once in a while. Sometimes he hates me as bad as he does gray matter or missing matter or whatever he calls mod. So yeah, he focuses on something and he doesn't get off it until he finds something else to focus on. Wait a second. I'm going to block him to impress everybody else. Who you blocking? Hope it's me. I want to enter Sandman. That doesn't sound very good, Wild. Especially when you're offering your nipples to me. You want to enter Sandman. That's enough. I don't got to worry about, Metallica rocks. But we ain't judging. Everybody else's choice. I don't know if I said hi to BMM or not. Wait a second. I gave him... Oh, he does. He doesn't show up over here. Okay, sorry. Yeah, anymore. I just don't. I'd rather be Japanese and do side chat sometimes. Okay, here we go. Wildheart. You can't get too much of a good thing. Uh-oh. Oh, wrong one. Wildheart. Eat shit. No, in here, I don't mind it to a point. I've already said I'm trying to cut down on my cussing, literally. And over
Wildheart
here.
should join. Wildheart should join.
Wildheart, you should join, especially if you've been drinking. You're fun.
Yeah. Well, I've been drinking a lot.
But eat shit asshole. Yeah.
But Wildheart should join. I was on his channel not long ago, like a minute before I joined yours.
Wildheart should join. Supple.
We were arguing about baseball. That's the channel I was on. We were arguing about baseball.
I entered a gym once. He was livid. Well, you should say, "Hey, here I am, surprise."
Wildheart won't join. He's afraid of me.
He will. It's right there.
Oh, no. Wildheart joined.
Wildheart, do you want me to kick Bond since he just lied about you? We don't tolerate.
I didn't lie. Wait, what did I lie about?
You said he wouldn't join, and he joined.
No, I was just wrong. I didn't lie about it.
We don't use. Yeah. We don't do mistakes. You're never wrong. It's either a lie or the truth. We love.
Well, it's either a lie or
The
I
truth.
was honestly wrong, or it's the truth.
No. Don't make me mute you because you're disagreeing. Because Wildheart told me there's only two choices.
Now, children, don't make me separate you three.
Wildheart already lost one argument with me with baseball. Let's
Oh,
not.
that's you guys.
Wait,
Okay,
you
what was
find-
the debate about?
You left my channel, Bond. You were the one running.
No, I didn't run. We changed topics before I left.
I'm the only one.
You
on this
admitted
screen.
I was right.
Yeah, that's
You're
exactly.
wrong.
And honestly, this goes back to the trivia days. Whatever Speedy said to the trivia question was the correct answer. That was the standing rule. I forgot about that, Speedy.
I'm like every English person.
Where's
I'm
Lucy?
wrong. I'm right even when I'm wrong. It makes it easier.
Wildheart.
Wait, tell me that isn't true.
Right or
Well,
wrong, I'm
Why
always
was
right.
Spooky? Why did I have to save Spooky, Wildheart?
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah. Bond laid his life down for Spooky.
I did.
Someone accidentally timed Spooky out in my chat. and he said,
Accidentally, yeah. And I accidentally
Yeah.
divorced with my wife, and I didn't realize that was permanently.
Oops.
"Fix it all out."
It's on a cold, but we
Maybe I
stick
could call her
because
back,
they're
call him
friends.
back, and say, "Hey, I was wrong. Come back, baby girl."
Wildheart, can you
You
admit
don't need that fat fingers, that's all.
that the argument that me and Pixie brought up was solid?
Okay, I want to hear the argument because baseball's, yeah, I'm a sports fan.
Right, my basic argument was they shouldn't call it the World Series because only 2 countries are involved. It just doesn't seem fair to me. Do you know what I mean?
But
that-
the rebuttal was that the talent on every team was worldwide.
Yeah.
So it is
Right,
a world.
that's what I was going to say.
It is a worldwide game.
See, and to me, this would be a compromise sort of thing because you're both right. I mean, really, it's not worldwide, but the best do play it. You know,
See,
'cause for years, other countries didn't even,
Why-
take it serious.
Wildheart would be correct if all the players on the team were born and raised from that city.
I think what happened was Bond
Wait a
agreed to
second.
differ. Bond agreed to differ, and I agreed that he was wrong. I think that's what
No,
happened.
you agree
Actually,
that
now that I
was
think of it,
right.
I don't know. I mean, someone just said, I mean, if you've got a baseball team and it has people from, say, 5, 10, 20 different countries, then it would be a World Series.
Yeah, it's a top talent. The team is made up. of
Right.
top
Okay.
It's
From
50
Charlie, well, you're wrong. I'm going to have to remove you from the panel. We only have people that are right, not liars.
There we go. There we go. Bye, Wildheart.
Yeah, I'm gone then. Yeah.
Yeah, wait till you get him to quarter him and he starts screaming, "Freedom!"
Yeah.
Wildheart, you agree?
Yeah,
Wildheart,
just-
do you at least agree that I have a solid argument for that? For calling
Yeah,
it-
maybe a sound argument. I don't think valid, but maybe sound. I'm
Oh,
not
here we
sure.
go. This is a
Different.
simplification of it by the guy that's always right. That's because all other countries suck hot, and that's actually not true anymore. Some of the Asian countries have some players. Definitely, the Latino countries have Puerto Rico,
Yeah.
Dominican Republic, Mexico. All have some great ball players. That's why I said once I got to thinking about it, they're from all over the world. We've got Koreans, we've got
They're
Japanese.
international players. The best players come
Yeah.
to America to play.
That's true.
And if the club teams applied to play in the MLB, they would get smashed.
Matter of
Yeah.
fact, I mean,
It's because
Otani.
we have football and we have the World Cup in which basically every country in the world, plays a part. It just seems wrong.
World-
Once again,
World
we're
Cup is
backing-
an international thing, right?
America is the world.
MLB, yeah, it's a different.
Yeah.
I think
Americans think,
it just comes to terms.
can I just tell me about a joke? Americans think there are 2 countries, America and not America.
Yes.
Luke, is that true,
Well,
or you're just
well,
making a joke here? Whoops.
you want to get deeper into that? Texans think there's Texas and then America.
Exactly.
Yeah.
America thinks there's America in the world.
Here you've got people who live in the United States, and you have Texans who are the real American heroes.
Yes. If you ask me to look at a map, all I see is Texas and then not Texas.
Yeah, after stealing their states off, was it Mexico? So,
Okay, now Spooky's got me. Okay, here we go. The World Series is baseball, or in baseball, is called that because it was originally referred to as the World's Championship Series, essentially meaning the championship series between the champions of the two American leagues. And over time, the name was shortened to just World Series, even though only American teams participated. The term world is often used hyperbolically to signify a top-level competition, similar to how many boxing champions are called world champions, regardless of their genetic origins.
Yeah, but Spooky, we're brothers. We're both English.
Yeah, and he doesn't know about baseball because he thinks he had me almost convinced that that's what I had to look it up. That was
yeah. You must immediately give up your British passport and move to America. Because
so now I've got to add Spooky to the list of, if they say something, fact check it list.
The fact of the matter is, Wildheart, is that there's no other team that can compete, and the top talent from around the world comes to the United States to play.
Yeah.
So it's a worldwide team. The team that wins is made up from players from around the world.
Yeah. Yeah. So
and the team that they beat is made up around.
It's a World Series in which only one country can win.
Yeah.
No, it's not about country. It's about teams.
I'm only joking. I don't really care.
It's about okay. So it's not about. Oh my goodness. I'm clenching my fist. It's not about
long before there's not very many Americans left, in baseball.
It's not about teams, like where the team is from. It's about who makes up the team.
Right.
So who makes up the team is a combination of worldwide talent, the best players from around the world, and the team that wins.
About American football, it shouldn't be called American football because you really don't use your feet. You punt.
Okay, so you already you admitted you lost on the other baseball thing. So now you go to the football.
You should have to use your feet at least 50% of the time in order to be able.
You use it 100% of the time because you're running.
Yeah, Maud just rage quit and blocked me. Way to go, girl!
What?
No, she didn't. I kidding.
Maud rage quit. So in American football, does the player stand up on his feet? Does he walk and run during the plays?
Football.
No. In football, in American football, Wildheart. In American football, does the person have to stand on their feet 100% of the time?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the ball.
But what I'm saying is, do you use your feet?
No, it should be called walk or run ball then.
No, you use your feet.
Walk or run.
But it shouldn't be called walk ball because you run sometimes.
Actually,
sometimes you sprint.
Ball. Could you throw it?
No. What I'm saying is, Wildheart, you're saying football, American football shouldn't be called football because you don't kick the ball.
Yeah, you don't use your feet to kick the ball.
You sure do.
But you use your feet to run. You use your feet to walk and stand there.
Have you ever heard about kickoffs and field goals? You don't use your ass for it.
That's like 2% of the time.
Okay,
I think.
Why do you not want to call football kickball? Because you kick the ball. Why are you not arguing for that?
No,
you kick the ball more than you.
It's closer than American football.
But you kick the ball more than you're on your, Like, why would you not want to call it kickball?
Mean that any team with a diverse set of players is a World Series? That is
Wildheart should be
right. Where we are a free grace sports chat. So whatever you feel is true.
Wildheart should be arguing.
Wildheart. Anything he says.
Finally, an Englishman that agrees with me. Spot on, nerdy. Yes.
No, so Wildheart should be arguing that football should be called kickball.
No, because you use your feet. That's perfectly valid. You use your feet to kick the ball.
Are you kicking the ball 90% of the time? And
by that logic, American football should be called run, throw ball.
Okay, well, maybe that's so. But should English football be called kickball? Because
we're British and we're always right, even when we're not.
No.
You're not being consistent, Wild Heart.
Soccer should be called floppers. As many flops as I
Yes.
see in soccer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Imagine
See, at least that's a
Soccer
hard
even
even
is
that
sport.
down in basketball.
It's acting.
I've got medication. It's fine. It's fine.
Make sure you take it. I don't want you to hurt yourself.
But on a serious debate, intellectual level, with
And I told him
Wild
not to
Heart,
elaborate.
I know that's what Wild Heart is involved with. He's just the serious topics.
Here we go.
I think Wild Heart should hold the position that football should be called kickball because you're
Foosball.
kicking the ball.
I mean, that's fine. You can be wrong. I won't hold it against you. You can be
He
as wrong,
doesn't want to address it. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to address
you can
it.
be as wrong as you like all night. Yeah.
Keep double downing, Wild. I can respect that.
He Wild already said aluminum once.
Aluminium.
No, you said aluminum once, twice.
Yeah.
Aluminum.
Yeah, that was a joke. I said I will go to my grave never having said the word aluminum. But
And then
by
you said
saying the word aluminum, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Mod's joke. The
Person
other
who-
day she got so
yeah.
mad at me. I had to call the ambulance.
What is this about hot and cold?
This is the next topic.
Yeah, hot versus cold
Or
tea.
cold.
Oh, cold tea. Wild
Cold
Heart.
tea.
You
I don't
want-
do hot tea. Cold tea.
No, this is a slam dunk for me.
Oh, Wild Heart. This is
We
man,
legitimately
let's go.
stole tea from China. Therefore, we can do whatever we want with it.
Oh my goodness. Let's go. Right here.
So what you're saying is that Spooky's coming up with his own false dichotomy because it doesn't have to be hot versus cold because there'd be other choices. Why not both?
lukewarm. Yeah,
Lukewarm tea,
Yeah.
for example.
Lukewarm is considered cold.
stick that in your pipe and smoke.
I consider that hot, so we can debate on that too next.
Lukewarm is not hot.
Okay,
Hot
put it this
makes you
way, if
go.
it's lukewarm, I'm not drinking it until I put the ice in it, which then makes it cold. How's that one for you?
Let's just say lukewarm is like the middle.
That's what I
Lukewarm,
said.
it shouldn't exist. Lukewarm shouldn't exist.
Wild. I understand where you're coming at now with Bond. What did I say earlier?
Yeah, he's just
Hot,
obstinate.
cold, and
Yeah. He just won't accept that I'm right every time, no matter what.
oh yeah. You Brits just need to get out.
So there's a place for hot
In your
coffee
Texans.
or hot tea. I'm sorry, hot tea. There's a place for that. I know. I get that some people like that, but let's be honest. Ice cold sweet tea.
Well,
It's just so.
I got the
refreshing.
mic drop on this one. Phantom's got it anyway. If I'm gonna use it, but here it is. Boom.
Boom.
It has the word warm in it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a bit of a
Mic
giveaway.
drop, boss.
Warm is warm.
50-50. Lukewarm isn't warm. Again, the clues in the title, lukewarm.
The so-called American
Lukewarm.
Everybody's trying to get us back on
Luke-
football. The so-called
Lukewarm
American
is
football
warm.
is actually wrong in both cases. It's a type of World Series rugby, and I love Australian rugby. Oh my gosh! Black
Aussie
shirts.
rules.
I love the black shirts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very violent. Yeah.
I had
especially what is it called? The Hakus or whatever.
Yeah,
the
Haku.
dance.
Aka.
Those are awesome.
Hamada.
You know that-
And look at that.
I had,
tongue off 14 feet.
in college. I had a buddy that he was Polynesian.
Off with the-
And he did the haka. That was that was his tradition. And man, I loved looking at videos of the haka. I love seeing him do it.
Pookie.
Yeah, those tight shorts.
Am I going to have to take Spooky's rents already? Oh my gosh, he's upset me. I agree. It's not hot, but it's warmer than room temperature, so it's warm.
I think Spooky needs his
Well, warm doesn't.
for 5
I mean,
minutes.
room temperature could be warm,
Yeah.
It could be.
It depends on the temperature of the room.
right?
If it's 70 degrees, that's kind of warm to me.
Yeah, it could be below freezing or 100 degrees. Yeah, it would depend on the room.
Phantom, have you ever had Whataburger? Or I'm sorry, not Phantom. Why did I say Phantom?
Perfect.
I heard burger.
Azo, have you ever had Whataburger?
No, I have not. I've had the other two ones. What, the Five Finger or the Five Guys, and then
Five
the
Guys and In-N-Out.
In-N-Out. Yeah, I actually prefer In-N-Out. Oh,
Oh.
they're pretty good. I mean, not that Five Guys is that
Yeah. I just asked because I'm thinking about going to get some right now.
Hey, Bon,
I've got another topic. But when you finish, I've got another topic. Assless chaps, yeah or no? It'll be a quick one. But
okay,
yeah,
wait.
or no.
We have
Depends
one
on
more
the
topic before
situation.
that. Boot wild, yay or nay?
Yeah, I'll be quiet.
And that wasn't me. Bond sent me a message. Sorry, I'm just repeating what I'm being told.
He's a sneaky.
See, Wild is the only one that hasn't gotten the message yet. He hasn't gotten the pictures.
You can have both hot and cold tea simultaneously. Heston Blumenthal has it at the Fat Duck. What's a Fat Duck? I don't know what that is.
It's a restaurant. Yeah, he's an English chef. You know, like Michelin star chef. And
Oh.
Fat
I've
Duck
heard
is a
of that.
restaurant. Fat
Yeah,
Duck.
it's like half hot and half cold.
What
don't
the
know.
hell is
So it's just
Schrodinger's tea?
medium.
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat. Yeah.
What the hell is that shit?
Yeah.
Or do I want to know?
You can't know whether it's alive or dead until you.
Oh, okay.
You can't tell whether it's hot or cold until you pour the
Okay.
water. Yeah.
Wow. See,
I mean,
Spooky
look at-
brought this up because you knew it was going to cause a fight. He's waiting for Aiden to pop in here and really break the shit loose. No,
I mean,
Phantom,
look
you
at-
are wrong. Lukewarm is room temperature, but is room
Yeah, but-
temperature cold?
Look at
Yeah.
look at
Hey,
Ben's
Azo.
picture. Look at
Yeah,
Ben's
Azo.
picture.
Yeah.
It's cold. It's
I
cold
know.
tea.
I know. All three of you are just going here. I'm gonna break in. My headphones are dying, so I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Cheers,
So
mate.
I've just been working on my taxes, listening to you talk anyway. So I'll just listen from the chat.
I need-
Okay.
I need to do that.
All right,
Thanks
guys.
for popping in, though, Ben.
Cheers.
Yeah.
You're always
Nice
welcome.
seeing everybody. Take care.
Can you confirm before you leave? Is that cold tea in your mug?
It's warm.
Hot
It's
coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Always hot coffee. I never drink
Okay.
tea. It's always
I
hot.
That's-
Yeah.
don't drink coffee.
That's acceptable.
It's fighting back.
If you look at the cap on my dude, he's got a coffee cup.
Yeah.
You know, his
Oh,
cap.
yeah, it does. It has a little ring thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
the revolution starts here. tonight.
And his pinky isn't up, so you know it's coffee and not tea.
That's right. That's
Candy
right.
asses.
All
I'll
right,
accept
brother.
that. That's good.
Peace.
Peace. Okay, Nerdy. It's one of the best restaurants in the world. The cold tea, not warm and not hot, I believe is some sort of gel enabling it to stay cold, even though the rest of it is hot.
I did not know.
We know that now.
Did you know that the best iced tea is not even it's just
Cold.
made out of the sun. You put the jar out there in the sun and let it stew in there.
It's one of those. Or
Sun
it's
tea.
one of those. It's one of the few chefs who likes to use science and things to make really bizarre foods, a bit like a Willy Wonka.
Yeah, he's like what's it called? Where you make things really cold, liquid nitrogen.
Oh yeah, I've had ice cream that was made by.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it does really
So Wild
well.
Heart, we can agree that ice cold sweet tea is the better tea option.
No, you can take the hot tea out of my cold dead hands. Right, America.
Yeah, and I
Have you
don't
ever
do
tried-
sweet tea, I do a mixture. I can actually drink unsweetened tea as long as it's cold.
You do
I do it all the
You
time,
do
but once in a
happen to
while,
have-
I put sugar in it.
you do happen to have?
Well, I
What?
can. Matter of fact, I just went to McDonald's for the first time in ever, and that's why I got kind of pissed off. Where we're talking about, Five Guys and In and Out and Whataburgers, and I just got done coming from McDonald's, so screw you people. But yeah, I just had a half and half from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, half and half is good for people. I mean, a lot of people don't like it super sweet.
Yeah, and even like
yeah.
McDonald's does it, it's still. If I was going to get it myself at McDonald's, it'd probably be like 3/4 unsweetened and 1/4 sweetened, like I do when I go to, I don't know if you've got speedy gas stations where you are, but just like the gas stations that have like a little bit of everything in it.
Yeah. Oh man,
And were you saying Whataburger? What's a
yeah,
Whataburger?
what
I'm not-
a burger?
What? Yeah.
What a burger?
Whataburger. I get you. Yeah.
Like it's
I thought you said Whataburger.
it's just like what a burger.
Well,
Not
what-
what a burger.
yeah.
What a burger. Like what?
What a burger!
What
It's
a burger.
amazing. Wild
Yeah,
Heart.
a good burger.
It's so
And
good.
don't ask why they call it Five Guys. You don't know what you have to go through just to get a hamburger there.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get a burger there and fries.
And
It's
I
all
was
the phone
just
serving
bringing chapstick too, because those guys, they're pretty viral. Viral. I'm just worried about your skin.
We used to have a Five Guys here where I'm at, and they didn't pay their rent in their building, and it got shut down.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
all the clowns at McDonald's that I can't stand. You know, the clowns that serve you.
Cat, I'm gonna
The
beat your ass.
Flames.
Oh my God, you're driving me nuts.
Ronald McDonald?
Ronald, what's wrong with Ronald? You got beef, Wild Heart? What's the issue?
What
No,
about Whataburger?
Whataburger is amazing. honey butter chicken biscuit. Oh my gosh.
I actually started. Well, I've only eaten at Popeyes once in the town where I just like 20 miles from me. They had a Popeyes. It was the closest one, to us. But God, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I said, I told my son and his girlfriend at the time that if they wanted to, we could go. There's a around Halloween, and let's go to the haunted trails. I said, I'll buy.
No, I've got
they said, well, if you do that, you picked a place and we'll pay. So I picked, Popeyes because I've heard some good stuff about it. We ate there and I loved it. Can't remember what I ate. We drove by the next day, and it was closed permanently. And it's like, and I'm first thinking, okay, great. There's some sort of like botulism or whatever. It turned out to be that the building they got shut down 3 or 4 times during construction because of building violations, and then they went back in for the final. And I don't know why they let them open up before the final inspection, and they shut them down because something didn't meet code or things didn't. And then they're still closed. As a matter of fact, they're putting a Chipotle's in there now. They tore down the old building and built a totally new one. And the other one was brand new.
I've got an immediate problem with Popeyes. Popeye didn't actually eat the burgers. Wasn't it Mr. Wimpy?
It was Wimpy, and I'll gladly pay you
Popeye
Tuesday for a burger today.
Yeah, he just ate spinach. Popeye
That
didn't.
sounds good as hell. Jalapeno biscuits. Back to oh Lordy. We keep going up and down in numbers. Not that it matters. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, close enough for now. What was it? Any more topics that we missed? I missed? I don't think so. What's the next topic? I'm going to pick a Speedy just had or Spooky. Speedy.
The next topic.
I've got a question about the title. Debils Rejects, Chits and Giggles.
Yes.
Yeah, What is that?
Well, basically, do you ever seen the movie Debils Rejects?
I've not, no.
Okay, it's like a slasher, sort of thing, but it's not even about actually with all the fighting and blood, might as well be like other channels' names. But I just figured because we were always joking around like the Get Along Gang, and we've had all sorts, and I just it's like why not the Debils Rejects, because everybody's always telling the other person they're heretic or this, that, and the other, and this is even before Timmy Tears. And the orthos and the Catholics sort of thing. So I just, and that's why instead of saying double, I put Debils, and I always think of what's his face, the water boy,
Oh yeah,
my mom is the devil.
Yeah,
of the devil.
not the first time. Yeah, I've been caught out by movie references.
And the Chit and Giggles are just that, the stream's just for shit and giggles, because I wasn't even going to stream, but I was trying to get the restream going. It's messaging me, okay, hurry up and get started. It's like, I can't get this damn thing started. So Mod said something. It's like, screw it, I'll just go ahead and start, one on StreamYard. But the only thing that sucks with that is I think I want to get like 20 hours a month on it. So I've got to figure out how to do the other one. Or I just don't see spending $431 for StreamYard for a year. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I've got the premium, but I only pay monthly. But you just have to create a new email account, and you get another 20 hours. You can still use the same YouTube channel.
Yeah, but just if I'm going to do it, I'm going to.
It's a pain, yeah.
But I mean, and I'll find out for sure either in the next few days, because Gigi said, because he's got Restream and he knows all about it, and I'm going to probably screen share with him behind backstage on his or whatever, and he can walk me through it. say, okay, because I've got it all set up. The only thing is, it doesn't show me where I could start the stream. It gives me a countdown for it, but there's no, like on Restream, you have a, like end stream and live stream in the upper right hand corner. And I thought on what the hell on Restream, I know where it is because Gigi showed me it before, but I don't know where the start button and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've never used it to stream. I've been on it like on other people's channel, but I've never done my own.
Right, that's how I've been.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to it real quick, and I'll show you the screen that I'm at. Not that anybody's has to fix it for me. I got to remember, and I've even deleted the one. Wait, let's see if it's still there. Because the other one I was trying to delete. I couldn't even find out. I thought I deleted it, but I deleted it from Restream. But see on here, it still shows that what I started is like Debils Rejects, a Restream test run. It's still scheduled for today at 7:30, and it's like I don't know how to get rid of it, sort of thing. But I got to see if I can get back on it because not in backs. Wait a second.
Does Restream have like capacity limits as well? Like StreamYard does, where you can only set like 50 gigabytes.
No, I don't. Oh, I might have figured this out. Wait, stream directly from your browser. Okay, that's what I did. It's where you can use OBS, Zoom, or vMix, etc. Schedule videos. Okay, I don't want to do the recording. Record without going live. Okay, because I was going to try to just show you or just put it up to where I'm stuck at, and maybe somebody else could just say, "Oh, you dumbass," right there. And now watch it works. I'll be okay. Enter. Oh wait, and just don't look at my avatar if it happens to show up.
I like your avatar.
Oh my gosh, I'm pissed off. Okay, now it's showing everything I need.
Yeah.
All the controls, the go live,
it's just messing with you. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean, so at least tomorrow I may go ahead and stream later tonight or tomorrow night because I believe Mod is streaming at 12:30. Everybody, if anybody needs a link, we can do that. But I think everybody has one. Gigi's gonna stream at about 5 o'clock, even though it's scheduled for 3 because Mod will run over. So I'll probably do, maybe even 8 or 9, but it's not going to be a long one like it was yesterday. I don't need 666 again. The link to, I don't know if you're part of Mod. Oh gosh, let me see. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't have her on my. Oh, there it is. Yeah, because she accused me last night. You probably just deleted my channel. And I didn't. I did delete her as my friend on DC because I was getting rid of DC again.
I just heard Maud's name. What about her? My ears perked up.
Give me 1 sec. I gotta do this before I forget. No, we were talking. What did I even just say? I'm an idiot.
Is Majestic?
That's for Mr. Mod. If it doesn't have it for, and I need to make a banner for these two.
So I have a topic that I want to bring up.
Go ahead. Baseball.
So have any of you noticed how Tim doesn't like to answer questions?
Oh,
and he tries to flip things around and make it seem like nobody wants to answer his questions.
And then claims massive victory later, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, somebody sent me a clip of, and I hadn't even seen the stream. I don't plan to see it. I think she might have said she even took it down. But somebody made a clip of where Timmy Tears was typing in there and said, "Yeah, that's why Asshole's so pissed at me because I blew him away." And it's like, no. And the more and more people that deal with him, they understand because you can't get a word in edgewise. He's always interrupting. He's got to stick his nose. It's like I said, I was talking to Sandman. He comes in there and blows it up. Because of a technicality, whatever it was, I'm sure he's got to challenge everything.
Any question, anytime he's asked something or challenged with something, he basically he tries to deflect, and then he throws back a question, and then normally the streams that he's on, he's friends with the moderator, so he could just cry about it and say kick the person, and he'll throw the question back at whoever it is. And then once the other person's not answering because they already asked the question, he'll say, "Well, just kick them."
Yeah,
Right.
the Darth Dawkins or JG method of debate is yeah.
Yeah,
You just
I mean
get them on.
it's a less belligerent method. Like it's a less belligerent thing that he does. He
MK,
doesn't use the language, but
But it is funny when
he
he
uses
loses it, though. I see people, I can't deal with him that long to piss him off that bad, even though I know I do. Otherwise, he wouldn't respond in some of those ways, and I don't care. I don't do it to piss him off, but it's like, but then that day where I lost the last little respect that I might have had for that, person is, that day that, he was up there starting fights with everybody, and I started that, oh, Gigi. And I even started, I'm going to start typing this in there just like, Steve, can somebody call Steve? Steven, the damn thing. But, Gigi, you need to kick all these people or I'm leaving. And Gigi knows I won't come back. That's manipulation. That's dishonest as it comes.
Yeah, he and that sucks that he does that to Gangster.
Yeah, and that's the Gangster. I'm going to leave. It doesn't matter what Gangster has told me, and I told him no. You do you. I'm not going to put you in the middle like that to make a choice.
Yeah. I would just tell him like, Gangster, I'm going to leave. You don't have to keep me or anything.
Right, and I do. Well, see me and Gangster had the deal that is if he was on, that's why I said I can't get into it 100% because I don't want to get Gigi in trouble because he gets it from PGs. Next he's gonna get it from Timmy Tears. I'm not going to do.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not trying to.
But
I love Gangster Ghost. He's awesome.
Right, but put it this way:
I always like it.
If I was a total asshole, anytime I popped in or was on stage, somebody wouldn't be getting on there. Plain and simple. But I'm not going to do what Timmy thinking he's got more power than he really does because he hasn't been in this community that long. But
I was just going to ask.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask. I'm not sure who he is. I'm quite new to this community as well, and everyone seems to have like 3 different names. So I might have talked to him. But
if you ever see somebody hypothetically that looks like maybe a skinhead, white supremacist,
that one. Yeah.
Be in the movie Deliverance, sitting on the porch playing the banjo type of person.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's the one that you're thinking of.
His YouTube name is like AVBTIM or something like that.
Yeah, I probably know him myself.
Yeah, authorized. I got to remember what the rest of it is. Bible translation. I don't know what the M is. Oh, minutes. Yes, I do. It's the authorized version. Wait, what is it? Translation Bible Ministry. That's what it is.
Right. Yeah.
I know. Once I thought about it, I could remember it, but
he's the person that was trying to bring up the Pascal's wager with you, Walter. And then whenever you tried to explain to him that Pascal's wager is not a dichotomy and there's just not 2 options. He just hand waved away and tried to brush it off like it's either the Christian God or no God.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't like
all the other religions out there, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried to. When we got really into it that day, I mean, I went off and literally I felt so bad for Gangster, not for Timmy necessarily. Even though I apologized, kind of, not to him directly, nor will I ever now because he's just a douchebag. And I know I should just go ahead and tell you how I feel, but I don't think it'd be right to to do it, so I'll hold back. Okay, I'm not holding, but anyway.
Yeah, I did call the guy the other day. What was it? A bigot.
A bigot. He called Christopher Pike a bigot.
Yeah. 3 or 4 times, I think.
Oh yeah, but we got into it. I asked him a question, and it was a simple question. It's like, and this is when I finally realized I couldn't talk to him because I asked him an honest question. I said, have you or have you not ever said that you have reverence for the King James? Not that difficult. Reverence is nothing more than a respect or honor. But he heard me talking with Daniel, and I asked Daniel as an atheist, I said, what is the difference between having reverence for a book and say, reverence for Mary or the saints? And then of course, Timmy, first thing he wants to do is, that's Mary worship. But anyway, when I was talking to him, he's like, I have never said that I would bow down to the KJV. And I said, I never said that. What I said was reverence. It had nothing to do with worship. 2 different words. But all of a sudden he
Like
wouldn't
so.
answer that. And he's like, well, you answer this question for me. It's like, no, Timmy, I asked you first. And then his question was, well, you claim to have, what is it? Or, support trans rights, don't you? Yes or no? I said, Timmy, that's not a yes or no question for me anyway. Yes, I support trans as as human beings. There's some aspects that I'm still figuring out for me. And I even said it. And I don't care if I piss people off. I'm allowed to have, my doubts or thoughts. But, there are some
you can only be
biological women's sports that trans women should not be in, from my research, and nothing for nothing. It's not bigotry, but when I keep looking at all these scientific papers and videos and stuff, the common denominators are the sample sizes aren't very big. Most of the sample sizes they have are under 300. One of the ladies that, a scientist is on there said, we probably won't have enough information for 20 years. And then it's going to take at least 10 more years to go through that data to come up with, so it's like, wait a second. So you want to put, I'll just leave it at that. That's a totally different topic. Sorry. But, that's just, one issue. That's one I have. But, so it's not a yes or no question for me.
Yeah, it's like, I'm generally for trans rights, but I'm still confused about it. I get what you're saying, yeah.
Right, yeah. So I mean, it's not that I, of course, I used the term alphabet community, and I've been called, a bigot and transphobe. Okay, I'm over that. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm literally part of 3 Facebook groups. One of them is Alphabet Community. The other one's Alphabet Crew. The other one are Alphabet People. And then there's another one which I didn't even try to get into, but it was the Black Alphabet Community sort of thing. And there's even a webpage, alphabetcommunity.org. So if I'm a bigot for using that, that means there are thousands, literally, probably tens of thousands or more of people part of the alphabet community that are also bigoted like me. Because I went in there to research just after the big blow up over there. And most of them are laughing, saying that's why we stay away from, the echo chambers over there, because they just want to gatekeep and tell people what to say, what to do, and what to think. And that's not me. Whether I'm right, wrong, or indifferent, somebody brings me information and I say, okay, yeah, I can see that. I'll change, my opinion. Don't have a problem, but don't force feed me it.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second.
Anyone who goes on that website is automatically a bigot, because I would imagine a lot of trans people go on that website. So,
okay, that's Phantom. Yeah. Oh, Wildheart. Wait a second. Wildheart, for the record, I have this name for almost 30 years. Whatever that was.
Yeah.
I heard the reverse wager, or Pascal's wager. Yeah, and I just find that not necessarily the person asking the question, but the question itself is very dishonest.
Yeah.
In the fact that, okay, what do you have to lose? I said, other than, like your dignity, integrity, even if you could lie to God and get him convinced that you are believing it, I'm going to know I'm lying. I couldn't live with that. I mean, honestly, I couldn't.
But it doesn't work with more than one religion. Christians are asking you to believe in Jesus, because if you don't, you might end up in hell. But what about all the other religions?
Right.
If you believe in Jesus and the Muslim God is true, then you'll end up in the Muslim hell. It just doesn't work with more than one religion, which is
right. I mean, you can use Pascal wager with Islam. What do you have to lose to come to Islam? What do you have to lose to go to become a Hindu? On and on and on, sort of thing. So are you supposed to be parts of every single religion just to cover all your asses bases?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Phantom said here, real, because I don't know if this is what he's talking about. The reverse Pascal's wagers. Part one, I guess. If there is a God, he agrees that it is better to eliminate the evils done in his name. Trans teenagers being kicked out, people being forced into restrictive gender roles, atheists being part 2, stoned to death in the Middle East, honor killings, countless wars, then it is for him to be worshipped. Part 2, being God, he can reintroduce himself to humanity later if we forget him once we sorry I'm so slow, Phantom. 3, have learned to treat each other better without the excuse of religious dogma. Part 2, if there is a God and he doesn't agree with the above, and then he is an evil God we shouldn't be worshiping to begin with. I'm starting to follow this. Oh my goodness. If there is a God, then atheism, the right call anyway.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
Noisy. But you see, if I don't become an atheist or become a Christian, I don't get the Jesus toast maker.
Yeah, the funny feeling in the tummy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, what we call
Now,
it.
okay. If you ever had one and you really thought it looked like Jesus, would you eat that piece of toast? That's the question I got.
Yeah.
Because whether the Catholics are right or wrong, you just cannibalism, because that piece of bread turned into Jesus himself. So you got to better go find some wine.
What is an omnipotent God doing putting his image on a piece of toast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not like humans, are programmed to look for patterns anyway. No, I've never, went to the bathroom at work, looked at the floor and said, oh, look, that looks like a unicorn or a panda or, whatever.
Have you seen that picture? Have you seen that picture of a dog? A dog's backside, and it looks like Jesus. Like Jesus.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Have you seen it? It's really funny. Yeah.
Let's see. I'd eat the toast, but I lay if it isn't lukewarm.
Nice.
But I lay.
But then butter.
He's just too logical for us. The God idea has only caused pain, and that's true. Well, actually, no. I can't go along with that 100%, and just for this reason alone, Beck. And it's sad in itself if a person thinks he needs an ancient book or an invisible friend, to be good, and that's the only way that they can at least have some semblance of self-control, then yeah, I'm all for, the God idea, even though it's, not, it's not real, to me anyway. And yeah, I'm gonna have so many people. Now it's gonna be. I'm gonna get a thing from Mod. No, screw you. You're no longer a Trib Saint. I just kicked you out of the cult. Okay.
But I know we're not knowing each other long, but I can immediately tell that you're honest, because when you get asked a question, you actually think about it. Christians just it says it in the Bible. The Bible can't be wrong. You actually think about questions, and sometimes you're not sure. Like I do the same.
A lot of cases I do. It just depends the setting, and I'm not trying to be contrarian, but my example would be to the contrary would be Timmy. I cannot, even Justified. I can't have a conversation just because he's dishonest, and instead of me trying to answer his questions, he expects you to, like I said, to answer his, but then I get so frustrated. Instead of answering or asking questions, I just do the F you, this, that, and the other, and let him win, sort of thing. But now it's kind of like, I'm gonna say what I want. I don't care if he pops in a stream and wants to come up, shoot his mouth off about it. I'm not gonna fuel his fire, because that's gonna be more, I guess irritating for him, because I'm not feeding that fire once again, because he has to be right. He has to save the world. This is all he's got, in my opinion. Okay. Suffering. Oh, only, not lay. Okay, I got you. I saw that one. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm going, of course. It has caused other things too, but it has caused a lot of those things. That clears it up. Yeah, that's what I hate being behind. I think I know what you're saying, sort of thing. But if somebody needs I've already said this. They don't need that book or God. They need empathy and compassion. In my opinion. My opinion is the only that matters. Not really. Because I love other people's opinions. Because sometimes I see shit I don't see. And stay out, Wildheart. Where'd he go? Religion causes division and hate. It does. But, no, because I don't want to go too deep into this stuff, to be honest. Let me see. LOL, Tim was telling me that I need to debate. Excuse me, let me get some of a drink, because I know I can hear my hoarseness. Got 2 drinks here, a watered down Coke and water. And most of the time I only drink water. Okay, here we go. Tim was telling me that I needed to debate him about the Baptist denomination predating, oh my God, the Catholic Church. So it is not part of Protestantism. That is, ugh. Okay, is it me or is that nonsense? Because the Reformation didn't happen until, what was it, like 1517 by, I believe it was Luther, yeah, who the Lutherans are named after. So they're less than, wait, what year is this? Well, about 500 years old or something. You can't draw a straight line from that to the Catholic Church, because in the beginning, Catholic only meant universal. It wasn't even necessarily the, quote, the church we know now. I don't know when the Roman Catholic Church, ended up being, sort of thing. So, even though, because, he lost me. I was listening to him debate yell or try to educate, the orthos and the Catholics about their own religion, and it just doesn't make any sense. Not at all. I'll leave Jamie out of this. He's a nice guy for the most part, but even SDAs haven't been around since until like the mid 1800s. But they think they are the church that's always been there, and there's no proof or evidence for it. It's just presuppositions. All Timmy's got. That's nonsense. I hope that's not me having nonsense, but if I do, correct me, because I like it. Spank me too. Baptists are an outgrowth of the late. Okay, thank you, Phantom. So I'm thinking right anyway. Sort of thing. Thanks for popping on. I mean, if you want to come on later or now, you're still welcome. But sorry about your internet, Wild. Early 32nd, or is that common error? CE? Or are you trying to say BCE? Early 30. Lost me for a second there, Beck. It's all right. Here we go. But Tim is very 100% confident in everything he believes. Oh yeah. And he can't allow you to differ, even to the slightest of what he does. Because I forgot who called him out about that on the stream once. He says, I think it was Jesse. If it wasn't and somebody else, sorry, whoever did it, credit to them. But called it out. It was Jesse, now I think of it, because in chat he typed and Timmy's like, well, blah, 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 come up here. So Jesse went up there and he said, I don't mean to be mean, but every time somebody says something, you have to, no matter how minor or how little it is, have to try to correct it so they have your thinking. And, that's just nonsense. I mean, every one of us in here does not, think the same way, believe the same way, or, probably take a shower as often as each of us. But we all still get along, and we don't have to sit there and say, okay, Bond, you're wrong. It's not the World Series because, blah, 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 blah. It's the World Series because of blah, blah, blah. I don't care. But it's still, good conversation, for that. Let me see. And to me, also, bad faith, what's funny is he accuses people of doing so many things that he does. It's funny. It's 30s or 300s. 30s or you're okay. Sorry, yeah, that was Beck that said Beck too. He's also bad about calling anything you disagree with him. And it doesn't matter what. Yeah, it's an ad hominem like that. I mean, when I call him a motherfucker and all that stuff that I did, those were ad hominems. I agree, and actually they weren't, because he didn't allow me to address the topic, so I wasn't attacking him, and because I couldn't attack the topic, it's because he didn't give me a chance to. So is that really an odd or ad hominem, or is it not? I don't think it is now that I think of it, but I was going to admit that I do ad hominems when I do that. But if you can't answer, then yeah. Let me see. Ad hominems. Oh, wait, here we go. Wait. Or ad old school. Catholic, we did that. Be live V's. The 30s. Okay, I'm missing where the 30s or the 300s or everything else is. And if I were you guys, do not tell Maud that Timmy Tears is her new best friend. Yeah, you're getting an earful. But you know what's really nice about it? there is a volume button or a mute button. No, I'm kidding. I didn't. I listened to her because we're kind of like the final stages of making up. BFF. Best friends forever. BFF. Sorry, Beck, too. I don't think. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. I don't think any Christian church started in the 30s. And I don't either, to be honest, but actually before that. No, it wouldn't. It would have been after the 30s. Wouldn't it? After his death, where he would have, whatever that is, because I'm not good at church history, and I'll admit that first off. But even if it was, first or second century, that's, still how many centuries? Still a lot older than, the Reformation movement. Like I said, that's what, 500 years plus or minus. So just, mathematically, to me, and what's weird is, to me, the argument that there's always been a Baptist church sounds a lot like, that I've heard in the Jehovah's Witnesses. And I think I mentioned this last night, where they think that only 144,000 go to heaven. Everybody else goes to paradise earth. And you have to be anointed, and only the anointed can take communion, blah, 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 sort of thing. And, but they've always been around. So from, whenever, say when Jesus died till today, the 144,000 still have not been filled, because there's like, I think late 90s, before I left, the last one I can remember is like, basically there's like less than 7,000 people left to fill the 144,000. But what's even funnier is, like, there was one year that it was like, say 7,000. The following year, there was like 7,500. So they have, they're definitely not once saved, always saved, but they have something ridiculous that even if you make it to, paradise earth, which is their version of heaven, God is so stupid that they still can fall away. And the 144,000 on earth can fall away. So that's why the numbers change, and that's ridiculous. God doesn't know who's going to remain faithful or not. So that's another stupid thing from the JWs, but it just reminds me of his thinking. There's always been Baptist. Yeah, let's see that. Oh wait, what is that one? Let me look at the link. Oh, wait a second. I got to check this out first, and then I will. I forgot to open this. Okay. What did I just say? That's for Phantom. Sorry. Something about Jay.
Really quick. I got a response back from Tim Scholar.
Matthew K.
Yes. I just looked an hour ago.
Have you read it yet?
No, I just now opened it. I'm going to read it.
Okay, that's fine. But it's awful funny. Didn't he say that this guy was supposed to be here like a day or two ago?
Yeah.
But then instead he shows up with this little posse, like a little whatever.
Yeah. Let me read it real quick, and then I'll kind of give you the info.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. The Catholic Church claims that, or they can trace it back to the Apostle Peter. But I'm not convinced that's not just, and I'm kind of there with you, but I don't care enough to really study it, because that doesn't affect, what they believe, or, the whole concept of the invisible sky daddy sort of thing. Let's see. During Roman occupation of Jerusalem, followed Jesus and Peter, who is considered first pope, right? Because he was the rock that this church was built upon, supposedly.
So this is Tim Scholar. I asked him about his credentials because I was just wanted to be able to cite him for things. I didn't do it in a negative way or anything.
Right? Yeah, I know you said that. That's probably the best approach.
I was real professional. I was just real like I just wanted to know a little bit more about him. But he said in his thing, he's like, I do not have any credentials. He said, I'm just a self-studied guy.
So and nothing against him because I don't know how he is, but King James only. That's not, so it's
But
another Timmy though.
But he's not this scholar that Tim was putting him up.
Exactly. That's the exact word he used over and over again.
He's like any one of us who's just taken the time to study themselves, and he may know a lot. A lot of people here know a lot, right?
Right.
But he hasn't gone through this rigorous curriculum of any sort.
Right.
He's just a dude that self-studied, and now he's on Discord, and that's it.
Right. And that's what I figured, but I'm not going to call him a liar before, it happens. I'll make fun of it and all this other stuff. And, and that's why I said I'd love, for him to show up, because that's, Timmy's like, well, then he can school asshole and, because he can read in Hebrew and Greek, it was just fine. As long as I can talk to the guy, like me and Spike do about it. He's not KJ only version, but he almost is. But once in a while, he'll use a different Bible just for clarity, which there's nothing wrong with that. But he's a literalist, so anything the KJV says has to be true, which makes no sense to me to begin with. Not everything in Revelations is literal. A lot of it is figurative. It's ridiculous. The early church or Christian church was very fragmented with the diverse theologies until they started organizing. I think it was the 2nd century when they started laying out orthodoxy. And if that's true, I mean, that's still earlier than the Reformation, which blows him out of the water of their, apostle succession. But I've read a lot of that with I'm not going to drag my files out, I guess, but that a lot of the IFB, and I think that's what he is, are damn close to it, independent fundamental Baptists with the KJV only. And what is it? He has a secret rapture. There's like 4 or 5 things that are really, centered to IFB and not really many other groups outside. Maybe some fringe groups or, like say, and I'm not even making fun of Maud, but Maud might, start believing some of this because she just heard it and liked it. So, there are others, but, oh wait.
Maud is perfect and she can do no wrong. So.
And what pisses me off about her, she can say and do what she wants, but I can't. We're going to fix this right now.
That's just the way the world works.
Right. Revelations right there. There are 144,000 male Jews in heaven, but the Jehovah's Witnesses say they are basically the spiritual Jews, and that male and virgin aren't, or maybe male is, but the virgin part isn't, because I supposedly, and what's weird is it's like everybody's like falling over these, what they call the anointed part of the 144,000. And he had a family, 4 kids, and it's like, when you read the Bible, that's not Revelations. Meanwhile, the 144,000 are in the same place where the great crowd is, because that's who they say everybody going to Paradise Earth is, the great crowd. But they're standing in the same spot as the 144,000, before the throne, before the, whatever the rest of it is. It's been a while. Look it up. But going to be bad news for there's not going to be room for the Muslims, to tell you the truth, because how do you keep getting 72 virgins, in there? And something else, because I've been on this big old study kick, not study, I hate saying study, just, different things in the Bible. And I come across one of Dan McClellan's, and he's talking about like the KJV and where the Bible talks about, there's many mansions. If this were not true, I wouldn't tell you, or whatever Jesus said about heaven and the mansions. Yeah. They're not even mansions. Basically, it, translated right, it means rooms. Yeah. One big ass, room you get, everybody else gets their own. And, that's not me. And actually I kept finding more and more and more scholars. And I'm not talking about Timmy scholars. Mark Ward, look him up. Like I said, Dan McClellan. I forgot the other scholars. Chris somebody or CJ something. But I read that, and that's kind of cool. And I mean, there are some versions that translate it the same way, but they're all the ones that are using the TR. Well, actually, I'm going to play this. I didn't play this because of Mod, just because.
Well, I'm going to head out. I got to go get something to eat real quick.
You don't eat. That's pagan.
I was going to read to you where he said, I quote, I do not have many if really any official credentials. The things I do have are from self-study. So
Which is fair. I can respect that, but for somebody else to say there's something more than they are.
Yeah, for how Tim was kind of propping him up,
Yeah.
He kind of made it a little bit more than what he actually does. But I'm gonna go get something to eat because I want a hamburger and fries.
You can have fries. I don't
Coke
do fries.
Zero with the fake sugar.
I don't do
no
Coke Zero.
calories.
I do Diet Coke only. I don't do any of that zero stuff. To me, it's still those taste sweet, just like Coke or Pepsi, in my opinion.
Oh, I do the zeros whenever I want a Coke, but I'm gonna go get some of those, and I might get some milk because Miss Ahmad says that makes me bigger.
Ooh.
Well, no, not bigger like that. No, I wasn't going that way. I was just saying.
No, I said we need 6 orders plus you, so make sure you get enough for everybody.
But yeah, no, I can eat a lot. But yeah, I'll join back if I get back in your salon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I go if people are getting bored with it because I may shut it down, but
Yeah. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. Thanks for letting me on.
Oh, no problem. I enjoyed it.
Eat, and I'm gonna stuff my face here in a minute.
And if you choke on it, I'm sorry. Really, it wasn't me praying for it.
No, I don't choke on it ever.
You're a professional eater like me.
I'm a professional eater. Yes. All right. Well, you have a good night. I'll be back if you want.
All right. So now I can focus on Phantom because this is all about Phantom. He does not have a good way of differentiating good sources from the bad sources. He is good at finding sources, exactly, cherry picking, confirmation biased, and something else that I've learned from Dan McClellan. I was talking about Pike about this, and I don't know whether he agrees with it or not, but he said it makes sense once I understood. He understood kind of what I was trying to say. But I sent him a video, from Dan McClellan, and it wasn't offensive because McClellan, even though he's Mormon, to me he's still, well, maybe not a Christian as some of these guys, but at least a theist. But talks about how people keep reading the Bible like it's univocal, from front to cover. And he said it's just not. It's what's going on usually with people, that are, have certain beliefs. They have their, what he calls it, interpretive lenses on, meaning that if they have a certain belief, they have to ignore the verses that go against what they say, and then have to what he calls, not even reinterpret, renegotiate it to fit their terms. And I mean, that's everybody, I'm not saying anybody specifically, but, or, religious group. And once I got to thinking about it, that's really the way I was, when I thought I was, because it's like, oh, I read this, oh yeah, this is what it's got to be, yada, yada, yada. But it just made sense why some people think the way they do. And really, it's all of us, no matter what it is, whether it's religion or, you can read a comic book. If you have a certain belief about it, through your interpretive lenses, you're going to see it and read it the way you want. Just trying to make it a offensive sort of thing. Let me see. Allah just keeps making facsimile vagins. The vajayjays. Oh, wow. Because there ain't a whole lot of those left on Earth. Well, Maud, don't let her lie to you. She is she's using AI when she does her streams. That's not really her. She's actually a half bald redhead. That's about 4'6", and skinny as a toothpick. So yeah, let's keep this to ourselves. But yeah, we'll leave that there. Phantom says, or maybe he recycles them without telling anyone. Uh-oh, there she is. Did I miss the gay bashing? We can start over if you want, Maud. Lovers nuts. And actually today, without Googling this, what is the #1 Bible selling series? Meaning that if it's KJV, it includes like the large prints, the red letters, every version of the KJV or the NSAB, NIV, ESV. I guess I should catch up first. Who's gay bashing? Waterburgers. You also missed Wild Heart. Dang, he went. Yeah, okay. Number one, and that's true. Mostly, well, the King James Bible is the number one stolen Bible, and mainly, believe it or not, well, not believe it or not, Gideon Bibles. Where do you find them? Hotels. If people steal towels, soap, wash rags, robes, pillowcases, whatever it may be, they're definitely going to hit it. They're stealing Trump's Bible. But that's true. But what version is the number one selling series? And I'll give you a clue. NSAB isn't it, and it shocked me. Oh wait. Well, actually, that's not true. Well, no, I'm not going to. Actually, that's semi-true. In Ahmad, just for clarification, this isn't an arguing point. Whatever. I think I just read something yesterday or something that in the UK it's still copyrighted, and maybe some of the Brits in here could confirm that. Which I haven't checked into it, but it was, I can't remember who said it or which video I watched about it, because it wasn't even about the KJV. It was something else, and they were talking about how the KJV is actually still copyrighted in the UK. And if I'm wrong about that, somebody correct me. I could, or mod Google it. Let me see. But anyway, the number. Wait. Right, but okay, there we go. Whoop. NIV is the series, and best selling. KJV was third. KJV is still the king of the individual Bible, and if I remember right, I think it was like the KJV large print because of old people. I think it's what it was. So KJV was number one in the one list, and matter of fact, I didn't even look at my NSAB in there because I'm starting to transition to maybe two different other versions a little bit. The SBL I just bought, and then the new, well, when the new Oxford Bible comes back out, when they get done with the revisions, I'm going to get that one. Maybe even the NET, but I don't know. And what's weird is I don't collect them for studies necessarily. I collect different versions just to have them. It's a habit I got into back when I was doing translation studies, because I've got I've got the Lego version, I've got the duct tape version, I've got the Queen James Bible, I've got the Queer Bible. God, let me look up. I can't remember. The Clear Word Bible, which isn't a Bible at all, and that's like the SDA one. I can't see that far with these glasses. Yeah. I mean, I got even more than, lots of those, but just some weird ones just because. I mean, just like my guns. If it's unique, I kind of get drawn to them and want to, buy it. I didn't need years ago a 22 revolver because I already had two. But this was actually a rarer 9-shot revolver 22. So I bought it. And it was a good price. I got a shotgun that looks like it's out of one of Arnold Schwarzenegger's movies. But I bought it not to shoot it because it's so big and heavy. And it's, put it this way, and because I think to me it's a novelty, because my buddy who's an SDA, his brother had it and wanted to sell it, but he had like 230 shell clips or mags for it, and it makes it just, wow, I just can't imagine trying to pick it up with that. And then I think like 210s and whatever. But it's not practical. I mean, like I said, it's so heavy that, you can't use it for hunting. You can't use it for, like close combat at all. It's just that heavy. And maybe one of these days I'll, pop it out and show you what I'm talking about. But I collect guns, not just, because of what type of gun it is. It's unique and I like it. I get it. Anyway, copy. And besides, what does copyright have to do with that? I'm going to have to look that up, double check that it's still copyrighted in England. Okay. Oh, I'm sure it's a KJV. It's really old, and no other version has this version only movement. And I think it was Beck too that said that it's still the most read, and that it is. It's the last thing I think. I don't know if it was the 24 survey that the Bible Study Translation Institute did, or whatever it's called. But it was like 55% of people at least own them. You know, they you know, you don't know who really uses it or not, and I'm not going to doubt that. But 55%, you know, of the people own a KJV. Doesn't mean they can read it, sort of thing. And once again, I don't, you know, it's not the, you know, the translation itself. It's the onlyism part that I got a problem with, especially when the KJV is, which is actually a better translation than the KJV, is based on the same Texas Rex. I want to play that video, but she's here and I can't. I don't want to make her mad because she just forgave me. I have used so many, and see, and that's one thing I wouldn't do. I joked around about, you know, and I can't remember when it was in somebody else's stream. Well, I know where it was. It's on my other channel that I do with Larry. Because we have so many topics, and then once a week it's kind of like, well, you know, what kind of trouble? Because they love hearing about the stories over here. You know, the short little, you know, sort of things. But I joked about, because we watched the video, or I told him about the video that Gangster does with the guy he calls the Amish crazy guy, and or the crazy Amish man, or whatever it is, where he did the thing where I don't know if it's the NSAB, but I know it was NIV with it, was out there drilling holes in a Bible, you know, and it's like, wow, you talk about a disrespect for God's word, and I'm an atheist, but I made the joke. I said, I'm going to do the same thing, but you know, we've got some big, you know, machines around here that we can put giant holes and stuff. You know, we have like our one tractor has 4 different augers, and a lot of that is for like fence posts. But there's one for little bitty fence posts that would probably work. And you know, there's one person in there. No, you can't do that. It's like, I'm joking around. I said that when I started. But yeah, I could never. You know, besides, Mod, shut your ears just for a second, please. Just shut your ears. Besides, in my mind, I think if you roll joints with the Bible pages, it kind of tastes like shit. Okay, somebody tell Mod it's okay to listen now. And that's true. The KJV, and I'll still say, which I can't deny it, you know, because you know it's fact that the KJV had a tremendous influence on our language. You know, even though the day it was released, it was already outdated, but it's still beautiful. I will still, you know, I mean, if Mom really says, you know, okay, at your cremation, you know, because I'm getting put in a coffee can. If anybody's seen Bucket List, you know what I'm talking about. But she still wants, because my original wants were, if I was going to get buried, that I want Psalms 23. That's the Lord's Prayer, right? Make sure. But Psalms 23 at my funeral, not for me, you know, but to comfort other people, you know, and it's got to be out of the King James Version. I've read other versions, and there's not too many that I could even tolerate just saying it because of the beauty of the KJV. So I'm not anti-KJV. It's just the cult part of it. Again, anyway, that's not true, Mod. There are a number of versions in the public domain. I still don't understand the question. I don't either. But they are all owned by... Okay, so that makes them wrong automatically? What about all the books that people buy about religion? They're copyrighted, so, you know, I'm not even gonna... This is a silly argument. I'm not gonna... But they are all... Oh, I got that. Here we go. Here's this one. Oh, there was a question. KJ or NIV is it, but yeah, and I've already said that. And to clarify once again, the NIV series, not just, you know, an individual, the NIV itself. You know, every kind of version there is of the NIV is the best-selling one, where the KJV is third. I forgot who was number 2, and it wasn't even my NSAB, because it was like 7th or 8th because of the wordiness. A lot of people don't like it for that. But the KJV, and like I said, giant print is the #1 selling Bible in 2024. So it still has its place for some people. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is when I come to YouTube and I find out about, well, I've already knew about KJVism, but it's really rampant here. Asshole, why are you unstuck? I'm not allowed to talk about topics. Okay. How about if I start doing Hovid boner material? Would that be okay? And I'm not mad. I'm just giving you hell. Well, it doesn't matter because it, to me, the topic is, valid, and however this got brought up, I may have brought it up. I doubt it because I don't even care about this topic. But anyway, so I'm weird. I'm stuck on this. It's no worse than some of the stuff other people think and stuck on. But it's awful funny that Timmy could get stuck on shit he don't even know. But your new best friend is all right. I told you not to say that too, didn't I, guys? I say it just to say it to her. If they are in the public domain, they are not copyrighted. That's what that means. Here we go. You can make all the copies you want of the KJV and get not. Okay, I got to search this because I got to be right or wrong. Either way, is the. Okay, making sure. God, I can't even see. My glasses are so dirty. KJV copy. It'd be copyrighted or copywrote. Copyrighted. And do I do? Let's just do the UK first, and then I'll go back to the general one. Oh my goodness! Oh, and I hate to use the AI version. Here we go. This is a. Oh, that's not what. Does the Crown own? Here we go. Maybe that'll answer it. I don't know. Maybe that's why it is. Oh, here we go. And this is Wikipedia. I don't know if anybody bitches or moans about this. I mean, if you want, I could, share this, but it says this is the question is, does the British Crown own the rights to the KJV Bible? Or it just says KJ Bible. There is, in addition, a small class of materials where the Crown claims the right to control reproduction outside of normal copyright laws under the Royal PREROGATA or TIVE. I can't even see it. I mean, literally, prerogative, the royal prerogative. No, the prerogative. Let me try. I'm trying to get through this so then I can clean my glasses. This material includes the KJV, the Book of Common Prayer, state papers, acts of parliament, and the royal crown. And that is what's. If you want, go to Wikipedia. Check. It says Crown copyright. This one is from the KJBhistory.com. I don't know if it's legit. I've never been there. But the title is The KJV Copyright, A Sordid Tale of Intrigue and whatever. Rights in the authorized version of the Bible, the King James Bible in the UK, are vested in the Crown and administrated by the Crown's patentee, Cambridge University Press. So, yeah. So what I read from that is then most of the world is copyright free, except, like I said, which doesn't even matter. I mean, to me, that's not even a point of contention. Whether the copyright, that's a KJV thing that they pull. So, oh crap, huh? Achilles Bible New Translation Version. LOL. That makes up himself. Throws towel in a fire. Belgium. Are you asking if Belgium has copyright? No. Why would they? Because it's commissioned by the King James things. But it's kind of weird. Here it is for what it was made, released in 1611. So what, 400 and some years? It's still, at least has a copyright in UK. That's kind of weird. I wonder if that's the longest running copyright in history, to be honest. I mean, that's a serious question. Let me see. It says you can copy it, but not give it away for free. That's what copyright is if you make a copy of it and you give it away or sell it, you're infringing on that right, because you can make a copy for yourself on most things since you've already bought it, like CDs. But where you get into copyright problems is, when the pirating part is, if you say you got your Backstreet Boy CD, your best friend AJ wants a copy, you say, okay, girlfriend, I'll go ahead and make a copy and give it to you. You just broke a copyright law. Most likely, unless the music for some reason doesn't have a copyright. If that makes sense, Mod. KJV is no, it is not a 5th grade level. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. What level? I feel like Timmy now, challenging everything she says. What level? Oh wait, what? Oh no, wrong button. God, I forgot to clean his damn glasses. What reading level? I'm surprised this doesn't pop up KJV automatically as much as I've been doing this lately. What reading level is the KJV? Wow. No, I'm not calling you out. I'm seriously asking you if you actually have a citation or if that's something that you've heard, because right off the bat, the very first one, and of course, this is the AI overview, and I forgot. Here we go. We'll try this one. What grade level? Well, that's a new K. Hold on. But this is what popped up for what I just, but I haven't fact checked it. As I said, it's the AI thing, but I don't usually use that. Oh wait, there was a thing. Here we go. And this, where's KJV on this one? Oh, that's a KJV up there. That's 7th. Or the New King James Version is written at a 7th grade level. RSV 12th, NRSV 11th, NSAB 11th, 11th grade. And that's why I said that's why people don't like it, because it's, or some don't, because it's the readability. ESV is 10th, HCSB 7th or 8th grade, NIV 7th or 8th, CEB 7th, the CSB 7th, and or the New King James is 7th. I think I said earlier. That's kind of surprising me. I guess I don't have that much experience with the KJ or the New King James Version, so I really don't know. Here's what this is from Christian Book Distributors. Which doesn't, I don't know, like I said, I didn't check or fact check this, but this lists the same thing. The very top one is better yet, and I could post the link in there if somebody wants it. And then really, this for me, this is just shits and giggles. I'm not trying to be right or wrong, but I knew 5th grade wasn't it, because there's only like the Message Bible is a 4th or 5th grade level. So I knew that wasn't quite right. And really, I'm rooting for Mod, and I'm being serious because I need my ass kicked and somebody to straighten me out. Oh, is that already showing on there? Oh, sorry. Didn't realize that. I hope everybody can see that. I can't see side chat at the moment. Oh, wait, it says hide. Maybe I can put... Oh, it won't do it in that link. Oh, wait a second. Let me back out of this. I want to make this a little bit bigger. This is actually interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, Mod. So I know for myself, anyway. Oh, you piece of shite. Will it get any bigger? It won't get any bigger that way. I got to figure that out. Is there a zoom button on? I can't remember. Anyway, KJV 12th grade, RSV 12th grade. The ones that I mentioned earlier. Well, that's like 2 sites had the same thing. What's the GW? Is that good word or God's word or so? I don't know. I have to look up the abbreviations because I don't remember them all. But the Message Bible is a 4th or 5th grade. Whatever the NCV is, it's a 3rd grade. The NIRV 3rd grade, but it's garbage. Oh wait, I gotta close this. Is Mod shooting at me yet? Help her reload, please. Trying to see what else this says. This, keeping in mind that not everyone agrees about the grade level of every translation or the formulation used to calculate them, these grades levels above are offered as a general guideline, and whenever possible are taking from the information from the publishers of various translations or the general accepted grade level or range. So like I said, there it is. I'm not saying it's gospel, but you know, they explain how they came up to this. I'm glad I found that part. Okay. Anyway, oh crap. I gotta make this smaller. That's what she said. Okay, there we go. Where did I stop? Okay, number one, and I agreed with you there. And Beck said the same thing. Why am I stuck on this? Because I love the topic. I told you I love theology, and my translations are my wheelhouse. When you're almost become a JW and you think the NWT is a great translation, and you leave, you want to make sure you use a translation that's accepted and backed by scholars. And like I said, I was raised with the KJV. I just never read it because I didn't like to read some of it other than certain sections, like obviously the Psalms 23 that I always bring up. Can make all that. Okay, you can do that in the States. You cannot do that in UK. There's at least one. I mean, I would think that'd be the only place, but go to UK, make copies, and give them away and see what they say. And really, whether it's copyright or not, I know the argument. It's like, oh, the only reason we have other translations is because you have to have at least a 10% change to get the copyright. And it's a bogus argument. So yeah, if I hope that's not where you were going with this, but you know, I'm sure Timmy Tears has used it a little bit. Oh, let me see. Let me see where she's getting mad yet. Okay. Whoop, I'll cat, get your claws out of me. Any book on the market, I guess, you can't make copies and give them away. They are someone else's property, I assume. Maybe I'm trying to save myself. I don't know. No, you're right. You know, I totally agree with you, except, like I said, that in the UK, it is copyright. And I don't understand that being such an old book. And actually, I mean, I hope you're not taking this as an attack or pushback, Mod, but if you raise questions, and I really don't know I do kind of know the answers, but I'm verifying, but it gives me a reason to look it up other than, you know, hey, would you rather me, you know, promote Satan and talk about or make fun of demons or something else that may, you know, offend you? I don't know. I try to stay away from other ones, but I just enjoy translation talks. That's why, you know, I've talked with Pike twice about them and enjoyed it because I don't get to do it very often. I mean, as an atheist, you really don't go around talking about translations. You don't care about them. I don't want to make Mod mad, but I'll just talk about it. I'll make talk about it for 2 more fucking hours. I don't care. Wait. Oh, I'm going to use Mod's line. If you don't like it, there's the door. Anyway, if you look at Project Gutenberg, that is a repository of many texts that are free to redistribute because they are old enough that they are in public domain. Beautiful mean. Beautiful. I mean, what? The rules of public domain change, but sometimes, just as sometimes, it is based on the publishing date. And sometimes, like I said, just as sometimes, it is based on the day the author dies. Yes. Oh, here we go. No asshole the Lord would make his book free. How many people, we just talked about this, Mod. What's the number one individual selling, meaning exchanging money for a product, you know, out there? The KJV big print. Even the King James Version isn't free. So they give some away. I know churches that give NIVs away left and right. I know some churches that give the Message Bible away, which to me is an atrocity because it's not even, it's not a word for word. It's not even a paraphrase. Just like the SDA. I mean, if anybody look up the Clear Word Bible, it's not a Bible. It's basically a confirmation biased written by, an SDA. And it has, if you read that one, you'd probably go bananas. But yeah, and this is the point I had earlier, the Gideons give them away at, and put them in hotels. That's why it's the number one stolen, what book you said or whatever you said. Yeah, I totally agree. How do you explain the Bible's name in order to tell the gospel story? How do you explain the Bible names? What Bible names? The Bible names in order. Tell them. You're talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Actually, if that's what you're talking about, those Matthew is first, was not written first. Mark is second. Mark was written first and copied, in places word for word in the other three gospels. Decades after the death. So yeah, they're not in order, and we don't even know. And to be honest, we don't even know who wrote these books, except if you think you have to say yes, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and writ that. Once again, the Bible scholars, who mainly are theists, are in massive agreement that we don't know lots of things, like who wrote this, that, or the other. They question whether Moses was real. There's mythicists out there, that think that Jesus wasn't real. Paul, out of the so-called, what I learned years ago was the 13 books attributed to Paul, only 7 are actually thought to have been written by Paul. On and on and on, sort of thing. So yeah, I don't see the point there. Let me see. You are allowed to talk about it. I'm just asking. Oh yeah, you keep on. I mean, this is better than us fighting and you saying I'm an idiot and me calling you, I don't know what I could call you. Phantom already won this one. Won what? I didn't know this was a contest, first off, and second off, what did he win? Let me see. KJ is God's word. I can't debate it, but I'm solid on it. Okay. But playing devil advocate, so's the NSAB, so's the NIV, so is, all the so-called devil modern translations, which come from better manuscripts that was not available. And don't get me wrong, the KJVs, for what they had, did a wonderful job, but it still doesn't change the fact that was the Bishop of the Tinsdale. They copied word for word 85% of it. They used the TR, which had the Latin Vulgate, which makes no sense because it's the Greek translated into the Latin, and then we're going to translate it into English. Yeah, not a good idea, but anyway. And do you realize how many discovered manuscripts we've had after the KJV was, first sent out there? Was it 1949? We got the Dead Sea Scrolls. We found other manuscripts that they didn't have. The TR isn't even a manuscript. It's like, copied from 7 different or other manuscripts, and not even the better ones. Okay, let the Phantom win this more, I guess. That's interesting. The King of England owns the copyright of the King. See, there you go. At least somebody learned something, because I knew, and I just found that out myself, so it's not a big contention. And he doesn't know the topic, Mod. He really doesn't, but keep rooting for him. Because there's nothing I've said that he can refute. I can go straight to which he can't, the majority of scholars, and they will back up what I am saying. Because I read the scholars, I watch the scholars' videos. I didn't have all this back in my day, and maybe this is why I'm more excited about it now, because YouTube, and I never really had a reason to get into the translations again. But when I was doing this, the internet didn't have all that it does now. Like at least like in the late 90s. Oh, that's that. Oh, that's the 12th grade. Damn, I'm way back. No, I guess I'm not. Okay, wait. I don't like spitter spa. Like I said, I just can't do a spitter. I mean, a spitter is better than one that runs, and yeah. Well, who is that? Wait. Okay, who is that? I don't know. I mean, and I'm not being facetious. I mean, give me a link if you got one, and I'll read it. I've never heard of the guy or girl. Not saying he ain't somebody, just I've never come across him. But then once again, one guy says a thing and it's got to be true. No, you don't use the like Timmy said earlier. Timmy doesn't research. He gets he finds the stuff that backs him up, which is called cherry picking, and goes with it. And I just, if we could ever get along, honestly, I would never debate him just because he's very dishonest. And, this is kind of what we talked about earlier, whether you're here or not. But that's because my parents were KJV only. Right. And I was raised on the Phantom. I was raised on the KJV, but that's also the reason I never read it. It's unreadable for, even if it was the 5th grade, level. I didn't do much reading all the way through high school other than, what I needed to for test. We had, book reports. I never read a single, we had to do, what's the one, the Pearl one? The Pearl of Great Price or the Oriental Girl one or whatever. Anyway, whatever it's called. That was one of our books. I never read it. I aced the test and all this because the girl I dated at that time was going to be an English major. And she tutored me. Plus she sat right next to me in class, which didn't help. So I cheated in school. But I didn't cheat very often. I didn't have to because I'm the type that I used to anyway. I could retain information, and no matter how much I studied, if I didn't get it the first time, I never got it. So I never studied for tests and still, was on the dean's list every semester. Not that I'm a genius, but hey, I live in Indiana. All we got is corn. Beck2 says, if a real God wrote the Bible, there would be no arguments over which version was accurate. I agree. And I'd go a step further. Just, my personal belief is, if God could put it in English one time for the masses there, why wouldn't he do it again in modern English? And the whole thing about, the KJV, oh wait, I just lost my train of thought. The KJV, something, whatever it is. I'm starting to get a little bit tired, but sorry. It's because arguments over the accuracy. I don't remember what I was going to say. It was a good point, and I just blew it. Oh, but one of the arguments for KJV only is, among many, is that God preserved his word in English. And no, he didn't. He preserved his word in Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, or Koine Greek. And there's another one that there are some people that think, and I forgot what it is. I don't know if I want to say Sanskrit, but I don't think it's Sanskrit, but something like that out there. So yeah, it was preserved in God, but just in language what we didn't understand. And that's why we have translations, and no one can have 100% accuracy and keep it pure and say the supernatural beings kept the KJV free from errors. Yet we know there's errors in the KJV because of the printing process. So why wouldn't God not only preserve it in the translators, but in printing? Just something to think about. You don't have to agree with it. I mean, you can stay with the KJV like I said, I don't care if you read it. That's my contention of Christianity is true, is it's the Holy Spirit that matters, not the word on the page, the translation. No translation is correct one. Right. And I agree with you. And that's my position. It just seems like I'm a radical anti-KJV, but some people don't listen, to what I've said about it this whole time. Oh, there you go. See, it's something else we agree on, Mod. See, if we talk about this in a friendly way, I can see some of your points, and maybe you'll see other people's. You don't have to see mine because I really don't care, because be gone. I asked the Lord which one. Most KJV only have the same story, so arguing with atheists about it is really annoying. Well, and that's fine. But somebody that doesn't know the facts, or have been versed in it, can be very annoying too. Because there's one point, and I've held back, and I haven't said it because I don't want to make you mad, and it's not really a big point, but it's kind of one of those, I'll say that to you, really insult me. The Bible name, we already did that part. She never said smaller? Yes, she did. Everybody close your ears to Sec Mod, because, she's like my gay lesbian best friend. But yeah, I've got a really small pee-pee, but God has a sense of humor because I got a 12-inch tongue. Enough said. Asshole, you don't believe any of them. What the fuck? Okay, so, and do you believe orthodoxy? Do you believe in other Christian groups? How about a group that's totally anti-KJV? Would you support them? It's the same thing. You don't have to believe in them. like I said, theology is a hobby. I don't remember reading a sign on any Bible version I've ever used, especially the KJV, that says only believers can read this. And what's really funny is I mean, I wouldn't do it just to prove a point, but it would be funny as hell if I become a believer using the translations, plural, that I like, and you said that. So basically, fuck you, asshole. You shouldn't say this because you don't believe it. What if I ended up believing it? Then what would you say? I still wouldn't be KJV only. What would you call it? I don't even know what I'm talking about. I need to catch up. I'm way behind. Hold on. I might skip over this. I have read the KJV, NIV, Book of Mormons. I have two. English translation. I have two of the Quran. All nonsense. Agreed. Twerking and listening. All right. You go, Bonds. I was about to leave again. Okay. Like I said, I will not stalk you. I promise you. See, this is the biggest waste of time. No common ground. We can't argue. Well, you're doing, okay, if that's the case, you're doing the same thing Timmy Tears does. He has to comment on anything just because they have to comment on something. And I'm the same way on some things. So, yeah, there we go. Let's see. Mod leaves when I show up. I don't know that God would make his word free. The best itself says that a workman is worth his wages. Someone has to produce the Bible. They should be paid. And I agree with that. And I don't believe in quote unquote evil. I don't believe in quote unquote demons. I don't believe in quote unquote spirits. It's not a surprise to you. That's what I don't get. I mean, if I were you, which you already have, I'm an atheist. I'm going to be wrong. So, why respond to anything I say about the KJV? Because I'm just going to keep going worse and worse. Okay. Seems calm and sweet, just an innocent topic we all love while trying to sow doubt in a book asshole doesn't believe in anyway. I've already addressed that. I'm not playing that game. Let me see. Beck, you'll never unlearn that. What lottery in hell did I have to win, or did I win to get this prize? Now you have to lie to yourself, and that's really, and I hope you're talking to me too, because it's okay if you are, it's mutual. I don't intentionally lie to myself, unless that's you're talking to Phantom, but I still, I say anything about you. But anyway, Phantom, the Bible is illegal. It's not a legal document. Oh my God. Phantom, the Bible is a legal document. Plus, it's supported by the word of God. It's not produced, someone made to sell. Okay. Wait. I read that wrong or something. I'll be back. Okay, bye-bye. That is why I have no beliefs. To believe is auto-deception. Nara, how you doing? Oh my God. For anybody who does not know Nara, his show was the very first show I ever did my testimony on, and I've still got it linked, I think, in one of my playlists, probably right next to the KJV only garbage shit. You'll never hide from me, salty nuts. Yeah, I've still got 7 days before I can change this back, but the next time you'll see me, I'm probably going to be a salty asshole. I was like asshole teddy bear for a while, and then I did the angry teddy bear, and then it's like on a joke because of so-called scholar coming to visit us, and his like Discord is salty cracker. I decided to change my name to be a asswipe, kind of, but not really, just as a joke, because I wasn't the only one that did it. Went to change my name back when I realized this so-called scholar was never going to show up, and it says you have 10 more days. Well, I forgot how many days it's been since, so I got 7 more, so tomorrow will be 6. So I screwed myself on a joke, but it's still funny because I've got a lot of positive out of it. But if you're still here, how you doing? I'm trying to catch up on some of these messages really quick. Beck, you don't have an explanation of how we got here? I don't answer that, but let her have her own little world. Yes, you have a faith, son. My parents made me. That's why I said son. No preservation. That shit disintegrated in a shitty desert ages ago. Yeah, and Nara's a lot like me. He says what he wants, or not what he wants, but what he thinks. I'm still trying to decide if he has a filter, because I know I do, but mine's really, really slow. And we got here as emergent property of the, okay. That's, if it's with mod, I'll just let you guys go at it because I'm not going to interfere with this one because everybody knows, everybody came from the KJV only. There's no evolution. There's no creation. We just popped out of the KJV. I also do not have any faith at all. Oh, Beck, man. Wow. Ye of little faith. Okay. Let's see. Mod, I'm not saying that it isn't. God apparently uses people to produce the Bibles instead of them popping out of thin air. Someone has to put labor into them, and God would want them compensated. Just the facts, ma'am. Oh, there's another one with my name on it. Let's go. Asshole, you don't have the spirit. You are a care. I'm not taking your advice on the bird. Well, then don't. I mean, seriously, don't. I never asked you to. You and Timmy, want to get in this KJV only kind of bullshit, and I'm just not going to buy it. Plain and simple. I'm not pissed. I'm not angry. I'm just saying, I'm going to talk about what I want, and if it's not right, and you think because I'm an atheist, I don't have a right to talk about it, so be it. You're a theist. You shouldn't talk about evolution. You shouldn't talk about abiogenesis. You shouldn't talk about the Big Bang, on and on and on, because you're not a believer. Hail Satan. That's funny that you try to use that for an assault, though. A card-carrying Satanist. Just because I belong to the Satanic Temple, which I've already explained to you what it is, just shows me that you're just being spiteful right now, and I can handle that. Cherry pick and compile your own version of the fantasy. Oh, and I'm beginning to see, besides me, why she's getting kind of PC. And the same thing us atheists go through when we go to a theist room, really. Faith has multiple meanings. One of them is the belief without or in spite of evidence, and the other is to trust. Using faith in both ways is equivalating. God, what can I say that? I was doing so good until the last equivocation. I do trust things, but no faith. I've got faith in Satan. I swear I'm going to become a Satanist. If I'm going to be called one, I might as well be one. This topic right now is you commenting on everybody else's conversations. And that's fine. I'm allowed to. It's no different than you do when you do yours. So don't tell me, woman. Oh, I'm better now. Exactly. I don't even know what the hell that's about. Don't care. You see it now, don't you, Beck? I admit I have a demon. Always have. And I don't, like I said, regardless of who you're talking to, I don't see any name into this right there. I don't believe in them. There you go. I'll say it again. Oh, wait a second. Nara, the name says counter apologetics. He has, yeah. It's not a channel that Mod would sub to. I think it's the same person. Salty Spinkster. We talk about, and it doesn't matter. I'm allowed to, though. Where does it say in the terms of I can't talk for the same topic for 18 hours straight? Honestly. Yeah, so admit it. You perform. I do. I eat babies. Hail Satan. I got horns. I'm a. Oh wait, I don't even know what they're called. I almost said Grand Dragon. That's the KKK. Whatever it may be. I'm that person. Satanic Temple does not believe in an actual. No, Beck. Mod said that I have a card-carrying Satanist, and the only thing I belong to is the TST, and it has to be, even though I've showed her the 7 tenets of the TST. I see my name again. I'll make sure. I'm trying to respond to only things that are for everybody or me. I am not. It's true. Who is Satan? Asshole. Okay, and I admit it. You're right. I understand. It's not satanic church, Satanism, but I'm a Bible believer. Who is Satan? Not who you think he is. Satan is the accuser, nothing more. He isn't this little bad guy that runs around trying to get you to do bad things like, Protestants teach. The reason I say that, and the one thing I would suggest, and this is where I got this from, study with a rabbi, talk to the Jews. That's what Christianity is based on. They don't believe in Satan. Well, what they do say, it's a title, the Satan. And somehow that's been turned into something evil. It's nothing more than an accuser. Once again, there's no demons. There's no Lucifer, you know, what it is. That's like what I talked about earlier, where people use their interpretive lenses. They've got to ignore things, look at other things, and think whatever it is. Ask a card-carrying Jew if Satan is real. If you see the same version that you are, ask a Jew if they have a form of hell just like yours. Ask them if they have a heaven just like yours. Ask them if they believe in original sin just like you do. Ask them. There's another one I forgot. But oh, god damn it, Jack. Oh, game. I was trying to click the camera so you could see Jackass again. Too late. He blocked it all. Nara, here we go. That like saying, if you're a man, you shouldn't talk about abortion. Identity religion is worse than identity politics. Enough said. The bad guy. No one said that. Saying, what are you fucking with me about? I am not fucking with you. What I am doing is answering your questions and refuting the nonsense that you're saying. Maybe we should have done this a long time ago and cut to the chase sort of thing. And now we know where we both stand. You know, if you want me to look you in the eye and say, oh, I think God is real, I couldn't do it. Remember what we talked about earlier, before about, you can't look at somebody and lie to them knowingly about a certain topic. I'll leave it at that. It's the same thing with me. I cannot act, like I really believe in this stuff. I am an anti-theism, Gnostic, atheist. I'm against religion, not the people. And I'm absolutely positive that there is no God. Or call it a hard atheist and not the good kind of hard. And I do. And I have already said that I love talking about translations. I'm not going to keep repeating that part. But then when we get into doctrines, let's do some. I mean, I almost said something, but I just don't want them in here. But anyway. Satan is the morning star, the bringer of light, truth. There's even, and I'm not pushing back on that because I know what you're talking about, but there's actually a good argument against that also, but I don't know it. And I haven't looked into it or studied well enough, to even have an opinion on that. I mean, we got into the, what would heaven be like? I jumped all over that. It's a new topic that I've never really explored, and I really got into it. And it's kind of cool, kind of neat, and realizing what I remembered wasn't about heaven; it was about the New Jerusalem. But yeah, I've got on my my PDF file program, all kinds of stuff about that. I've got stuff on what's the other day I studied something that was minor, but I found it fascinating because I didn't know about it. I love learning new things, but if somebody challenges what I believe, I don't mind that at all. It at least brings something that makes me at least quiver in my pants or gets me to think for a second, not conjecture or presupposition or, because somebody said something. I'm not even talking about Timmy Two-Tone. Okay, he enjoys it. Satan is the morning. Oh, he did that one. Ask them if Adam was intersex. Right. Well, and see that's another point, Phantom. I want to really get into the science of this one sometime, but it's not really important to me. But if Adam, after he had sex with all the, the animals, and they realized he didn't have a suitable mate, God took the rib and created Eve. Now, if that happens scientifically, and I'm asking you because, everybody can answer if they know, because I don't know the definite answer on that. But wouldn't it be an XXXX chromosome? Because doesn't the Y come from or to the female? But how does the female get the Y if the rib came from a man? Or, am I making sense? I can't word it quite right. I'm definitely anti-theist, but I'm definitely anti-theism. Religion itself, I'm agnostic about Gnostic about all of them. Well, of course, except like Buddhism, because there's no deity. He enjoys it. Satan is them if the tradition of Adam being created intersex goes back millennium in. Right. Yeah. I mean, I've heard that. I've actually, the rabbi that I studied with in Lafayette kind of got into that a little bit because I asked him about original sin, and he told me a lot of Jews take that allegorically and not literal as far as the creation. They don't believe in original sin. They don't believe in sin at all. What they believe in, which is close to it, but not really, is that you transgress against God and you don't have to, or whatever the Christians do to reckon or to get right with God. What was it? Repent or yada yada yada. Which the Jews do repent, but they reconcile with God, not whatever these other religions do. So there's a lot of differences, and really, if Christianity fell, Judaism would still stand. Whereas if Judaism falls, Christianity falls by the wayside also, just because it's what Christianity supposedly is based on, and even probably Islam, since they do believe Jesus and all that. Just a different Jesus, obviously, I guess, and certain aspects that he is only a prophet sort of thing. Here we go. You said something about long before we knew about chromosomes, right? But in my mind now, how do you get a woman from a man? Unless I'm just not understanding the science in it. Because I want to say then, you can get men from women, but you can't get a woman from a man because of the chromosomes. But once again, I'm not an expert in it, and this is kind of something I've never fact checked, so I'm not quoting this as fact. That's why I was asking, anybody else if they knew, how that works. And it's not even an important part. It's just kind of, to me, it's kind of intriguing. I think my next little thing I'm going to get into is the Lilith thing, because I've heard about it, but I've never really, read about it. I'm not going to get deep into, that at all, but just to, just have some working knowledge of it a little bit. Lilith. Oh, wait. And of course, oh my God, I need to start Lilith. Here we go. I finally got to the bottom. I just seen this. Lilith dumped Adam, and then God made Eve from his DNA extracted from his ribs when God put him under anesthesia. Right. I remember, Adam fell asleep and yada, yada, yada. But see, and I also don't know why, other than so then man could have control over a woman, but why didn't God just go ahead and make Eve from the dirt too, like he did everything else? It seems like that's a plot twist, but I mean, it's unimportant to, because I'm just an atheist. But that does make me wonder, do Jewish cats have, bad Phantom. Well, you get a woman from a man the same way you get a man from a woman with no other man involved. If you grant that God can play with genetics, Adam doesn't need a Y chromosome. Wait, let me think. If God can, well, I guess that's true, because God can do anything he wants, right? I mean, is that pretty much the premise? I mean, if he can create everything, it doesn't matter what it was, he should be able to do it because he's all powerful. Correct? Or am I going the wrong direction with this? The dirt was mistranslated of the word from egg. Hold on, I can find. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not going to look at. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm looking at the Bible and use the Greek. Okay, what am I talking about? Dirt. Surely that's be the first one that pops up is dirt. Oh crap! I just thought I shut my whole window down and shut StreamYard. It's this one over here. What the heck? Dirt. The NIV doesn't use dirt. Oh, what is that? Isn't it in Genesis 2 where he talks about making them and then breathing the breath of air in Eve, or is it in both accounts? I just can't remember. I know it's like on the 6th day. The man said, this is now. Okay, here we go. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib. He had taken it. Oh, that's not the part I want. We're talking about Adam being created. Dumbass. That's before that. Where's it at? But for no. Okay, the woman. Or is it in Genesis 1 that he talks about creating? He's got to create. You can't have Genesis 2 without Adam being created, because Genesis 1, I was told by a rabbi, was, and I forgot what he called it. It's basically a correction of Genesis 2. And actually, Dan McClellan's even got a great video on that too. I think it was him, or maybe it was Mark Ward. I can't remember. I watched so many from so many different. Wait, I'm gonna look at. Maybe somebody's already told me, and I just haven't watched. You mean? Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I mean, Mary conceived without another person. If you grant that, it's not hardly to say that God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I follow you there, Adam. Phantom. But wouldn't an all-powerful God just speak it into existence without having to do surgery? Right. And that's a good point too. Now creating new stuff, blah, 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 blah. So much text lost in story fragments. Correctio. Okay, let me go back to this. Because I want to look up the word. Okay, there's dust. Oh, wait, that's why. Wait, this version says, then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground, breathed in his nostrils. Okay, that's what I need to look up. So it's 7. Genesis 2:7. Got to isolate it so I can use the Hebrew. Turn it on. Okay, where is the word? I thought I just put in. Oh, that's why, because I didn't click. There we go. Dust, apar. Apar 110, Strong's 6754, cross reference 6762. Dust is earth, soil in any form, used as a figure of something that cannot be counted. Dust 81 times, earth 5, rubble 5, soil 4, ground 3, ashes 2, powder 2, clay. Go ahead. There you go. Good boy. Clay 1, dirt 1, earth and ramps 1, material 1, plaster 1, sand and scabs 1, plus 1599 is soil, used once with, I guess, Strong's 824. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I got, because, yeah, there's a lot of different translations, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, wait, is that what I was basing that on? Now creating new stuff was past the deadline. God had to use the stuff he'd already made at that point. So much. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, the dirt. I'm going to go to the restroom and go wee real quick. I'll be right back. Damn, I trapped my dog in the bed or my bedroom, and he's freaking out. He still has a little bit of separation anxiety. Probably from the King James only shit. I know I'm an asshole. I love it. I love it. I like it. I want some more of it. Ooh. Where am I at? There it is. Just the two of us. It's all right. I wouldn't be surprised if she started a stream. I don't even care anymore. Get out of the way. No, it's kind of, and I'm going to say this, and I don't care what Mod says, but if she can say and do what the hell she wants, why can't I do the same? Night Fan, I'm sorry. I missed you. I just had to go wee-wee. Yeah, I'll be going probably a little bit shortly, but what are you doing? See, she needs a break from me, I think. I still got to figure out, maybe, come on, be gone. Where you at? Come on. Damn it, it's still listed. It didn't fall off there yet. That's bullocks. Oh, well. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm taking the day off from streaming because I got to go to my doctor. I do. Early in the morning, and I'm going to come back and take a nap. Because I get up early, but I don't get up early enough to be ready to walk out the door at, well, probably 8:30. Because it takes me a while to get motivated. Early doctor's appointment, and then may come home and take a nap. I'll be GG tomorrow. I'm taking the day off from all streams and not going to any and stay off the internet. Oh, wait, I do need to figure out. Oh, Lordy. I'm just checking the weather here to see, because I heard it was like at least 65 here today. And it's 45 now, but something I read that there are, ice storms coming in? Well, if there are, it ain't this week. Oh, shut up, stupid. Okay, we don't care about this morning's weather. Tomorrow, damn, it's dropping. 47, 33, 44, and I don't see any storms. Turning mild. Duh. The next 12 hours. Oh, well. I don't see anything. I'll worry about it hit. Yeah, but Indiana weather is awful. Like I said, it's 65 today, and it could snow tomorrow and have a tornado and on and on and on. Well, no, I didn't. No. I'm taking a break from going into streams, not streaming, but I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I didn't intend to stream tonight, and the only way that I would probably stream, Jack, you can't go back and forth. I'm going to put your ass on camera if you keep this shit up, because you got that diva ass. Wait, let me get this out of here. And for me, it's not winning or losing, really, sort of thing. But I've got an early doctor's appointment. I've got to. I got my haircut today, so I got that. Oh, I've got to stop on my way back to get blood work for my doctor's appointment on Thursday. That day, I know I won't be in any streams because that appointment's at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 1:30ish Eastern time. So it's like an hour or a half hour after. Well, no, because I'd be gone anyway to get there because it's about an hour drive. Less than that, but I always stop, get something to drink on the way. So, yeah, and I definitely have to make both these appointments because at one point, and this is what pisses me off about my liver doctor, and it's the only thing because I love everything else about him. Wait a second. I had a bad night last night. No sleep, just severe debilitating. Oh man, I've got those too. Muscle cramps, anti-fever. So yeah, I was that way yesterday. And I'd already posted, like, I think 5 o'clock stream yesterday, and at like 1:30, it hit me. I just didn't feel good. I lost all energy, and this happens quite a bit. Part because of the chemo, and part because I have insomnia a lot of times. But I laid down at like 1:30. Didn't set an alarm because usually when I lay down, I don't sleep. I just rest really good. I fell asleep and I just happened to wake up, look at the clock, and I went to roll back over to go back to bed. I know, spooky. And then it's like that. Uh-oh, it says 4:30. I've got to stream in a half hour. So I got up, I had to feed the dogs, I had to do, several things before I could stream, and I didn't have time to jump in the shower. And I had Medusa hair. So, and then really, I think I'm going to really start cutting back on my YouTube time, just because, for my own well-being. I keep saying this, and I do it for a minute, and then, somebody talks me into doing something, or, hey, come back, or they think I'm being dumb, or, whatever reason. And really, honestly, probably the best thing I could probably do is delete everything, about this, but then I would miss everybody, most people, maybe one person, maybe one male, maybe my bestie. Definitely no females. They are headaches, sort of thing. Yeah, she wins. Yeah, and that's just it. It's not a win or lose, but that is funny now that I keep looking at it. Yeah, see, that's my problem, Beck, is I get dehydrated really, really easy. If he's still here, if Beck 2's still here. So I will cramp up, and I drink a lot of water. Literally, if I don't drink probably a gallon and a half or 2 gallons of water a day, I don't drink anything. Because I've got what's called dry eye, dry mouth, so I drink all the time anyway. And then here we go, get into the sexy part of this. I have no colon. So everything, flushes. it's not poop, it's a flush. So I get dehydrated, and I'll start cramping, and that's why I'm on such a high level of potassium, trying to stop some of these cramps. And that's even with me eating, but I love bananas. I eat a lot of bananas, and I'm still low. And this is why I have to go get the blood work done, because for one thing, I've got, and I forgot, it's called they say it's a salt pill, but my doctor said it's actually a salt pill, not a water pill. But I guess my last blood work came back, and he kind of looked at it and called, or had his nurse called and said, hey, we can't fill this until you go get blood work and see where your potassium levels are. And when she said that, literally, it's like a punch in the gut for me, to be honest. Just for the fact that I've been taking so much trying to take care of it. I used to do salt pills. It's not the same type sort of salt pill I'm taking now, but somehow they're interlocked with potassium, or the dangers, of said thing. But I take it I take 2 pills. I take what is it? I can't forget the salt pill, and a hypertensive pill for my heart. And it regulates my blood pressure. The problem was at rest, my pulse was like 120. And then I started doing rehab to try to get some muscle strength back. And I started, just sweating, shaking. The lady's like, what's going on? She was real nice. And she said, let me take your pulse. She took my pulse, and she said, it's at, whatever it was. It jumped like 20. So I was like, same way my 140s. But anyway, did this 2 or 3 times. We got to 190 beats a minute. And she says, I don't feel safe doing this. We need to contact. So they contacted the doctor. That's when they set up the heart doctor appointment for me. And I went in there, and I'm dying, because I'm thinking they're going to tell me I need heart surgery, and really, after the test and all the scans and, things that they did, they even did a, what is it, cardio echo, which was front and back. They just take I can't remember. I think it was a CAT scan maybe, or an X-ray or something of the front side of the heart, because they can get to it, but they can't see the back side because everything's behind it. So what you have to do, it's going to make me gag probably thinking about it, but they got this camera on a little thingy thing, and they make you swallow this like numbing stuff. And I spit it out the first time. They said, no, you're supposed to swallow it, because this stuff tasted like crap. So I had to do it twice and swallow it. Well, they start putting it in there, and you get just to the, like if you have a gag reflex, then they knock you out, because they don't want to keep you, sedated too long. You know, but they want to make sure you're out and not have, you know, die or gag on this thing. And oh, I hated it. That was worse. So yeah, but went in there to talk to him, thinking the worst case scenario, because I always do. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, that's an easy fix. All we got to do is give you this, this, and this, and within 3 days." And really, the main, other than the high blood pressure, which now I'm about at 80 at rest, but oh my god, I just lost the thought. I hate this. This is why I can't. This is why mod 1, because I can't stream, because I can't think for stuff. Oh, but and the other symptom I have is, do you remember like when you were a kid? And I don't know if you've had good Christmases, but or at Christmases at all, where the closer Christmas got, the more excited you got, but you had that feeling like, oh, it's not here. Hurry up and get here. Well, I kind of find out that was anxiety, which is kind of what, you know, I was feeling. And I felt like I could almost not breathe, you know, this sort of thing. And then, like I said, 3 days later, I'm down to 80 beats a minute at rest. And even when I, you know, went back to rehab, you know, like a $105 is the height it got, which is well within, you know, limits. So yeah, it's not like I had a heart attack or, you know, something massive. Let me see. Intake 11 meds a day plus puffer. My old heart rate was 120, but got it down now. It says you're about where I was. I mean, exactly, because I was at 120 at rest, and right now, if I'm above like 85, you know, that's a little bit high for me. I have those all the time. I had endoscope 2 times. You see, I get an upper and lower GI now once every year. I also get what's called an ERCP once a year, which the only difference between, and that's just the upper, where instead of the camera being on the side, like for what did I just say, the colonoscopy part of it, or no, God, not the colonoscopy, the upper GI, you know, part of it, the ERCP, the camera's on the very, I know, vice versa. ERCP, the camera's on the side, the other one, it's, you know, on the very end. So they went even deeper, you know, trying to figure out, you know, what was going on, and end up having a 14 millimeter polyp, which is pretty hefty on my pancreas bile duct. And once they, you know, did that, because I mean, what was it, like 1 year, 1 or 2 years prior to this, I did 4 a year. Every 3 months they wanted me back just to make sure that there wasn't, at least the ERCPs. But I also did a few 3 or 4 times a month ones for all the polyps I had on the other end from a colonoscopy. So literally, I've probably had maybe 25, or now we'll say about 25 ERCPs, but like upper and lower GIs, I've had probably over 100 since. I mean, and we're talking though, you know, with those two from 05 to present. And I've had them quite a lot, and they're not very fun. And ooh, the colonoscopy prep sucks. I literally get almost sick just trying. Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps doing this. Then had the electrocardiogram. Had one of those twice. Once in the wrist and the other in the crotch. Ooh, ooh, butt cringe, nutsack retraction. I was having daily heart. Wow, sir. Oh my goodness. That's redonkulous. Docs say I should be dead, but he, fuck that. Yeah, I should honestly probably be dead. I can't believe I'm in as good health as I was. But I never did finish my liver doctor story. I have to do this one. But at one point, I was at an F4, which is cirrhosis of the liver. They did this. It's an ultrasound, and I call it the thumper test because it hurts kind of a little bit because they got to kind of like push between your ribs to try to get a good, you know, reading or, you know, bounce off the ultrasounds to get a result. And the very first one I had said that I was an F3 at that point. Well, then he's like, well, we need to get you in to do the biopsy, because they're thinking that I may be getting a new liver, which I good thing this all turned out good, because I don't know if I could do a transplant after seeing my dad go through a double lung transplant, plus then having to take all the reject medication the rest of your life. Yeah, I don't think I could do that. But then when they stuck and they stick this big old needle in your side, to get to your, through the ribs, through all the other good stuff to get to your liver, to pull out this thing. And sure enough, yeah, it's F3. And then they gave me a pill, and I ended up going to an F4. And they didn't do another biopsy, but that was just the next thumper test. So they're like, well, we're going to have to start, taking some drastic actions. And really, right now, well, as far as I know, right now, I'm an F0, and all I did was change my diet. Or maybe it was an act of God healing me, sort of thing. But I see him once a year, unless something comes up, and then they'll schedule me more. But last year, I think I told this story, didn't I? Ended up with the flu. I haven't seen him in 2 years, so I'm kind of like worried. I already told this story, I think. Please deliver. Yeah. But yeah, and it was funny because they first put it down as, what is it, alcoholic sclerosis. And I, which didn't bother me, big deal. I know, I wasn't a big drinker and I haven't drank forever. And it's like, I'm talking to him, and come to find out they wrote the wrong information from one chart to the other, which kind of scared me. But, that was the only place, supposedly. Sort of thing. But now it's called non-fatty non-alcoholic sclerosis, or I had. Now I'm F0 or whatever it is. But for me, even before this, some of the, just over the time I've learned to try to deal with some of the BS involved in this, and not justifying my mood swings and being angry at times, but it takes a lot out of a person going through something like this. And like I've always said, I got it easy, sort of thing. So yeah, it's just, I ended up, I got to go back to it, because I'm starting to drink more pop, and I don't like it because it makes me gassy, and plus it screws with my digestive system. But I quit drinking, pop except once a week for a treat. And that's why I drink so much water. And that's a big change in itself. Even if you're healthy, totally, your body, pop is dangerous, with too much. And I know people that drink it by the gallons a day. I was one of them for years ago. But yeah, I've seen a big change, just in that alone. But then, which I need to get back into it, but there for a while, I did a diet. It was basically, the doctor said, do a protein diet. Cause I told him, I don't count calories. I'm not counting carbs. I'm not doing none of that bullshit. Because this is when they were talking about doing a possible liver, hopefully, with this, with bowel transplant. And the reason I say I hope a liver, if I was going to do it, is if you get a bowel transplant alone, it's the only thing you get, there is a 50% rejection rate to it. If you get a transplant, say, with any organ that's attached to the liver, for whatever reason it is, it drops to 10% with, let me correct myself, because I want to say 10% for all of it, but I know for sure with the bowel, because they were talking about doing a 4-organ transplant on me. So I needed to lose weight. And I was pretty close already, to, the BMI that they needed. But, I was like, well, if I'm going to, lose weight and I can lose weight, I might as well lose, some and be really, really happy, with myself. And once I got into that, 'cause a dietitian was in there with us, because, he asked me if I wanted one. I said, no, that's up to you, your call. But basically what they said was pretty much eat all the protein you want. You don't have to count it, and they were saying within reason, eat lots of cheeses, eat lots of, meats, certain kinds. I mean, I can't remember if it was just lean, but I remember eating a lot of chicken breast, because I like chicken breast, and I cook it just to mwah. Even to this day I do. But if I was going to do that, they said you have to stay away from a lot of the carbs, or it kind of does no good to eat all you want of certain foods and then all of a sudden add, carbs that just go through the roof. So even to this day, I don't eat a lot of French fries. I do eat a lot of potatoes. I still eat a lot of bread. And this is why I don't still, but I went back to eating, I guess, bread, because that's the thing I can't live without. I'm Italian. You can't eat pescatarios without the bread. Here we go back. I woke up during my 8-hour surgery and both lungs collapsed. Holy shit. And I broke all my ribs struggling to get up from off the, wow. The surgeon said I was a hard case. Yeah. I've got a guy that I ended up, talking to that also goes to the Simon Cancer Center in Indianapolis where I go. And we were talking, about that. And we're talking about the colonoscopies. And I made the joke that, I've got the biggest fear that I'm going to wake up in the middle of one of these things. And then he stopped and said, yeah, I don't have to imagine it. It's happened to me twice. And I guess he has, I don't even know. Basically, his body does not react well to anesthesia, or it's less effective. And I can kind of relate to some of that because painkillers don't affect me like most people. And my doctor said, it seems like, if you could take a handful of, your Vicodin, you would still only get X amount out of it, sort of thing. And it's like, well, that's great. But, and I also, my biggest fear was getting addicted to Vicodin, at least, opiates. But I know I'm not. And I've had many doctors say, well, how do you know that you're not addicted? And I said, well, put it this way. I know twice in my life that I myself took myself off of every pill, and I started taking all my pills, again, one at a time. And the very last one I took was, because I kept hearing that might be the biggest problem, was, my Vicodin. And this is, right now I'm on 120 a month. And I could probably do 150. And that's when my doctor, years ago suggested, hey, have you considered smoking pot? And remember, Indiana is not a legal, even medical marijuana state at all, because of big farm here. So yeah, it's like kind of cool, because I was worried because everybody else keeps telling me to do it, but it's like, no, I'm on Vicodin. Every other doctor I've had before then, except one, has always, pill counted me and or piss test me every 2 months. And it's a pain in the ass. And to know that I can just pretty much do what I want, but I don't, smoke a whole lot to begin with, but that helps a little bit too. But but like I said, it was almost a month before I got to be able to take my painkiller again. But during this whole thing, I never jonesed for one. Well, let me qualify. To me, it's more psychological because I was so used to taking it, but I didn't go through withdrawals. I didn't go through DTs. And after 30 days, if you're addicted that bad, you're going to be in a ball somewhere in pain with shivers and, sent to the hospital, because that's a serious thing to try to detox. And anybody that's done it on their own, to me, it's stupid, first off, but, I could commend them that they, did it on their own and without any help, but that's the hard way to do it. But really, there's not an easy way anyway. My grandfather, yeah. That's what especially I am a grandfather, but it's like, I eat meat, but carbs are bad. Yeah, carbs are, real bad. And that's why I did a lot of, here we go. I did a lot of study. Not only am I non-King James only version, I am only certain not vegetables, certain fruits, because a lot of fruits are up there in sugar counts. And really, if I remember right, the best fruit to eat is a watermelon, because it's mostly water. And they said, eat all the watermelon you want, stay away from, and I can't remember. Wait a second. Nah, well, I'm not gonna get too much into this, because I got a file with diet and my desmoid tumors and food. No, it's over here somewhere. Anyway, there's my colorblind test I did online. Yeah, I think I'm getting worse too. I did that a few weeks ago. Yeah, I'm not good. Oh wait, here it is. Because this is the diet that basically they put me on was a low fiber diet, but also low carb diet. And that's from and this is sad. If you see my file of all the side effects that, I've been trying to, find some relief from at times, because the very first one is like 19 common side effects of chemotherapy. There's desmoid. Oh, that's when I had to go through my, whatever that is. What I'm on, disability. 7 signs of zinc deficiency. And that's another thing. Since I don't have a colon, I have all sorts of, vitamin and mineral. I take iron, I take potassium, I take zinc. Plus a daily on top of it, I take a magnesium pill. And those are just the ones just to keep my levels. There's the liver biopsy, how this procedure is performed. Sclerosis of the liver, causes and symptoms. Soft tumor tissues, tamoxifen, which I was on before. Another part of my old treatment. 20 foods with high, and that's another thing you want to avoid. High fructose corn syrup. It's a killer for a diet anyway. Small bowel transplant. Oh, yeah. Oh, crap. I just shut that like an idiot. But here we go. Well, small bowel. Then we have nausea, diarrhea, patient support, organ transplant living, Harvard. Wait, what's this? Harvard finds cannabis cuts tumor growth. Oh, I need to reread that. I forgot I had it. I don't even know if I've even read it yet. I put it in there. DT streams. That's matter of fact, I got to redo. I'm gonna do a series on what I've got, the medications and some of that stuff at some point. I may do that one of these days when I don't do, go streaming anywhere. I'll maybe finally start working on that. It's a pet project I've had, and I need to continue it. Yes, I does. Let me see. Where's Beck at? There it is. Same here. Anesthesia and painkillers are useless to me. And the worst experience I ever had with a colonoscopy, I never have woken up, thank goodness. Well, actually, the first one, it's kind of funny because I was scared to death. And, I, especially, not that I'm nervous, but I laugh a lot, especially, that's how I hide my feelings. I really do. Sort of things at times, not always. And it's very rare, but, like when Maud tells me she loves me or whatever, I don't do the love thing. I really don't. I'm not a hugger. I mean, unless I'm with the person, but, and the thing I used the other day, and I feel kind of bad about it, but I was talking to my mom and everybody else in the family when they hang up, oh, love you, love you, love you. And I never say it to my mom. I mean, if she doesn't know by now, she never will. I mean, I do. And, it's just hard for me to say. I just wasn't raised like that. I don't, from my sperm donor. But she's on the phone and we're getting ready to hang up and she's never said it before. And I've never said it because I don't. She's like, oh, I love. And I heard click. She couldn't even say. She forgot that I'm the one that she can't. Not that she can't, but it's just like, feathers on a duck. It just rolls off my back. I mean, I appreciate it, honestly, but, I don't need it to know that somebody cares for me. I really don't. I know that makes me a cold-hearted bastard, but I am. I can be. I only get mild relief from morphine. Wow, you are. So you're. Well, see, and part of my problem is also, and like when you say the morphine, like when I had every surgery, it's what I call the girlfriend. You're in bed and you have that machine hooked up to you, whether it's morphine, your drip from plasma, or saline, or whatever the heck that crap is called now. I can't think. I can't believe I can't think right now. And everywhere you go, you got to take it with you. You go to the bathroom, you got to take it with you. And it's on rollers, but it's still all hooked into you. If you go for your walk, because like with me, they forced me to get up the very next day to walk around, because that's how you start your digestive system back up, is walking around. And I learned after, the first one, how to get up by myself without dying. But the very first time I ever had the procedure done was basically an open and close. And this is after they told me I had terminal cancer, that the nurses are trying to say, okay, we're going to pull you up. Don't do anything, don't push or don't, whatever, or help. How do you not? You're tensing up. You've got 30. I had 30 staples in me at least, and it burned like hell. And oh, wait a second. Actually, I do have an anesthesia story, but anyway, so they finally got me to the edge of the bed, and I said to her, "Can you just give me 1 second to, because I'm in pain, dying." So I'm over here hitting this stupid button on my girlfriend, the morphine, and if I was smart, I would have hit it first. But anyway, it was like nothing, But I also have a high pain tolerance. So I ended up learning after the first time they did it, because they came back in, later on or whatever, because I pushed the button. I said, I need to go to the bathroom, and I was a fall risk. So they told me I couldn't get up by myself. Okay, fine. So they come in, there were two of them. They're like, okay, we're here to get you up. And it's like, no, I'm going to try this one by myself because that hurt too much. Otherwise, I said, you need to, get a crane to get me out of here because I'm not doing that same shit again. But I learned if I put my seat or the bed straight up, the hospital bed up straight up, and kind of flip my legs over and then use the arm rest right there and do one quick push. I mean, it hurts a little bit, but not near as much. And then after that, I was fine getting out of bed by my damn self. And they were absolutely amazed. Those silly little Boston peoples. Oh yeah, but yeah, one more thing, and I'll catch up on the. But yeah, you're talking. Whoa. My first surgery, like I said, they asked me if I wanted what's the thing the women get when they have babies? The spinal tap, basically. I can't believe I can remember that. Jesus. Anyway, the spinal tap. Yes or no. And I said, okay, well, I have this is my first major surgery, so I don't know. And I'm asking the doctor, well, what do you think? He goes, well, we can always do it without it, and if you need it later on, we'll put it in. And it's like, okay, that sounds fair enough. I had my surgery, woke up, and I thought I was on fire in post-op. The only part that was touching the bed I was on was the bottom of my feet, and I don't know if any of you played football or whoever's here, but you do bridges. You put your helmet on, you put your head down, you arch reverse, like where your stomach's in the air, your back's on the ground, and you're like I don't even know what you call that anymore. But that's how I was in there, screaming and F-bombing, on and on and on. That was the worst thing in my life. I would actually become a KJV only person if I didn't ever have to go through that again. It was just that awful. So yeah, I feel you there on that part, but yeah, it seems like you have more trouble with it than I do. Pot works. Yes, it does. I went diabetic when I started eating healthy. Really? Wow. Yes, yeah, and that's what surprises me, because back in the day, I was a sweetaholic. I mean, I didn't eat well at all. I did kind of when I was married, all 2.5 times, but being single, even now living here with my mommy, helping out here or whatever I do, I eat a lot of bologna and cheese sandwiches. I do. That's why I said I need to actually change my diet a little bit, because I eat what's convenient. I mean, every once in a while I get kind of like, oh, I really want something of substance. And it drives my mom nuts because she'll be like, hey, I'm going to fix dinner. What do you want? Not hungry, And that's why, like, when I know it's about dinner time, I go out and smoke a little bit, because I smoke for nausea, pain, supposedly, the anxiety, loss of appetite, and help me sleep. All 5 of those things. Otherwise, literally, I'd be on a pill for each one of those things if it wasn't for pot. And I keep thinking I need to smoke a little bit more and more and more, but I just don't want to smoke that much because I just don't. And if I ever, I mean, there's days that I do, but if I'm going to smoke for recreational, I got to get some indica, not a hybrid or a sativa. I haven't found one that even affects me that way. And that's why I said I got a weird body, because stuff that puts other people on their butts doesn't me. But an indica, or what I call indicouch, I'm a zombie, and I want that at times, because when I first smoked years ago, before they found this other tumor, I'd go out to, I love going outside when it's warm enough, nice enough, and just sit by myself even. But now that I got a dog, or mom's dog, we go down there, the 3 of us, and just, I'll throw the ball to both dogs and sit in front of the, my fire pit that I have back there, and it's my spot. Nobody else goes back there. I mean, they can if they want, but everybody knows that's, where I go to relax. And I like indica because I love fire. I am a pyromaniac. I will admit that. But to sit there and stare at fire when you're, knocked on your butt, because it's almost like you can almost see demons, and not real little demons, but just the fire, the coals. To me, it's awesome. Like I said though, but I'm a pyro. Let's see. I went. But yeah, how I'm not diabetic, especially not. Let's finish my story because I'm serious. I think 80% of my family, my son is diabetic. My mom is diabetic. My dad, my stepdad, but my dad wouldn't matter because obviously, we're not blood, but he's definitely my father. And I couldn't even tell you on my sperm donor side because I hadn't talked to him in over 25 years, and I didn't care to. I never, yeah. I went when I eat. Wow, that just blows me away. Trying to get healthy and you went diabetic. I know it's not funny because that's a bitch. Because I don't know if I even mentioned this today. I think I did maybe, or maybe I talked to my Brandon, my son. But yeah, I was getting ready to leave to go to my appointment tonight, and I went outside, and my mom's literally passed out in this outside, and I thought she was dead. So it's like, Ugh. But yeah, that all worked out. But yeah, it's just I'm still on edge on that one. That bothers me. I love. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love, and so much. I've lost a taste for French fries for the most part. But a baked potato, sour cream, chives, and butter, and a steak. Oh my God. But then again, you need the what? The bread. And even with the steak, you can have pasta. But yeah, I don't eat pasta, like especially saucy pasta without bread. You going to bed?
Yes.
Can you keep it down?
Yeah, I'll try.
I'm on my phone. Remember that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Every time I'm on here, she used to say, "Are you on your phone again?" No, Mom, I'm on the goddamn computer. I'm streaming. Okay, whatever that is. Night. Oh, I'm gonna have to shut my door here in a second because I'm still loud and she still hears me. But oh, it's 12. My God, you guys are keeping me up way too late here. Let me see. So yeah, so your Pepsi habit. Yep, not good. No bueno. Yep, IV in both arms, neck, had 124. Oh, wow. I will never complain about 30 some. Wow. Epidural. Thank you, Spooky. God, that's driving me nuts. Epidural. I can't believe gosh. So that just, if anybody's like out there that gives a shit, this is what chemo brain does to you, literally. Plus, lack of sleep from last night didn't help. But yeah, I'm like this. I'm worse than my mom, it seems, than she is. And what's funny is she just went to the hospital and was in there like 4 or 5 days. She told me they were going to do a cognitive test because they were worried about dementia possibly, but which we've kind of talked about it. And it's like, oh my God, it's going to come back. She's nuts. She's got that because she yells at my dogs, all the time, because they won't listen to her. But anyway, so I'm thinking she's beginning to get what they call, what is that angry dementia. Well, she did the cognitive test. The lady gave it to her, was, astounded because I think one of the questions was, can you name 50 animals? The lady had to stop her because my mom was on and on and on. And Mom come in here, and the first thing she told me, well, I'm not crazy like you think. I passed the cognitive test. It's like, yeah, I want a second opinion. Here we go. It's easier for me to read. I fell out of bed, opened up, and bled for an extra week. Like, oh my God. Yeah, and I think I mentioned this earlier. I've got a small runt cat, and even just when I had my first surgery, it wasn't Addie, the one I've got now. It was Sniggers, who was also the runt, the tiger stripe. But yeah, between her and this cat, I would have made it through. But just their paw on just any part of your side, even hurt me. It's just awful. But she ended up learning how to sleep like it, depending where I was laying on either armpit. And Addie, this cat, has done the same thing because I have Jack on one side of me, and depends which direction he is. But she is always in my armpit. But yeah, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night with my dog's ass in my armpit. So I can't move. I got cat in one arm and the dog in the other, and yeah, it's not very good. I hate the fucking. Oh God! Oh, you're talking about the NGO tube? Is that the one you had and you're talking about too? Because I got a horror story about the NGO tube. Yeah, when I was in there for the in and out of the hospital, they were trying to keep my stomach cleared out because of they didn't want me to keep throwing it up because it causes damage. And they put it in when I was in surgery, so no big deal. Well, when I went back the second time to emergency, and this is what I was going to Methodist still. I had to go in there, and they brought me in this room, and the first thing they said is, "We're going to give you some morphine." First off, and it's like, okay, cool, because I could really use that because but I didn't have the strength to even tell them, hold on, there's a problem with that though. Well, my girlfriend, the way it was in there, and just as they put it in there, she said, "Hey, you need something to throw up in." And they're like, "Why? Is he allergic to it?" And she's like, and about that time, I'm puking everywhere. And they gave me that little, like, what is it, the moon spit thing? Well, I projectile vomit, and it kind of went, what would it be? Like a in and out sort of thing. So it was everywhere. Awful. And then you hear Delia saying, well, he might be allergic, but the first time he has it, he'll throw up. Sure enough. Well, that wasn't bad enough. So they come in there and say, well, we're going to put an NGO tube down your throat. Okay. I said, okay, when are we going into surgery? She goes, oh no, we're going to do it here. I said, what? You want me to be awake for this? And it's bad enough when they pull that son of a bitch out. Nevertheless, you have to, I don't know if you had to move yours back and forth. But I had a little play in mine, and sometimes it felt like it went too far, and I was actually stabbing my stomach, or poking it, sort of thing. And they're like, oh, no, it's not that bad. All you have to do is have a glass of water and a straw. And when we say, just start, sucking down the water, and it sucks. Well, the thing about the bad part of it is I had a nurse on one side holding me down, a nurse on the other side, and my arm was behind her with my drink and straw. So I couldn't, drink it. And it's like, I almost had her in like an arm bar, or not an arm bar, a neck hold or whatever the hell, I can't think. But, she's like, drink. And it's like, I can't talk because they're sticking this thing down my throat and I'm gagging. They finally get it in there and say, well, why didn't you take a drink? It's like, I couldn't. My arm was around you. Why didn't you say anything? I said, I couldn't. You have a tube stuck in my mouth and I can barely talk the way it is. Then they come back and, oh, sorry, the doctor said we didn't have to put that in. If you want, we can take it out. I said, if there's a chance of this going back in, let's just keep it in. And we kept it in. So I stayed in the hospital 10 days. And of course, it was a good thing I didn't say, go ahead and do it, because they ended up using it anyway. So yeah, it's, but that wasn't nothing compared to here just last year, I think, or so, or my mom brought me to the hospital. I can't remember what for, maybe for throwing up or something. Oh no. Yeah. I was sick. My buddy, the SDA dude that I used to work with, and my team leader, we just got back from a ball game and I was sick all day. And this is when I was starting to figure out why I was getting sick. It's the sun, because I got so dehydrated so fast. But all the way from Cincinnati, it's like he had to stop. And I already went through, we stopped at the first aid station in Cincinnati Stadium. I forgot what it's called down there, if anybody knows. But so I stopped there. I said, is there any way I can have a few of these on my trip home? I said, I explained to him, yeah, take all you want. And the stupid me say, well, I think 2 should be enough. I could have probably used 5 or 6 from Cincinnati to just outside of, on the other side of, how was it, Greenburgh. There's a rest area, or maybe a little bit further, or Greenfield. No, Greenfield's west. South would be Greensburg, where the Toyota plant is. And he had to pull off the interstate a few times so I could puke, sort of thing. We got to the rest stop, and it's just, I felt I had one last hurrah, and I felt better. Got to back to Lebanon. He went his way. I was going to drive home. I said, well, I'm just going to go in just to get some fluids to be safe. Well, I got in there and they did an x-ray or a CAT scan. I can't remember, probably both. And my stomach is full of liquid. So they're sticking this NGO tube down me. And somehow, and literally, I couldn't talk. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't do anything. And I almost come to the point where I was going to grab that tube and yank it out, because like right behind your uvula, kind of about where your gag reflex is, the tube kept balling up and just, rolling and never went down, and I'm bleeding. I'm all over the place. And my mom was, came back from doing something. And I said, tell her not to come in here or she will flip the hell out seeing this much blood. So they're waiting for some other lady to come in here that was supposed to be better at doing that. They still had some trouble. Mom came in there, the new lady, and I couldn't say, hey, don't let her in. Sure enough, opened the curtain, said, oh, that's his mom. She come in and she sees that, and she actually handled it fairly well. But it just wasn't something I wanted her to see. I hate that fucking yes. That tube down your throat. I guess my dietary habits had kept my diabetes up. Oh, okay. Do edibles. I just did. See, I don't do gummies very well. One of my buddies sells, a little bit here and there. He's on, what's it called? Disability too. I can't believe I'm this goofy right now. But I bought some off of him because my usual guy was gone and I was out and I needed it bad. I was jonesing because I was so nauseous and stuff like that. And he said, he gave me a packet of these gummies. And it's like, oh, I guess it doesn't matter who it is. I told him, I said, hey, no, I don't do gummies. Or, no, just take them. I won't even charge you. Just see if you like them. Because he said, I got plenty of them back there, So it's like, okay. They really didn't do much for me. As a matter of fact, I had 4 left and I took all 4 at once. I think I'm not good with the grams or whatever, but I want to say they were 20-gram edibles. Is that a thing? Or 2 grams or something? But I took 4 of them and still nothing. So it's like, ew. Plus, I don't like the gummy texture. But now, like and the reason I don't do brownies, first, I don't know if I could learn how to make butter and all that stuff. No problem. Easy. I love to cook and I'm pretty good at it, but I'm afraid I would gain 50 pounds. No, I need one more. Yeah, give me that half of a brownie there. So yeah, that's why I don't do certain edibles. I don't get high very much, but get some pain relief. Right, and that's where I'm at. I wish I had my bowl in here, but it's out in the car because I won't smoke in the house, especially when my dad was here. And now I do it just, out of respect for mom. But I have a very, I wouldn't say really small, but it's not, let's just say whatever size it is, it's not ginormous. But I do maybe 1 bowl a day, which isn't even a thimbleful, not even. So that just tells you how much I smoke. But like I said, sometimes I have those days let's just, see it. But I'd have to smoke an awful lot of it to use it for recreational. It just doesn't mind fuck me. Like, it's like I said, indica, potatoes and gravy. Shut up. Oh my God. 11:04 there. Yeah, it's 12:15 here now. I passed. Oh, I know how to pass one, but see, I didn't have to worry about it like right now. Because, and that was one of the things I feared when my doctor retired, that the next doctor would say, oh, we're going to be doing some piss testing sort of thing. And thank goodness, out of all the states that she practiced in, and, was it Washington? I think she said she was from Washington. She said, I'm from Washington. This is, automatic. And, and I, the understanding, because I didn't want to bring it up. It's like, how do you talk about this to your doctor? And especially when she gives you the okay, it's like, I don't want to say that you said it's okay, but if I was hypothetically sort of thing, and she laughs at me, she's like, Ron, just say it. I know you say what you mean. And I said, I just don't want to get you in trouble. She said, I ain't even worried about that. She said, just you and me in here. I said, all right. So then I'd ask her questions about it. And, it was funny because it's the first doctor, because one of the nurses was giving me hell. You need to be nice to the doctor. And she started walking away. She goes, oh no, this is my buddy. Yeah, we get along. And she said, not to, hope he could get sick worse. But she said, I wish he comes in more often. Just because even when he's having a bad day, he's funny. He's got a smile on his face. He's out there talking to, other patients, trying to get them, reassured and on sort of thing. So she said, I was her friend. So I got one friend and Spooky. Spooky's a backstabber. He throws me under the bus all the time. I kept flicking off heart monitor till the surgeon figured it out and pulled the tube out. I gave him, the thumbs up. I never even thought about that. Well, how about being in the hospital and there's not a nurse around when your girlfriend's beeping and it's driving you nuts? Well, after like my second stay after my first surgery, when I had to keep going back, actually my second surgery. Sorry, that's when I had my complications. I learned how to shut it off, to silence it, to reset it. But if it's out of medication, or if it's just a short term, or if just like say if I needed potassium that day or that hour, they thought. But I learned how to shut it off, and I used to get yelled at all the time. And I said, well, then I'm not trying to be an asshole, but you need to come in here and clear this, because I mean there have been times, and I understand they're busy. And what's funny is it's a nurse that showed me how to do this, because I was in and out so much, and I seen her so much of the hospital. Yeah, I'm a rebel. My pills make me allergic to the sun. Yeah, see, I need to look up sick again, because I don't remember if that's a side effect of the chemo, or if it's just something I've always had, sort of thing. But like with the Nexavar I take, there is what's called hand and foot disease, where it can be just like, like me. I haven't had too much of it. I had a little bit of red and a little irritation once in a while, but nothing bad. But it goes from that all the way up to massive blisters on your hands and feet. And that was my big fear. And thank goodness that didn't affect me. Fucking nurses tripped over my catheter and almost ripped my dinner off. Oh man. I was the night, or was the next day? No, it was the next day when the epidural, because when they ended up putting an epidural, I mean, when I woke up, and then when it started wearing off, they're saying, okay, we're going to take your catheter out and get you up and take you for a walk or whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. I mean, literally, if I didn't know that she was a nurse and that she was really trying to do something, I would have swore she was trying to give me a hand job, literally, because she's yanking on this hose for all it's worth, and it wouldn't come out. And she's like, what? It's not coming. I don't understand. Well, then she looks down, realizes, and this is just, my mom went off on them eventually. And I'll tell you the last part about the plasma. So they dumped the catheter bag, and literally I had to wait 3 hours until I was totally flushed before they could get it out. And you talk about a Johnson that was a little bit achy breaky, and morphine doesn't help that. Yeah, that was awful. Let me see. Dinkerdam Grammarly. I got a lot of freebies from the awesome dispensary and frequent. Ooh. Oh, that you frequent, yeah. I smoke ½ ounce. Wow. See, for me, literally an ounce, and it's getting smaller and smaller because I'm starting to build up a little bit of tolerance, but depending on, what it is. But I can make it last for like 3 or 4 months. Once I tried to smoke as much as I was comfortable smoking, and I still had like a month and a half that took me to smoke an ounce. But see, part of my problem, I'm still convinced that I still have a bit of either bronchitis or asthma from when I was a kid, because I had it chronically. But then when I started smoking, I also got a lot of congestion. So now I'm on Claritin D and Flonase. And I've been out of Flonase for like 2 weeks now, because I've just been, between the weather and not feeling like getting out, I just haven't went and got any. I need to. But yeah, if I smoke too much, I just get all snotty. I hack it up. I actually gag, which I'm pretty nauseous anyway most of the time. So it doesn't take a whole much for me to puke. But if I cough that hard, I'm outside hacking, and I hate that. And if I stay on the 2 medicines I just mentioned, I'm fine for the most part. But yeah, I think my body only can take so much of it, or maybe my sinus cavities. On my 12 days in hospital, I snuck off floor and went to Tim Hortons and got breakfast burritos. Yeah. Oh, wow. You're a rebel like me. Like on my second or third visit there, when I had the complications, no, it might have been the second day, because it was in February. I remember it was in February, and it was like extremely nice, like it was today here in Indiana. But I'm sitting out looking, like laying in my bed. I just got back from a walk, doing what I call the circuit, just like going through the halls in our unit, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, man, I want to go out there. It looked beautiful. There's people out there in wheelchairs, yada, yada. I asked the doctor, and he's like, no, your immune system right now is just so beat, which, it was, like I said, I told you, overall, I lost 65 pounds in 45 days. But, I went for a walk again, and the doctor's like, you're just looking bored. I said, is it okay if I walk to some of the other units or around on the floor? Oh, yeah, just be careful and, just yell if you need help. I ended up outside the front door, spinny doors. I thought I was scot-free. I was going to only be out there for a few minutes, go back upside, and here comes my nurse. Mr. Merkley, what are you doing out here? The doctor said you can't be out here. And I said, well, nurse, whoever it was, what are you doing out here? You're supposed to be working. And she said, well, I just happen to be going to lunch. And I said, I happen to hate you now. She goes, I won't say anything, but, please go back up the floor. And she had a good point because I was by myself. I mean, like I said, I was still, weak, even, it was the first week. But yeah, it was funny. But people out there smoking, it's like, that's the last thing I want to be around is smoke, feeling like this. But it was nice just to feel the breeze on my face. Damn Marlies. Yep, I have Flonase as well. Okay, if I cough too much, I'll puke too. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. And when you have just a built-in nausea, because I cannot even have, say if I had all the procedures done and I still didn't have, the tumor I've got where it's at, or the first one, I would probably still have a lot of nausea problems. Or no, I would, because actually, when they removed the tumor, the polyp from my pancreatic duct, it made it better. And I still do, like I said, they do that once a year, but every year they usually end up putting in a disposable stent to open up that so it doesn't collapse. But they always check for oh God, basically it's metastasizing, but there's another word for it and I can't remember right off the top of my head. But basically like an ooey gooey thing that's like pre-cancer but could be cancer sort of thing. So I would have nausea problems anyway, plus not having a colon. If I don't go to the bathroom within a reasonable amount of time, I start getting really nauseous. If I don't eat, regularly, I get really nauseous. There's certain foods that I can't eat a whole lot of. I can more now than I did before, but like before they figured out some of this stuff, I couldn't even eat that much, like any pasta. If I ate too much pasta, I was getting sick. I was throwing up. I was going to go through my little cycle. So I don't miss those days at all, to be honest. I measured my pace and walked the floor all day. At end, I was doing about 15K a day. I think that's probably about what I did, because I'd lay down and 10 minutes later, I was restless. It's like, man, I feel healthy. I can do this. Plus, in my mind, it's like the more I walk, the better I'll feel, the better I'll heal, the quicker I'll be out of here. Obviously the second time it didn't work so well, but yeah, I definitely feel that part of it. Plus, there's only so much you can do. It's kind of like me now in TV. Everybody accuses me, oh, you do sit around, watch TV all day, play video games. And yes, I'm a video game player. It's probably been 6 months or longer since I've even played a video game on my PS4. I've got a PS5, but just to tell you how much I don't care, it's still in the box. I haven't even got it hooked up. Sort of thing. So everybody thinks it's all, a joyride being on disability and being able to sit at home and watch and do all you want. But they don't realize my whole life I've had, especially physical hard labor jobs. Even when it wasn't my job, at times I would do it just because I enjoy, the physical part of it. But also work was my life. I mean, my social life. I didn't date very many women that I worked with. Well, okay, that can't be true. Okay, I didn't date very many, but other things, yeah, definitely happened. Whether in the parking lot or trailer I was loading, or the break room upstairs where the computers were. But yeah, anyway, yeah, that's me. My Craig, the team leader, the guy that comes on here once in a great while. I need to get him on here because he's going to love this new group of people. He'll laugh. Plus, you can talk to Jamie because, like I said, he's SDA too. Go, Addie. But yeah, I used to be in the bathroom, and he had lost his dad, and really sometimes I feel like I'm not his dad, but basically his role model sort of thing. because I've said this before that, I mean, when it comes to Bible matters, he's got other people he can call, but he knows that I am versed and it'll be honest with them. You know, he wants to, you know, he's always wanted to do things when he was still married. He just, I think their divorce is final, I think. But when he was married, he didn't have to work because his wife's a doctor. And part of the, you know, what she wanted him to do was take care of her brother, who was, I don't even know what he has. No one's ever been able to diagnose him for some reason, which I think is horse BS. But basically, he is like a 40, well, I don't even know what he is now, probably 47, 48-year-old male with a, and I'm guessing like 13, 14-year-old mind. So Craig quit his job to take care of his brother-in-law because it saved him money. Plus, really, which is weird because Craig married this girl. She has 4 kids. Her mom and dad live with her. She pays for all her parents' bullshit. Yada, 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 sort of thing. And yeah, it's just weird. But yeah, so we could go do, you know, a lot of trips and stuff like that together. We've went to, like I said, I live in Indiana. We've been to Victory Field in Indianapolis. It's a minor league team. I can't count how many times. The Indiana Fuel or Indianapolis Fuel or Indiana Fuel, whatever, the Indy Fuel are our semi-pro or not semi-pro, minor leaguer ones, whatever. Not at the NHL, the AFL. But we still have fun going. You know, it's pretty cheap, a good time. We haven't been this year yet because they moved it and I haven't been up to it. But it's anyway, but at work, but I would be in the bathroom or he'd see me heading go to the he'd go there to talk to me. There ain't nothing more awkward. And that's like, Craig, you really don't want to be in here when I go to the bathroom. You know, and this is the first time, especially. I said, no, you know, you might think I'm singing to you or playing the trumpet in here, but it's not a pretty sight. And when it makes my eyes water, you don't want to smell it either, you know, sort of thing. And sure, I don't care, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, you know, I let loose and he goes, Jesus Christ, did you just blow your ass out? I said, I warned you, you know. So our joke is that I was singing to him every time I went to the bathroom, which is kind of like weird. But like I said, he was kind of like, I guess I adopted him, sort of. Now with my busted hip, I can barely walk. Yeah, then that's me. I feel you. And some of mine is, and this is why I'm trying to go out and get motivated again. And that's why I kind of get my hair cut so I can, hopefully this is part of it. I'll get my hair cut, start working out again. And when I say work out, because right now all I would be able to do is, and especially this time of year, would be go to the park and rec. And I'd probably do the bike, you know, like some of the stationary stuff, but like the bicycle or I can't even think of what the other one is. It's basically a bicycle, but you just sit in a different position and it works on different muscles. But they also have like an eighth of a mile track indoors. So you can either run or walk. So in the winter, it works out really pretty good, sort of thing. And then I want to get into some, and there's silly exercises in easy, and I can even do them here. I just, like I said, I haven't motivated myself to do it again, but just some, you know, minor things that actually made me feel better when I went through rehab. I mean, kind of like just, you know, not heel raises. Well, I guess those two, but toe raises, you know, walk up, one step with, you know, 1 foot, the other one, come back, then reverse, start with the other one. And it doesn't even take that long, really. Like 10 reps of each, you know, 3 times if you want. There for a while, when I was still doing them, I would do 10 a day, not all in a row because my body can't handle that. But not only was I going through chemo, but the number one but the number one risk of, doing infusions is blood infections. I believe if I remember, it's like 37%. And stupid me, not only gets one, I get back-to-back blood infections. So I was pretty much down for 6 months. So, you know, there's 6 more months of non-activity. So I'm trying to, change that a little bit, but, and I'm a procrastinator anyway, which doesn't help, but I just need to do it. Oh man, that is shitty. Yeah. I actually broke up with let me close I don't. Maybe we close my door a little bit because I don't know if Bad Mom can hear me. Not like the door's going to stop it. But at least I can say I tried. But yeah, probably the most selfish act, while also being the thing I regret most in my life, is breaking up with Dalia. And it all, I mean, well, there's two reasons. We had conversations a couple months prior to this, about, I forgot what she was going on about. And I just made a joke about, yeah, I really don't think I'm capable of love. And without even batting an eye, she goes, and what the fuck are we doing? And I said, what do you mean? Why are, and she's like, well, if love's not involved here, then what are we doing together? And, without really saying, well, and I meant it seriously, but, I was trying to play it off a little bit, not to hurt her feelers, sort of thing. But I said, we both have said we don't want to get married. I said, I would live with you in a heartbeat, yada, yada, yada. But, I thought about that for a few months and, it's like, maybe she has a point. But then when I had the cancer diagnosis, or the terminal cancer diagnosis, we were together. And the more I thought about it, and between that and not wanting her to go through this, that, I don't know where this is leading. And for all I knew, I could die tomorrow because of this. This is because it's all relatively new. There's no information out there. I ended up breaking up with her and I said, I can't put you through this. I cannot, in my right mind, be able to fight what I've got to fight and drag you through this too. I said, and I know with you, just you, that you would do it in a heartbeat. And I understand that. But I said, for me, I can't do it. And of course, it also had to do that, she's right. If, I didn't love her, which I might have, I just, never thought about it because I'm not that kind of guy. I don't think about that kind of stuff. So, I broke up with her, but it's like, once again, to me, that was the most selfless thing I did, even though it hurt her. And she hasn't talked to me since, pretty much. But it's also my biggest regret because, yeah, I think Dalia was the one. Not that I'd ever marry, and I might have at some point too, to be honest. But I still say I'm going to make sure I married for the right reasons, even though that doesn't guarantee it lasts. But yeah. So I just, I'm on the opposite end, that I broke up with them because I didn't want to drag somebody through it. I used to do 100 kilometers on my bike per day before. Wow. So you definitely were into that. I might drive my car 100 kilometers a day, but and then not now, because I put it this way. I've got a 2018 Chevy Malibu. I've only put 45,000 miles on this thing, and I've had it 8 years. So you do the math, how much I drive a year, and really, and most of that driving, if not all of it, is to doctor's appointments in Indy, which are roughly probably like not even 100 miles round trip, but just say that, for easy math, 100 miles round trip, sort of thing. So that's where most of the miles are. So yeah, I don't drive a whole lot. So yeah, if I go 100 kilometers, it's to a doctor's appointment. I get out of breath just bending over. Seeing that, I feel you. The other day, Mom ordered, I don't know if you ever heard it, Chewy.com. It's pet foods, pet different thingies. So she ordered like a 50-pound bag of food, all these cases of canned food. There's 3 big boxes outside. And what made it worse, I happened to go outside and look, and I saw 3 boxes, and it's raining. So, I mean, they were big boxes, but it's like, surely, can't be that heavy. I forgot what she had ordered. So I, left the door open, picked up the first one, almost had a heart attack. By the time I finally got all 3 boxes in there, and I only walked 20 feet, maybe 25 feet with each one before we got it into the sunroom, past the first door. I went in there and Mom asked me if I was all right. I said, yeah, but I'm having a heart attack here. And she's like, why? I said, I just carried in those, 3 boxes from Chewy. She told me I was an idiot. I said, yeah, but it's friggin' raining out there, which made it even worse because try picking up a soggy box that has a 50-pound bag of dog food in it. To me, it'd been easier just drop the dog food outside and carry it. I can throw it over my shoulder and go. I mean, easier than I can try to pick this thing up and the box start falling apart. What, you don't get to see your kids, Beck? Oh, well, let me see. I'm not about. Hey, I get UTI infection. I've had a couple of them myself, and what was weird is not weird, but yeah, for you to get, if you get them often, for men, it's rare to get UTIs. I know at least 2, and the 2 I've had, no thank you. And I'm sure because I went into the ER because I didn't know what it was, and they said, yeah, you have a UTI, because I've always heard guys barely get that. But anyway, but not only are they starting to give me medication for this shit, this nurse comes in here with a little catheter thing. But I didn't know what it was. But I'm go goofing around. I said, let me guess, that gets stuck in my butt. She goes, no, because I was joking around before, and she was joking with me. She goes, no, actually, it's the other side. I said, well, the other side. Then it clicked. I said, are you talking about the 2 nuts around the corner? And she goes, yeah, pretty much. So, and if I ever have to do catheters myself, I couldn't do it, I don't think. But yeah, she's, they stick this thing in her just to make sure your bladder is clear, which I'm sure you've went through, or, if not, maybe, they do it different where you're at. Yeah, never again. Twice was enough for me. Literally, if I ever have a UTI, I'm yanking my IT out. Oh, no, not the IT. It'd be the UT. Yeah, urinary tract. My driver's permit expired when I was 21, and I never renewed it. Wow. Oh, crap. Remember, I got to still go get my new license. I lost my other one, and I need it when I get my prescription, or, well, not my prescription, just at least here you got to have ID to get opiates, painkillers and stuff like that. I don't know what I did with it. No clue. Which is normal, because my dad's truck, even though he passed, we still have it, and there's 2 set of keys, and my son has one. He was gone, and we got a spare set, because it's a night that I thought we had coyotes really close, so I was going to jump in the truck, turn the lights on, drive around our property, and if they were too close, I was not fire at them. I generally don't shoot at coyotes, but I'll shoot them, or shoot to scare them away. But then I decided not to. It took me pretty much, I think, a week and a half to find my keys. I looked everywhere, driving me nuts. Then the other day, it's like, okay, the only place I haven't looked, which kind of might make sense, is my dirty laundry. I have so many clothes. I do probably laundry once or twice a month, maybe. Other than my, sheets and blankets and stuff like that, I do those more often. But anyway, so I'm going through it. And I'm almost to the very bottom. I'm checking every pair of shorts, because I wear shorts year round. Every short there are, both pockets. And there's like 1 or 2 or 3 things on the bottom. And I'm getting really depressed, because it's like, son of a bitch, this has got to be the last place it could have been. So I grabbed the next 2 things. They were both t-shirts, threw them in the washer. And it's like, I should have said, God, please, because that'd have been funny. I could tell that story. Yeah, prayer works. She found my keys. But it's like, no, please be in there, because I'm so tired of this. Picked my shorts up, and it didn't feel very heavy. It's like, nope, they're not in there. Shook them, and I heard a rattle. So I reach in there, and sure enough, there's my dad's keys. It was like a big relief. It was driving me nuts, because I don't take my own advice, because every time Mom loses something, I said, don't worry about it. The more you look for it, probably the more you're not going to find it. I said, whatever it is, it'll pop up somehow, some way. So if I would have just listened to myself, yeah, no problem. No, they were left in Africa 2 years ago, and oh man, I am so sorry, Beck. That sucks. As much as my son gets on my ass at times, on my nerves, I just couldn't imagine that, especially now with my grandkid. Even though he is a demon child, oh my God, my grandson is a demon. Does not know what the word no is, but now he's starting to listen to Grandpa more than anybody else, because I don't put up with that stuff. I'm not mean to him at all, but he knows when I start getting firm with him that, yeah, this is serious. But yeah, and Mom's like, God, I can't believe that kid's so attached to you. It's Grandpa this, Grandpa that. He can't stop following you. Why won't Grandpa let me in his room? He's in the bathroom, but won't let me go in there. And he's really bad at that. That's why I started locking. I've never locked the bathroom hardly in my life, unless there's like strangers and we have a bunch of people there. Then I will, just to be. 2 times over this weekend, because we've had them, from Friday night till Sunday morning. 2 times I'm in there going to the bathroom. Meanwhile, like I told you, trumpet poop, or sounding poop, with my butt crack or whatever. He opens up the door. Hey, Grandpa, what are you doing? I said, what the hell does it look like? And shut the door. Okay, I'll shut. And he'll spend like a minute or two talking to me, like, okay, I'm going to shut the door because you told me to. Okay, it's like, then do it. I'm just waiting for him to do the Stewart thing. I don't know if you ever watch Mad TV, but look what I can do. Look what I can do. Oh, it's kind of cute, but it's kind of a pain in the butt because, like, I go in there for peace and quiet and to get a job done, not to socialize. Oh well, what are you going to do with them? Yeah, but not to be around them. Damn, I feel for you there. Oy. Oh, it's 1:45. Well, Beck, I think I'm going to shut this down. I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat. It was nice talking to you with the KJV all night. Oh, sorry. Look what I can do. Yeah. And I swore I was, I just looked at it. I didn't realize this is over a 5-hour stream, sort of thing. Oh, well, poopy crawl. But, yeah, if there happens to be anybody else in here, yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. Thank you for making notes. Clip the hell out of it. Make me famous. I don't care. I'm trying to think something else cute, but I can't do it. Just can't happen. But yeah, it was a pleasure, Beck, and maybe I'll actually, now I think I probably will tomorrow night, but just for a little bit. Yeah, sure, I say that, and I'll be screwing myself, but I may do a test run tomorrow night, short, or just to get a feel for Restream now that it finally popped up. I don't get that. Or oh, wait a second. I think I know what fixed it, maybe. Because I couldn't get it to work. I shut it and then I restarted it and everything was fine. Maybe that's what did it. Anyway, I'm out. Thank you, everybody. All the ones I pissed off, thank you. I got my job done for the day. Those that'll never talk to me again, I'm sorry. Not really, but oh well. I'm out. See ya. Ta-ta.